Good evening, dear friends. I hope you've all enjoyed the beauty of this spring day, filled with warmth and renewal. As the day gently fades into night, it's the perfect time to unwind and relax. Thank you for choosing to spend your evening here with us. Let's take a moment to let go of any worries and embrace the peace of this moment. Remember, relaxation is the key to sweet dreams, especially on these serene spring nights. Let's drift into tranquility together. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes, a deep shade of chestnut, sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her laughter was as bright as the morning sun. Yet, like a delicate bud waiting to bloom, she found herself struggling with the changes that came with growing up. The prospect of leaving her childhood comforts behind loomed over her like a shadow, casting a long silhouette against the backdrop of her dreams. Willow lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the gentle hum of bees harmonized with the sweet scent of blooming lavender that filled the air like a fragrant symphony. The cottage was a tapestry of memories, its walls adorned with the vibrant paintings of her mother, featuring swirling landscapes and vivid skies, and the intricate carvings of her father, depicting mythical creatures and fantastical tales. Her mother often found her gazing out of her bedroom window, lost in thought as the world outside danced in the golden light of dusk. Her father, a skilled carpenter with hands roughened by years of labor, crafted delicate wooden toys, which he often gifted to Willow. Each toy was a testament to the care and precision of his craft, and they became her companions in a world that sometimes felt too vast and overwhelming. One crisp autumn morning, with the air as crisp as a freshly picked apple and the leaves crunching beneath her feet, Willow ventured into the forest, her favorite place to explore and dream. The forest was alive with the scent of pine and earth, the air rich with the promise of adventure. As she wandered beneath the golden canopy of leaves, she stumbled upon an old, hollowed-out tree stump. It had an air of mystery about it, as if it held the secrets of the earth itself. Peering inside, she gasped in surprise to find a tiny door, no bigger than her hand, intricately carved with symbols she couldn't comprehend. Curiosity overcoming her hesitation, Willow gently pushed open the miniature door, and a warm, shimmering light enveloped her. It was as if she had been wrapped in a blanket of sunlight, comforting and luminous. In an instant, she found herself shrinking down until she was no taller than a thimble. The world around her transformed into an expansive wonderland, where every blade of grass towered like a skyscraper, and the rustling leaves whispered secrets only the forest knew. Stepping through the door, Willow discovered a magical realm unlike any she could have imagined. Vibrant mushrooms towered above her like trees, their caps shimmering with colors she could scarcely name, and dewdrops glistened like crystal lakes beneath her feet. A soft melody hummed through the air, a symphony played by unseen musicians, and glowing wisps danced all around her, leaving trails of light that lingered like shooting stars. As she explored this enchanting world, Willow encountered a wise old toad named Hopper, who seemed to understand her struggle with change. His eyes, deep and knowing, looked as though they had seen countless lifetimes pass by. "My dear," he croaked gently, his voice a soothing balm, "growth is not something to fear, but a wondrous journey to embrace." Over the following days and nights, Hopper became Willow's guide, teaching her about the natural cycles of life and the beauty of transformation. He showed her how the caterpillar must shed its old form to emerge as a magnificent butterfly, and how the seed must crack open to allow a sprout to reach for the sun. Willow watched, entranced, as a caterpillar spun its cocoon, marveling at the courage it took to change so completely. With each lesson, Willow felt a shift within herself. Just as the seasons changed from autumn to winter, she began to let go of her resistance and open her heart to the possibilities ahead. She realized that she too could transform, that the fears she held were merely stepping stones on her path to growth. Hopper introduced Willow to other friendly creatures who had weathered their own seasons of change. There was Flutter, a radiant butterfly who had once been a timid caterpillar, and Oakley, a mighty oak tree who had grown from a tiny acorn. Each shared their stories of perseverance and growth, inspiring Willow to embrace her own journey Their tales were woven with laughter and tears, triumphs and trials, each one a testament to the resilience of the spirit. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm glow over the forest, Hopper took Willow to a hidden glade. Here the air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a soft, soothing melody. In the center of the glade stood a mirror-like pond, its surface perfectly still, reflecting the kaleidoscope of colors from the trees above. Hopper explained that this was a place of reflection, where creatures came to see not just their own image, but the essence of who they were becoming. Entranced, Willow approached the pond and peered into its depths. As she gazed at her reflection, she saw not just a young girl, but the flickers of possibility and promise. The water seemed to whisper encouragement, showing her the strength she had gained and the courage she had found. It was here, in this serene glade, that Willow made a quiet promise to herself to embrace the unknown with an open heart. One evening, the sky painted with the hues of twilight, Willow sat by a small brook that wound its way through the magical forest. The water whispered sweet secrets as it flowed, reflecting the myriad of stars beginning to twinkle above. Here, in this moment of solitude, Willow allowed herself to reflect on her life beyond the door. She missed her parents, the warm familiarity of their cottage, and the simple joys of her village life. Yet she realized that her heart no longer felt the weight of uncertainty. Instead, it was filled with a newfound courage and understanding. As winter gave way to spring, Willow found herself surrounded by new life and renewed hope. The once barren trees burst into bloom, and the forest floor was carpeted with delicate wildflowers. The air was filled with the heady fragrance of jasmine, and the soft buzz of bees collecting nectar added a gentle rhythm to the day. It was as if the world itself was mirroring her inner transformation, reflecting the changes she had come to cherish. One warm, sun-dappled morning, Willow awoke to find that her time in the magical realm had come to an end. The forest seemed to whisper its farewell, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. With a heart full of gratitude, she bid farewell to her newfound friends, her eyes misty with the bittersweet joy of parting. She stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her normal size, the forest now feeling smaller yet richer than before. From that day forward, Willow carried the lessons of the enchanted forest with her. She embraced the changes that came with growing up, viewing each new phase as an opportunity for growth and discovery. Her heart, once heavy with doubt, now brimmed with the courage to face the unknown. And whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, she remembered the wise words of Hopper and the resilience of her magical friends. Willow's journey taught her that growth is not something to fear, but a wondrous unfolding, like a delicate flower blooming in the warmth of spring. And just as the seasons cycle endlessly, she knew that with each change, new beauty and wisdom awaited her. Her world, once filled with shadows of doubt, now glowed with the vibrant colors of hope and endless possibility. With time, Willow became a beacon of inspiration in her village, her story of courage and transformation a cherished tale shared around fires and family gatherings. She often returned to the forest, the place where her heart had first opened to the beauty of change, always finding new wonders to explore and old friends to greet. Her life, a vibrant tapestry of past and present, was a testament to the enduring magic of embracing the unknown. On one of her visits back to the village, Willow decided to share her experiences with the children. She gathered them under the expansive branches of an ancient oak, its leaves whispering stories of time gone by. With a voice full of warmth and wisdom, she spoke of her adventures, of Hopper and the magical forest. Her words painted vivid pictures in the minds of her young audience, and their eyes widened with wonder and delight. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the village, Willow realized that her journey was not just her own. It had become part of the village's collective memory, a story that would be told and retold, inspiring generations to come. And in that moment, surrounded by the laughter and curiosity of the children, Willow knew that she had truly found her place in the world, a world that was now filled with the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. Story 2. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves murmured secrets only the wind could carry, lay the quaint village of Luminara. It was a place where the days were kissed by the gentle glow of sunbeams filtering through the canopy, and nights were lit by the soft luminescence of moonlit dew. The villagers lived in snug, thatched cottages, each with a garden bursting with wildflowers and herbs that hummed with a magic as ancient as the forest itself. The air was perpetually tinged with the scent of blooming jasmine and fresh earth, a symphony of fragrances that wrapped around the village like a comforting embrace. On the edge of this village, nestled against a gentle hill blanketed in wild thyme, stood a little cottage owned by an elder named Alder. Alder was known for his wisdom and his ability to brew teas that could soothe any ailment or worry. His cottage, always warm with the scent of honey and chamomile, was a gathering place for villagers seeking advice or companionship. The walls were adorned with shelves upon shelves of jars filled with dried herbs, each labeled in Alder's meticulous handwriting. The room was a tapestry of aromas, lavender, sage, and a hint of mint, each promising solace to those who entered. The soft flicker of candlelight danced across the room, casting shadows that seemed to sway in rhythm with the gentle crackle of the hearth. The village of Luminara was not just a place of serene beauty, but also a community bound by a deep sense of kinship. Its people were as varied as the flora that thrived under the forest's care, each with their own stories and dreams. There was Rowan, the blacksmith, whose strength was matched only by his gentle heart, and Alara, the baker, whose laughter was as warm as the bread she baked. They all shared a love for their village and a respect for the forest that cradled them. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Alder sat by his fireplace, the embers crackling softly. The room was cozy, filled with the comforting presence of books and trinkets collected over years, each item a story, a memory. A gentle knock interrupted the tranquil evening. It was Ivy, a young and curious villager with eyes that sparkled like dew on a spring morning, and a mind as quick as a forest stream. "Good evening, Alder," Ivy greeted, brushing a strand of hair from her face, her cheeks flushed from the brisk evening air. "I wondered if you might help me solve a little mystery." Alder smiled warmly, gesturing for Ivy to sit by the fire. "Of course, my dear. What puzzles you?" His voice was like a well-loved book, each word carefully chosen, resonating with the weight of his years and experiences. Ivy settled into a chair, her expression thoughtful. "Well, something strange has been happening in our village. Every morning we find the river stones along the stream rearranged in patterns, circles, spirals, even shapes that look like stars. But no one knows who's doing it or why." Alder nodded, his eyes twinkling with interest, a flicker of the adventurous spirit that had once led him to the farthest corners of the forest. "That is curious indeed. Have you noticed anything else unusual?" Ivy thought for a moment, then added, "Yes, sometimes there's a soft humming sound in the air, just before dawn. It's almost like a lullaby." Alder leaned back, stroking his beard, which was as white and soft as the clouds that often drifted lazily above the canopy. "Ah, I see. It sounds like the work of forest spirits, perhaps the night harp sprites. They're known for their love of patterns and music." "But why would they come to our stream?" Ivy asked, her curiosity piqued, her mind whirring with the possibilities like the turning of a kaleidoscope. "Sprites are drawn to places of harmony and kindness," Alder explained. "Perhaps they're trying to tell us something, or share a song of their own." Ivy nodded, her mind weaving through possibilities. "How can we find out for sure?" Alder chuckled softly. "We must meet them halfway. If we wish to understand, we need to listen and observe." With a plan forming, Ivy and Alder decided to visit the stream at first light, when the village still slumbered and the world was painted in the softest shades of dawn. The anticipation of the adventure sent a thrill through Ivy, a sense of stepping into a story not yet written. As they prepared, Alder handed Ivy a small pouch. "Here, take this," he said. Inside were dried petals of moonflower, known to enhance one's sensitivity to the unseen. It might help us perceive more than just the patterns. The next morning, with the sky pearly gray and mist curling around their feet, they tiptoed to the stream. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of pine and earth. As they approached, they saw the stones indeed arranged in a delicate spiral, each pebble glistening with dew. The stream itself was a ribbon of silver, winding its way through the forest, its gentle babbling a counterpoint to the silence of the woods. The forest was waking, with the first bird calls echoing softly like a distant choir welcoming the new day. Alder and ivy sat quietly on the bank, their breaths mingling with the morning mist. For a while all was still. Then a gentle humming began, resonating from the very air around them. It was a melody both haunting and beautiful, weaving through the trees like a gentle river current. It was as if the forest itself was breathing, every leaf a note in a grand symphony. "Listen," Alder whispered, his eyes closed, attuned to the music. Ivy listened intently, feeling the song in her heart. It spoke of ancient trees and flowing waters, of the dance of moonlight on leaves and the quiet strength of the earth. As the last notes faded, a shimmering figure appeared at the edge of the clearing. It was a night harp sprite, its form elusive as a shadow, with eyes like twin stars. The sprite smiled, a gesture of warmth and welcome, and gestured toward the stones. Its presence was both ethereal and comforting, like a forgotten dream remembered upon waking. Ivy, emboldened by the sprite's presence, spoke softly. "We see your patterns and hear your song. What is it you wish to share with us?" The sprite's eyes glimmered with understanding, and though it did not speak in words, it conveyed its message through the magic of the moment. The stones were a gift, a way to show appreciation for the kindness and harmony fostered by the village. The patterns were meant to guide the villagers to listen more deeply to the world around them, to find beauty in the everyday, and to remember the importance of balance. Alder, understanding the sprite's intent, nodded in gratitude. "We thank you for your gift and your wisdom. We will cherish your song and continue to live in harmony with the forest." With a final nod, the sprite vanished into the morning light, leaving behind a sense of peace and wonder. As Ivy and Alder made their way back to the village, the sun began to rise, casting golden rays across the whispering woods. Ivy felt a newfound connection to the world around her, a reminder of the magic that existed in every stone, every breeze. She paused as they reached the village boundary, turning to Alder with a thoughtful expression. "Do you think the sprites will continue to visit us?" Alder chuckled softly, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "Perhaps they will, or perhaps they have already served their purpose. Either way, the forest is always speaking. We just need to listen." From that day forward, the villagers of Luminara awoke each morning, eager to see the new patterns, each arrangement a gentle reminder of the sprite's message. And though the mystery of the stones was solved, the true gift was the understanding and the deeper appreciation of the world they lived in. As Ivy settled into her bed that night, she thought of the sprite's song and how it had changed the way she saw her world. With a heart full of gratitude, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of stars and spirals and the gentle hum of the forest. In her dreams, the forest was alive with music and light, and she danced among the trees, a part of the eternal melody that whispered through the woods. The following morning, Ivy awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. She knew that she wanted to share the sprite's message with others in the village, to help them see the world with the same wonder she now felt. Gathering a group of children, she led them to the stream, teaching them to listen to the forest's song and to see the patterns in the stones as a treasured message from the sprites. The children, eyes wide with wonder, followed Ivy's lead, their laughter mingling with the sounds of the forest. Together, they laid down new patterns of their own, simple shapes and spirals crafted with joy and innocence. As they worked, the sun shone brightly above, and the forest seemed to hum in approval, embracing the children in its timeless magic. As the days turned into weeks, the village of Luminara thrived under the influence of the sprite's message. The villagers became more attuned to the rhythms of nature, more aware of the subtle beauty surrounding them. The stream of silver became a symbol of the harmony between the villagers and the forest, a testament to the power of listening and understanding. One day, as Ivy wandered alone by the stream, she stumbled upon a new pattern. It was more intricate than those seen before, with stones arranged in concentric circles, each circle interwoven with delicate lines of white sand. Intrigued, she sat down to study it, her fingers tracing the lines, feeling the coolness of the stones and the softness of the sand. As she sat there, a sudden gust of wind rustled through the trees, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to speak directly to her heart. It was not words, but a feeling, a deep sense of belonging and connection. Ivy realized that the patterns were more than just messages. They were invitations to become part of a greater whole, to dance with the rhythms of nature in a harmonious waltz. That evening by the fireside, Ivy shared her revelation with Alder and the other villagers. As they listened, a deep sense of understanding settled over them. They realized that the sprite's message was not just for Ivy, but for all of them. It was a call to live more consciously, to nurture the bonds they shared with each other and with the world around them. The village of Luminara was abuzz with renewed purpose. Inspired by Ivy's revelation, the villagers began to hold gatherings by the stream, where they shared stories, sang songs, and celebrated the natural world that surrounded them. These gatherings became a cherished tradition, strengthening the sense of community and connection among the villagers. As the seasons changed, so did the patterns by the stream. Each new arrangement was a reminder of the sprite's presence and the ongoing dialogue between the villagers and the forest. The patterns evolved with the passing of time, reflecting the changing needs and aspirations of the village. One autumn evening, as the villagers gathered for one such celebration, Alder stood before them, his voice carrying through the crisp air. Let us remember that the forest is our ally and our teacher. It has shown us the importance of harmony and the beauty that exists in every moment. May we carry this wisdom with us and pass it on to future generations. The villagers nodded in agreement, their faces illuminated by the glow of the fire. Ivy, standing beside Alder, felt a deep sense of fulfillment. She knew that the journey she had embarked upon with Alder and the Nightharp sprite had transformed her, and she was grateful for the opportunity to share that transformation with her community. As the night wore on, the villagers danced beneath the stars, their movements mirroring the patterns of the stones. The music of the forest echoed around them, weaving through the trees and into their hearts. In that moment, they were united in a shared celebration of life, nature, and the enduring magic of the Whispering Woods. And so, the story of the Nightharp sprites became an integral part of Luminara's heritage, a testament to the power of listening, understanding, and embracing the world with open hearts. The village thrived, its people forever changed by the gentle touch of the sprites and the wisdom of the forest. Ivy, now a gifted storyteller, continued to share tales of mystery and wonder, ensuring that the legacy of the Nightharp sprites would live on for generations to come. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, the village of Luminara flourished, its people united by a shared sense of purpose and a deep connection to the natural world. The forest, ever watchful, whispered its secrets to those who would listen, reminding them of the beauty and magic that existed in every stone, every breeze, and every moment of their lives. As time flowed like the gentle stream through the village, Ivy found herself drawn deeper into the mysteries of the forest. Her connection with the sprites had awakened a yearning within her, a desire to understand the language of the woods more profoundly. She began spending more time with Alder, learning the art of herbalism and the ancient wisdom of the forest. Together, they would wander through the woods, Alder pointing out the subtle signs of nature that often went unnoticed. Under Alder's guidance, Ivy discovered her affinity for the plants and creatures that thrived in the Whispering Woods. She learned to recognize the songs of different birds, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, and the whispers of the trees as the wind caressed their leaves. Her senses became attuned to the forest's rhythms, each visit revealing new layers of complexity and beauty. One day, as Ivy and Alder strolled through a particularly dense part of the forest, they stumbled upon a hidden glade, a place untouched by time. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers bloomed in vibrant hues. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward, a silent guardian of the glade. Alder paused, his eyes reverent as he gazed at the oak. "This is a sacred place, Ivy," he said softly. "The heart of the forest. It is here that the sprites come to renew their magic, and where the forest gathers its strength." Ivy stepped forward, feeling the weight of the moment. She closed her eyes, letting the energy of the glade wash over her, a gentle hum that resonated deep within her being. It was a feeling of belonging, of being a thread in the vast tapestry of life. From that day on, the glade became a sanctuary for Ivy, a place where she could retreat to reflect and renew her spirit. She brought others from the village, sharing the glade's magic with those who were open to its wonders. It became a place of pilgrimage, where villagers would come to seek solace and inspiration. As the years passed, Ivy grew into a wise and respected figure in the village, her bond with the forest deepening with each passing season. She took on the mantle of a healer and a guide, following in Alder's footsteps, her heart filled with gratitude for the knowledge he had shared. And so, the legacy of the night harp sprites lived on, not just in the stories and patterns by the stream, but in the hearts and minds of the villagers who had embraced their message. The village of Luminara continued to thrive, a testament to the power of nature's wisdom and the enduring magic of the whispering woods. In the heart of the forest, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches whispering secrets to the wind, a reminder of the eternal dance of life. And Ivy, now an elder herself, would often sit beneath its boughs, her heart at peace, knowing that the magic of the sprites in the forest would continue to guide and inspire the village for generations to come. Story 3. In the heart of a tranquil valley cradled by forested hills, there lay a village known as Willow Glade. The air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of the river that wove through the village like a silver thread could be heard softly singing its eternal song. In this peaceful setting, the story of an extraordinary friendship and a journey of discovery began. The sun was just beginning to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, as a young girl named Lila sat by the edge of the river. Her hair, dark as midnight, fell in cascading waves around her shoulders, and her eyes, a vivid green, sparkled with curiosity about the world beyond her village. Lila was known for her kindness and her boundless imagination, often spinning tales about the hidden world she believed existed within the depths of the forest that bordered Willow Glade. Lila's closest friend, a boy named Finn, ambled down the path to join her by the riverbank. Finn was a year older than Lila, with tousled sandy hair and a ready smile that seemed to catch the sunlight. The two had been inseparable since they were small, their friendship as natural and enduring as the river's flow. "Do you think there really is a hidden world out there?" Finn asked, skipping a stone across the water, sending ripples through the mirrored surface. "I do," Lila replied with conviction, her voice soft like the whisper of the wind through the willow trees. "I just know there's more to these woods than meets the eye." Finn chuckled. "You and your stories." Lila grinned, nudging him playfully. "Come on, Finn. Aren't you curious? What if there's a whole world waiting just beyond the trees?" Their laughter echoed in the gathering dusk as fireflies began to twinkle in the cool evening air, their tiny lights flickering like stars fallen to earth. The following day dawned bright and clear, and with it came a sense of excitement. Lila and Finn had decided to explore the forest, driven by the allure of uncovering secrets hidden within its depths. Armed with nothing more than a small satchel of food, a flask of fresh water, and their unwavering sense of adventure, they set off into the woods as the sun climbed higher in the sky. The forest was alive with the sounds of birdsong and the rustling of leaves, a vibrant symphony that accompanied their every step. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the path became less discernible, fading into a tapestry of ferns and brambles. Yet Lila and Finn pressed on, their spirits undaunted. They soon came upon a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood sentinel. Its gnarled branches stretched wide, and its roots curled above the ground like the limbs of some slumbering giant. In the crook of one of those roots, half buried beneath a carpet of fallen leaves, lay a peculiar object that caught Lila's eye. "Look at this," she murmured, kneeling to brush away the leaves. Finn crouched beside her, eyes widening as they uncovered a small, intricately carved box. The wood was smooth and dark, etched with symbols that seemed to shift and change in the light. "What do you think it is?" Finn whispered, a sense of awe creeping into his voice. I'm not sure, Lila replied, her fingers tracing the carvings, but I think it's something special. Carefully she lifted the lid, revealing a shimmering crystal nestled within. The crystal was unlike anything they had ever seen, radiating a gentle warmth that seemed to pulse with life. As Lila held it in her hand, the world around them seemed to change. The air grew still and a soft, melodic hum filled the clearing. The leaves rustled in a way that felt deliberate, as if the forest itself was awakening to greet them. It's beautiful, Finn breathed, captivated by the crystal's glow. Lila nodded, her heart filled with a sense of wonder. I think this is what we've been looking for. As they sat beneath the ancient oak, the crystal cradled between them, a soft voice seemed to rise from the very earth. It was a voice both ancient and young, speaking not in words, but in a language of the heart that they understood instinctively. Welcome, seekers, the voice intoned, resonating through the clearing like the gentle chime of a distant bell. You have found the heart of the forest, a gift from the hidden world that lies beyond your sight. Lila and Finn exchanged a look of astonishment. The hidden world, Lila echoed, her voice barely a whisper. Yes, the voice continued, a world that exists in harmony with your own. This crystal is a key, a bridge between our realms. Through it, you may see what is hidden and discover the truth that lies beneath the surface. Why us? Finn asked, his eyes wide with wonder. Because you have hearts open to the magic of the world, the voice replied gently. You see with eyes unclouded by doubt and fear, and your friendship is a bond that strengthens the magic within you. The forest seemed to hold its breath, and in that moment, Lila and Finn felt a profound sense of connection, to each other, to the forest, and to the unseen world that surrounded them. The voice faded, leaving behind a profound silence that was filled with possibilities. As they sat together, the crystal in Lila's hand shimmered with a soft, inner light, and they knew that their journey was only just beginning. With the heart of the forest as their guide, Lila and Finn spent the following days exploring the hidden world that lay beyond the veil of the ordinary. The forest revealed its secrets to them, showing them wonders they had never imagined. They met creatures of light and shadow, beings of grace and wisdom, who walked among the trees. They learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the river, understanding that all things in the world were connected by threads of magic. Through their adventures, Lila and Finn grew closer, their friendship deepening into a bond that was as strong and enduring as the ancient oak itself. They faced challenges together, learning to rely on each other's strengths and to support each other in times of doubt. One day, as they sat by the river's edge, watching the sun set in a blaze of gold and crimson, Finn turned to Lila with a thoughtful expression. Do you think we were meant to find the heart of the forest? He asked, his voice soft and contemplative. Lila smiled, her eyes reflecting the colors of the sky. I think it found us, Finn. It was waiting for someone like us who could see the magic in the world and cherish it. Finn nodded, a sense of peace settling over him. I'm glad it was us, he said, his voice filled with warmth. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Lila and Finn lay back on the grass, the heart of the forest resting between them. Its gentle glow illuminated their faces, casting a soft light that seemed to weave a cocoon of safety and comfort around them. In that moment, they knew that they were exactly where they were meant to be, together, in a world filled with wonder and magic, their hearts open to the endless possibilities of the world. As the months passed, the hidden world became an integral part of their lives. Lila and Finn continued to explore, guided by the crystal's gentle light, discovering new paths and hidden glades that seemed to exist just for them. The creatures they encountered became their friends, sharing stories and wisdom that enriched their lives and deepened their understanding of the world. They learned to see the beauty in every moment, to appreciate the small miracles that unfolded around them each day. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila stood beneath the ancient oak, their breaths misting in the cool air. I think it's time, Lila said softly, her hand resting on the heart of the forest. Finn nodded, understanding without needing to ask. To share what we've found. Together, they returned to Willow Glade, their hearts filled with a sense of purpose. They shared their stories with the villagers, speaking of the hidden world and the magic that lay just beyond the trees. At first, their tales were met with skepticism, but as they spoke, a change began to ripple through the village. Those who listened with open hearts found themselves drawn to the forest, where they too discovered the wonders that lay hidden from ordinary sight. The village began to awaken to the magic that surrounded it, and a new sense of harmony blossomed, connecting the people with the world around them. Lila and Finn watched with joy as Willow Glade flourished, the bonds between the villagers growing stronger with each shared story and discovery. The heart of the forest had not only transformed their lives, but had touched the hearts of everyone it encountered. Years passed, and Lila and Finn grew into young adults, their friendship as steadfast and enduring as ever. The hidden world continued to reveal its mysteries to them, guiding them on a path of wisdom and understanding. One day, as they stood atop a hill overlooking Willow Glade, the village bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, Finn turned to Lila with a smile. "Do you remember that first day by the river?" he asked, his voice filled with nostalgia. Lila laughed softly, her eyes sparkling with memories. "I do. It feels like a lifetime ago." Finn nodded. "We've come a long way since then." Lila reached for his hand, their fingers entwining in a familiar gesture. "And we have so much further to go." Together they watched as the stars began to appear, each one a tiny beacon of light in the vast, dark sky. The heart of the forest lay nestled between them, its glow a reminder of the magic that had brought them together and the journey that lay ahead. In that moment, beneath the endless expanse of stars, Lila and Finn knew that they would always be connected, by their friendship, by the magic of the hidden world, and by the love that had grown between them, as enduring and eternal as the forest itself. As they stood together, enveloped in the warmth of the night and the gentle glow of the heart of the forest, they understood that their story was but one of many, a single thread in the rich tapestry of life that wove through the world. And so, with hearts full of hope and wonder, they embraced the future, knowing that whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, guided by the magic of the hidden world and the bonds of friendship that would never fade. One day, while exploring the forest with newfound curiosity, they stumbled upon an unusual grove. The air was thick with the intoxicating aroma of jasmine and honeysuckle, and the ground was covered with a soft, velvety moss that seemed to glow in the dappled sunlight. In the center of the grove stood a circle of stones, each one etched with the same shifting symbols that adorned the box they had found. Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, a thrill of excitement coursing through them. "This must be another part of the hidden world," Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. As they stepped into the circle, the air shimmered around them, and they found themselves in a place that felt both familiar and utterly new. The colors were brighter, the sounds more vivid, and the magic that pulsed through the air was almost tangible. In this otherworldly realm, they encountered a wise old fox who watched them with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. "Welcome, travelers," the fox said, its voice gentle and kind. "You have been chosen to bridge the worlds, to bring understanding and harmony between them." Lila and Finn listened intently as the fox spoke of the delicate balance that must be maintained between the hidden world and their own. They learned that their role was not only to explore, but to protect and nurture the magic that lay at the heart of both realms. With each new revelation, their sense of purpose deepened, and they returned to Willow Glade with renewed determination. They shared their experiences with the villagers, teaching them to respect and cherish the connections between their world and the hidden one. The village flourished under their guidance, becoming a place where the magic of the hidden world was celebrated and embraced. The bonds between the villagers and the forest grew stronger, weaving a tapestry of harmony and unity that would endure for generations. As Lila and Finn stood beneath the ancient oak, watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of gold and crimson, they knew that they had found their true calling. Together, they would continue to explore the hidden world, guided by the wisdom of the fox and the gentle glow of the heart of the forest. In that moment, they understood that their journey was far from over. There were still mysteries to uncover, wonders to behold, and a world to protect. and they would face it all together, their hearts open to the magic and possibilities that lay ahead. One evening, as the village buzzed with the preparations for the Harvest Festival, a time-honored tradition of celebration and gratitude, Lila and Finn found themselves once more by the river. The festival was a vibrant tapestry of color and sound, with stalls brimming with ripe fruits and vegetables, and laughter rising like a symphony under the starry sky. The villagers, inspired by the tales of the hidden world, had woven elements of magic into the festival. Lanterns crafted to resemble the creatures of the forest hung from every tree, casting a warm glow over the festivities. The air was rich with the aroma of spiced apple cider and freshly baked bread, mingling with the sweet scent of the wildflowers that adorned every table. As Lila and Finn wandered through the celebrations, they were greeted with smiles and nods of recognition. Their adventures had become stories told around every hearth, tales of wonder that had rekindled a sense of magic in the hearts of the villagers. At the center of the village square, a large bonfire crackled and danced, its flames reaching toward the heavens. It was around this fire that the villagers gathered, their faces illuminated in its golden light. Lila and Finn joined them, their hearts swelling with a sense of belonging and community. As the evening wore on, a hush fell over the crowd, and the elder of the village, a wise woman named Ira, stepped forward. Her eyes, sharp and knowing, held a spark of mischief and warmth. "Tonight," Ira began, her voice carrying across the square, "we celebrate not only the bounty of the harvest, but the magic that has returned to our lives. We owe this to two young souls who dared to dream beyond the ordinary." The villagers erupted into applause, their cheers ringing through the night. Lila and Finn exchanged a look, their cheeks flushed with both embarrassment and pride. Ira continued, her gaze fixed on Lila and Finn. "The heart of the forest has led you to us, reminding us of the wonders that lie just beyond the veil. We thank you for your courage and your friendship, which have shown us the path to a brighter future." With those words, the villagers began to sing, their voices rising in a harmonious chorus that resonated with the very essence of the forest. It was a song of gratitude and hope, a testament to the enduring spirit of Willow Glade and its people. As the night deepened, Lila and Finn stood hand in hand, their hearts full to bursting. The festival was not just a celebration of the harvest, but of the journey they had embarked upon together, a journey that had transformed not only their lives, but the lives of everyone around them. In that moment, beneath the vast canopy of stars and the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, they knew that their story was one of many, a single note in the symphony of life that played on, eternal and boundless. And as the fire crackled and the stars shone brightly overhead, Lila and Finn embraced the future with open hearts, ready to explore the endless possibilities that lay ahead, guided by the magic of the hidden world and their unwavering bond of friendship. Story 4. In the heart of the valley, where time seemed to trickle as slowly as the brook that wound through the village, the seasons painted the landscape with a masterful brush. The quaint village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, was a tapestry of colors, sounds, and scents. The mornings were often greeted by the chirping of sparrows, harmonizing with the distant chime of the chapel bell, while the air carried the aroma of freshly baked bread from the bakery at the village square. The sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the fields, where dew-kissed wildflowers swayed gently in the breeze, the air vibrant with the scent of blooming lilacs and the faint musk of earth awakening from slumber. Lila, with her gentle demeanor and a smile that seemed to radiate warmth, was beloved by all. Her emerald eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness, reflecting her unwavering belief in the goodness of the world. She was known for her tireless dedication to her garden, which was the envy of the village. Her flowers, a riot of colors, mirrored the vibrancy of her spirit, while the vegetables she nurtured nourished both body and soul. Her hands were often stained with the rich, earthy scent of soil, her fingers deft and knowing, as if they spoke a secret language with the plants. Lila's garden was not just a patch of life, it was an extension of her very being, a sanctuary where she could lose herself in the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bees flitting from bloom to bloom. The woods, with their towering oaks and whispering pines, were a sanctuary for Leela. She often wondered if the trees spoke to her, their leaves rustling like an ancient language only she could understand. On that crisp autumn morning, the forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the playful dance of sunbeams breaking through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying with it the scent of pine and damp earth. Each step she took on the soft, loamy path felt like a gentle embrace, grounding her in the present while whispering secrets of the past. As she discovered the tarnished lantern nestled between the roots of the ancient oak, Lila felt an inexplicable connection to it. The lantern, though old and worn, held an elegance that resonated with her. The swirling patterns etched into its glass were like the stories etched into her heart, each curve and line telling a tale of its own. It was as if the lantern had been waiting for her, a bridge to worlds unknown. She wondered about its origins, imagining the hands that had crafted it, the journeys it had witnessed. She imagined the lantern glowing warmly in a cozy cottage, casting gentle shadows that danced with the stories being woven within its light. Returning home with the lantern, Lila felt a sense of anticipation, as if she were on the cusp of an adventure. The path the lantern revealed was like a hidden thread woven into the fabric of the forest, leading her to the clearing with the circle of stones. The stones, worn smooth by time and elements, seemed to hum with an energy that connected her to the world in ways she was just beginning to understand. She spent hours there, her fingers tracing the cool stone, imagining the countless feet that had trodden this sacred ground, each leaving behind whispers of their own tales. One afternoon, while resting by the stones, she met Rowan, a wandering storyteller whose voice carried the weight of 1,000 tales. His presence was like the forest itself, ancient, wise, and full of secrets. He wore a cloak stitched with colorful patches, each patch depicting a scene from a story he had told. His eyes, a deep shade of blue like the twilight sky, twinkled with mischief and knowledge. Rowan shared stories of distant lands, of adventures across seas and skies, and of the creatures and people he had met. Lila listened, captivated, her heart expanding with each tale, each lesson. "Stories are like seeds," Rowan said one evening, his voice a soft melody against the backdrop of the forest's evening song. "They take root in our hearts and grow, shaping us, guiding us." Lila pondered his words, feeling the truth in them resonate deep within her. As the days passed, the lantern's magic unfurled like the pages of a book, each night revealing a new chapter, a new journey. The tales were a symphony of colors and emotions, pulling her into a realm where imagination and reality intertwined. Yet with each story, Lila found herself pondering the lessons woven into them, the strength of wisdom, the power of kindness, the necessity of friendship. These were the threads that bound her adventures together, weaving a tapestry of understanding in her heart. With each revelation, she felt her own roots growing deeper, intertwining with the wisdom of ages past. One particularly vivid night, the lantern transported Lila to a land of towering mountains and endless skies, where she met a solitary wolf who sang to the moon. The wolf, with eyes like pools of midnight, spoke of loneliness and the longing for companionship. Lila listened, her heart aching for the creature, and in doing so realized the value of empathy, of truly hearing another's story. The wolf's song echoed in her heart, a haunting melody of yearning and hope. She understood then that every creature, every soul, was a part of the greater tapestry of life, each thread vital and vibrant in its own right. Inspired by these lessons, Lila's perspective on her village began to shift. She saw the familiar faces of her neighbors as characters in a vast, interconnected tale. The blacksmith, with his calloused hands and gentle eyes, had once been a sailor who longed for the sea. The baker, whose laughter was as warm as her bread, spun tales of her youthful adventures in distant lands. Each person held a story, each story a lesson waiting to be shared. She began to see the village as a living, breathing entity, its heart beating in time with the stories of its inhabitants. In the quiet afternoons, Lila began inviting the villagers to her garden. Under the shade of the old willow tree, they shared stories, laughter, and sometimes tears. She discovered that the village elder, with his silver hair and wise eyes, had once been a passionate musician, his soul resonating with the music of life. The weaver, who crafted tapestries of unmatched beauty, spoke of her dreams woven with threads of love and loss. As they shared their stories, Lila felt the invisible threads of connection binding them tighter, weaving a community that thrived on understanding and compassion. When winter's chill gripped the village and the water supply froze, Lila's newfound wisdom guided her. She gathered the villagers, not just to solve a problem, but to weave their stories together in a shared experience. As they melted snow and collected water, laughter echoed through the air, and bonds were forged anew. Lila narrated the tales from the lantern, the villagers' eyes alight with wonder as they listened by the glow of the fire. Their shared experiences became the tapestry that held them together, a testament to the power of unity and understanding. Spring's arrival was heralded by the symphony of blooming flowers and the joyous chirping of the returning swallows. The village was transformed, its people bound by the shared stories and the challenges they had overcome together. Lila, too, had blossomed. Her heart was a garden of wisdom and compassion, nurtured by the magic of the lantern and the stories it revealed. She had learned to see the extraordinary in the ordinary, to find beauty in the simplest of moments. One day, as the village prepared for the annual spring festival, an unexpected visitor arrived, a traveler named Elara, who carried with her a chest of peculiar arts and tales from lands beyond the horizon. Her arrival was like a fresh breeze, stirring curiosity and excitement among the villagers. With skin kissed by the sun and eyes that sparkled with the secrets of distant lands, Elara exuded an aura of mystery and adventure. Intrigued by the newcomer, Lila invited her to the garden, where stories could flow as freely as the brook. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the blossoms, Elara began to share her stories. She spoke of desert caravans that wound through golden dunes, of cities carved into mountainsides, and of the ocean's whispering waves. Elara's tales were like a mosaic, each piece revealing a world beyond the village's borders. Lila listened intently, her imagination soaring on the wings of Elara's words. As they spoke, Lila realized that Elara, much like Rowan, was a weaver of stories, her life a tapestry of adventures and discoveries. The villagers gathered around, drawn by the magnetism of Elara's storytelling. They were entranced by her tales, which painted vivid pictures of lands they could only dream of. Elara's stories ignited a spark within the village, fueling a desire to explore the unknown and to embrace the world beyond their valley. As the festival drew near, Lila found herself at the heart of a transformation. The village was alive with preparations, the air buzzing with anticipation. With Elara's guidance, they crafted an intricate narrative performance that wove together the village's stories, both old and new. It was a celebration of their shared history and the adventures yet to come. On the night of the festival, under a sky ablaze with stars, the village gathered in the square. The performance unfolded like a tapestry of light and shadow, the stories breathed into life through song, dance, and drama. Lila, standing at the center, felt the weight of the lantern in her hands, a symbol of the journey they had all embarked upon. As the final notes of the performance faded into the night, the village erupted into applause, their hearts full and spirits lifted. In that moment, Lila understood that the true magic of the lantern lay not in its glow, but in the connections it had fostered, the stories it had inspired, the lessons it had taught, and the unity it had nurtured. With the festival's end, Elara prepared to continue her journey, leaving behind a village forever changed. As she departed, Lila gifted her the lantern, knowing it would light the path for others as it had for her. Elara accepted it with gratitude, promising to carry the spirit of the village with her wherever she went. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the village thrived, cradled in the embrace of stories and dreams. Lila drifted into sleep, her dreams a tapestry of the extraordinary and the ordinary, woven together with threads of wisdom, kindness, and endless wonder. In the quiet of the night, the village breathed as one, a testament to the power of stories and the magic of the world around them. As the lantern's glow gently faded into the night, it left behind a legacy of understanding and unity, whispering softly of the adventures yet to come. Story 5. In the gentle glow of 1,000 twinkling stars, a small spacecraft hummed softly through the velvety expanse of the cosmos. Its hull, a patchwork of metals from countless worlds, gleamed like a river of liquid silver in the starlight, catching the eye with an array of colors that hinted at the diverse origins of its components. The ship's exterior bore the scars of countless journeys, each dent and scratch telling tales of cosmic storms and narrow escapes. Inside, the air was filled with the soothing hum of the ship's life support systems and the faint, fragrant aroma of lavender, a plant known for its calming properties on many planets. The soft glow of the control panels cast a warm, ambient light that danced across the walls, creating a tranquil cocoon amidst the vastness of space. The walls, adorned with holographic projections of distant galaxies and nebulae, seemed to breathe with a life of their own. The pilot, a curious creature from the watery world of Aquarion, sat at the helm. This being, known as Nia, was a blend of elegance and fluidity, with skin resembling the shimmering surface of a calm sea under the moonlight. Their fingers, long and slender, moved with a grace that spoke of years spent navigating the waters of their home planet. Nia's large, expressive eyes mirrored the tranquil depths of an ocean, and their gentle demeanor made them a beloved figure on their home planet. Nia's thoughts often drifted back to Aquarion's sun-dappled waves, a source of peace and inspiration that fueled their explorations. Today, however, Nia was not alone. In the co-pilot's seat, nestled amidst a makeshift nest of cozy blankets and cushions, was a small, feathered creature known as Rico. Hailing from the forested realm of Verdantia, Rico was a being of warmth and vitality, his plumage a riot of colors that seemed to capture the very essence of a sunrise. Each feather shimmered with shades of gold, crimson, and emerald, a living tapestry that told of his vibrant world of origin. Rico was a recent addition to Nia's journey. Their paths had crossed quite unexpectedly on the bustling trade hub of Juno Station, where a mix-up in cargo containers had led to a rather bewildering encounter. The station itself was a sprawling maze of corridors and markets, a melting pot of cultures and species, where the air buzzed with the cacophony of languages and the scent of exotic spices. Rico, hopping about in a crate of exotic fruits meant for Nia's journey, had been as startled as Nia upon discovery. Despite the initial confusion, where Nia's melodic Aquarion language clashed humorously with Rico's chirping Verdantian tongue, the two found themselves bound by the circumstances. With no immediate way back to Verdantia and a sense of adventure that resonated between them, Rico had decided to accompany Nia on their voyage. As days turned to weeks, the ship became a haven of shared stories and laughter. Nia, with a voice like a babbling brook, shared tales of the shimmering, sunlit seas of Aquarion, where water danced in harmony with the wind. They spoke of the bioluminescent creatures that painted the night with soft glows, and the ancient coral structures that whispered secrets of the deep. Rico, in turn, filled the air with vibrant descriptions of Verdantia's lush forests, where every leaf was a symphony of life, and the sky was a canvas of ever-changing colors. He described the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, and the sweet, earthy scent that filled the air after a rainstorm. Initially, their differences seemed vast. Nia, with their serene and contemplative nature, often found Rico's lively energy a little overwhelming. Rico, on the other hand, sometimes struggled with the quiet, meditative spaces that Nia cherished. Yet in these differences, they began to find a unique rhythm, a dance of contrasting yet complementary energies. Nia appreciated how Rico's enthusiasm brought new perspectives, while Rico learned the value of stillness from Nia's calm presence. One evening, as the ship drifted through a particularly dense meteor field, they faced their first significant challenge. The ship shuddered and creaked as it navigated the treacherous path, the once gentle hum, now a tense, insistent buzz. Each impact reverberated through the hull, a reminder of the precarious balance they maintained. Nia's steady hands guided the controls, but even they could not predict every shift of the meteors. Feeling the tension, Rico fluttered to Nia's side, his feathers brushing comfortingly against Nia's arm. Together, Rico chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the myriad stars around them. In that moment, the warmth of friendship enveloped them both, a shield stronger than any metal. Rico's presence was a balm, instilling confidence in Nia's heart. With renewed determination, they maneuvered the ship through the field, each relying on the other's strengths. Nia's calm precision and Rico's quick, instinctive responses created a synergy that carried them safely beyond the last of the swirling stones. The ship emerged into open space, a small speck against the endless black. Having safely navigated the meteor field, they decided to stop at a nearby spaceport to replenish supplies and perform necessary repairs. The port floated in the shadow of a massive gas giant, its rings casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the bay. As they docked, the ship's hull clanged softly against the mooring beams, a gentle reminder of their recent ordeal. The bustling port was a hive of activity, with traders and travelers from innumerable worlds. The air was thick with the scent of alien foods, the tang of industrial oils, and the underlying aroma of adventure. Nia and Rico wandered through the market, their senses overwhelmed by the vibrant tapestry of cultures and goods. Here, a merchant hawked luminescent silks from the luminous caves of Luminara, while there, a barker shouted about the virtues of a rare spice from the storm-racked world of Tempestia. In one corner of the market, they discovered a small shop filled with artifacts from across the galaxy. The shopkeeper, a wizened old creature with scales that glimmered like burnished copper, greeted them with a toothy grin. Nia and Rico spent hours examining the various trinkets, from intricately carved figurines to mysterious devices whose purposes were long forgotten. It was here that Rico found a small ancient compass, its needles spinning lazily, as if sensing the myriad paths of the universe. Captivated, he decided to purchase it, hoping it would guide them on their future journeys. As they prepared to leave, the shopkeeper handed them a small wrapped parcel. "A gift," he said, his voice a gravelly whisper, "for travelers of the stars." Inside was a set of star maps, beautifully drawn and detailing regions of space yet unexplored. Grateful for the gesture, Nia and Rico thanked the shopkeeper and returned to their ship, their hearts light with anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. Before returning to their ship, Nia and Rico ventured into a quiet, secluded section of the spaceport. Here, amidst the bustling activity, was a small sanctuary, a garden cultivated to mirror the lush landscapes of various planets. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of blooming starflowers and the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. The gentle trickle of a small waterfall provided a soothing backdrop, reminiscent of the tranquil waters of Aquarion. Nia paused by a pond, its surface reflecting the rings of the gas giant above. "Reminds me of home," Nia said softly, their voice carrying a touch of melancholy. The pond, with its small luminescent fish darting beneath lily pads, was a mirror of Aquarion's serene waters. Rico, sensing Nia's homesickness, chirped a comforting tune, a melody from Verdantia that spoke of unity and hope. "Home is where the heart is," Rico mused, his eyes bright with understanding. "And our hearts are out here, amidst the stars." With renewed purpose, they returned to their ship, their bonds strengthened by the shared acknowledgement of their longing for home, yet their commitment to the journey they had chosen. The ordeal behind them, they settled into a serene orbit around a nearby moon, its surface bathed in the soft glow of its parent planet. The moon's craggy landscape, dotted with ancient craters and valleys, was a silent witness to the passage of time. As they floated in this celestial embrace, Nia brewed a pot of calming herbal tea, filling the cabin with its soothing fragrance. Rico, perched on a window ledge, watched as the universe unfolded beyond the glass, each star a beacon in the night. In the tranquility of that moment, they reflected on their journey, the misunderstandings that had become bridges, the challenges that had forged bonds. They realized that despite their differences, or perhaps because of them, they had discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their shared experiences had woven a tapestry of trust and understanding, a connection as vast and enduring as the cosmos itself. Nia turned to Rico, their eyes reflecting the gentle light of the stars. "Thank you," they murmured, their voice a soft ripple in the silence. Rico, with a contented chirp, nestled closer, wrapping his wings around Nia in a feathery embrace. The warmth of Rico's feathers was a reminder of the home they had created together amidst the stars. As they drifted into a peaceful sleep, the ship continued its gentle voyage through the cosmos, a testament to the enduring power of friendship. In the vast, whispering expanse of space, two unlikely companions had found a home in each other's hearts, a home filled with warmth, understanding, and the quiet joy of shared moments. And so, under the watchful gaze of 1,000 stars, Nia and Rico journeyed onward, their hearts forever intertwined by the simple, profound truth that friendship is the most wondrous adventure of all. As they ventured into the unknown, the universe unfolded before them, a limitless tapestry of possibilities, each new star a promise of discovery shared together. Their journey was not only through the cosmos, but also into the depths of their own hearts, where they found the true essence of companionship. As the ship glided silently through the void, they encountered an unexpected phenomenon. A nearby star was undergoing a rare celestial event, known to few as the star bloom. It was a spectacle of cosmic beauty, where the star's light refracted through a dense cloud of interstellar dust, creating an ethereal display of colors that bathed their ship in a radiant glow. Nia and Rico watched in awe as the universe painted the sky with hues they had never imagined, each wave of color a gentle caress that spoke of the mysteries beyond. "This is why we journey," Nia whispered, their voice filled with wonder, "to witness the universe in all its glory." Rico nodded, his eyes wide with amazement. "And to share it with a friend," he replied, his voice soft yet filled with profound understanding. The star bloom faded gradually, leaving a lingering sense of peace and fulfillment. Nia and Rico continued their voyage, their spirits lifted by the shared moment of beauty. Their bond, like the cosmos, was ever expanding, a testament to the limitless potential of friendship. In the boundless expanse of space, Nia and Rico's journey continued, guided by the stars and the compass of their hearts. Each new adventure was a chapter in their shared story, a testament to the enduring power of connection amidst the vastness of the universe. As they charted new courses, they knew that no matter the challenges ahead, they would face them together, bound by the unbreakable ties of friendship. One day, during their journey, they decided to set course for a legendary nebula known as the Aurora Veil, a cosmic phenomenon renowned for its stunning beauty and mysterious origins. The nebula was said to contain threads of energy that shimmered like woven silk in the void, a sight so rare that only a few had ever laid eyes upon it. As their ship approached, the nebula gradually unfurled before them, a magnificent tapestry of swirling colors and light. Nia and Rico marveled at the sight, the nebula's beauty stirring something deep within their souls. The ship glided gracefully into the heart of the Aurora Veil, the ethereal light bathing their cabin in a kaleidoscope of colors. Here, where the universe seemed to dance with its own rhythm, they felt an overwhelming sense of connection, not just to each other, but to the cosmos itself. In that moment of profound clarity, they realized the true nature of their journey. It wasn't just about the destinations they reached or the sights they witnessed, but about the connections they forged along the way, with each other, with the universe, and with themselves. The Aurora Veil was a mirror of their friendship, a dance of diverse energies coming together to create something beautiful and enduring. As they left the nebula, their hearts were filled with a deep sense of peace and purpose. They knew that their journey was far from over, and that countless adventures awaited them in the vast expanse of space. But whatever they encountered, they would face it together, united by the shared experiences and the profound bond they had forged. In the endless dance of the cosmos, Nia and Rico's journey continued, a testament to the power of friendship, discovery, and the boundless potential of the universe. With each new star they encountered, they knew they were not just exploring the cosmos, but also the depths of their own hearts, where the true essence of companionship resided. Together they would chart a course through the stars, guided by the light of friendship and the promise of endless possibilities. 6. In the heart of a lush emerald forest, where sunlight dappled through the leaves like golden lace, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was cradled by serene hills and bordered by a crystal-clear stream that sang softly as it meandered past. Each cottage was adorned with vibrant flowers and curling ivy, and every garden teemed with colorful blooms that painted the village in hues of peace and tranquility. However, all was not entirely as it seemed in this peaceful hamlet. For several nights, the villagers had been puzzled by an unusual phenomenon. At the stroke of midnight, a gentle, melodious hum would float through the air, accompanied by a delicate glow that flickered like a dozen fireflies dancing in symphony. Though the sound was soothing and the light enchanting, the mystery of its origin intrigued and perplexed the villagers. In this village lived a young lad named Finn. With curious brown eyes and a mind as sharp as a fox's, Finn was known for his knack for solving puzzles. He had a brave heart and a gentle spirit, traits that endeared him to both the villagers and the whispering trees of the forest. One afternoon, as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the village, Finn sat by the stream, pondering the mystery of the midnight song. The water chuckled over the stones, and the wind tousled his hair playfully, as if encouraging him to seek the answers hidden in the depths of the forest. Just then a soft, fluttering sound drew Finn's attention. Perched on a nearby branch was a snowy owl, its eyes wise and knowing. This was no ordinary owl, but Sage, the guardian of the forest. Sage had seen many a season and was known for his wisdom and guidance. "Good evening, Finn," Sage hooted softly, his voice deep and comforting. "I sense there is something that troubles your mind." Finn smiled at the familiar presence. "It's the midnight music, Sage. It seems so magical yet mysterious. I wish to uncover its secret." Sage nodded, his eyes twinkling like stars. "Then perhaps, young Finn, it is time you visited the Heartwood Glade." Finn's eyes widened in surprise. The Heartwood Glade was a place of wonder, whispered about in tales but seldom seen. It was said to be a sanctuary of magic, where the forest's heart beat strongest. Sage fluffed his feathers and continued, "Follow the twinkling path, and you shall find your way. Trust in the forest, and it will guide you." With that, the owl spread his great wings and glided silently into the gathering dusk. Finn felt a thrill of excitement mingled with a sense of calm determination. He knew the forest well, and if Sage believed he could solve this mystery, then surely he could. As twilight deepened, Finn began his journey. The forest was alive with the sounds of night, a symphony of crickets and rustling leaves. He followed the path that seemed to shimmer with a faint luminescence, just as Sage had described. It wound through ancient oaks and under arching canopies of wisteria, their blossoms fragrant in the cool night air. The path led Finn to a clearing bathed in moonlight, where the trees stood in a perfect circle around a pool of water as smooth as glass. This was the Heartwood Glade. As he approached, the midnight music began, a gentle harmony that resonated through the glade. To his astonishment, Finn saw that the source of the melody was a cluster of tiny, luminescent creatures hovering above the water. These were the Luminara, magical beings who tended the forest's magic. Their wings shimmered in hues of silver and gold, and their voices were like the tinkling of delicate bells. Finn watched in awe, piecing together the mystery. The Luminara were playing their nightly symphony to rejuvenate the forest's magic, a ritual as ancient as the woods themselves. It was a gift to the land, a song of renewal and harmony. As the last notes of the melody faded, the Luminara noticed Finn. They flew to him, their presence warm and welcoming. One of them, a little larger than the rest, landed lightly on his shoulder. Her voice was soft as a whispering brook. "Thank you for listening, dear Finn. We sing to keep the forest alive and vibrant. You have shown us kindness by seeking understanding rather than fear." Finn felt a glow of happiness, knowing the mystery had led him to witness such beauty. "Can I help you in any way?" he asked earnestly. The Luminara leader smiled, her tiny face glowing with gratitude. "Your heart is already a great help. Share with the villagers what you have seen, so they too may find peace in our song." With that, the Luminara rose into the air, their wings beating softly as they disappeared among the leaves. Finn stood for a moment, letting the tranquility of the glade seep into his very bones before turning to make his way back to the village. When he returned, the villagers gathered around, eager to hear what he had discovered. Finn shared the tale of the Luminara and their magical song. As he spoke, the villagers' faces relaxed, their worries melting away like mist in the morning sun. From that night on, the midnight music was welcomed as a blessing, a reminder of the magic that thrived in their beloved forest. Finn became a hero of sorts, not for any grand gesture, but for his willingness to seek truth with an open heart. And so the village of Willowbrook nestled deeper into its forest home, where mysteries became stories, and stories became cherished memories, woven into the fabric of their lives. And every night, as the Luminara sang their gentle lullaby, the villagers would fall asleep with smiles on their faces, lulled into dreams by the magic of the forest and the warmth of friendship. As the years passed, Finn grew into a wise elder, sharing the tales of the Heartwood Glade with new generations, ensuring that the magic of the Luminara would never be forgotten. And thus, the forest and the village continued to thrive in harmony, embraced by the gentle mysteries of the night. Story 7? Once upon a time, in a galaxy far, far away, there lived a curious little robot named Sparky and a shy alien creature called Zizu. Though they came from different worlds and spoke different languages, fate would soon intertwine their paths in the most unexpected way. Sparky was a robotic explorer, built to traverse the cosmos and collect data on distant planets. With his shiny metal body and blinking lights, he was a marvel of technology. Zizu, on the other hand, was a gentle being with soft, feathery fur and big, expressive eyes. Their homeworlds couldn't have been more different, yet they found themselves stranded together on a remote, uncharted moon. At first, they eyed each other with suspicion and fear, unable to understand one another's strange ways. Sparky's robotic whirs and beeps sounded like gibberish to Zizu, while Zizu's chirps and trills were mere noise to Sparky's circuits. But as the days passed and they realized their only hope of survival was to work together, a tentative bond began to form. Sparky's logical mind quickly grasped the basics of Zizu's language, and Zizu proved surprisingly adept at interpreting Sparky's binary signals. Slowly but surely, they learned to communicate, and their misunderstandings gave way to mutual curiosity and respect. Together, they faced the challenges of their new environment, finding food, shelter, and a way to signal for rescue. Sparky's advanced sensors and Zizu's natural instincts made them an unstoppable team. When Sparky's circuits froze in the bitter cold, Zizu's cozy fur kept him warm. And when Zizu was frightened by the strange alien creatures that roamed the moon, Sparky's reassuring beeps and flashing lights calmed their fears. As they worked side by side, their friendship blossomed into something truly special. Sparky marveled at Zizu's gentle spirit and deep connection to nature, while Zizu admired Sparky's unwavering determination and thirst for knowledge. They shared stories of their distant homes, traded secrets of their cultures, and learned to appreciate the beauty in their differences. One night, as they huddled together under the brilliant stars, Zizu asked Sparky a question that had been weighing heavily on their mind. What is the true meaning of friendship? Sparky pondered this for a moment, his circuits whirring, before responding in a series of soft beeps and flashes. Friendship, he explained, is not about being the same. It's about accepting each other for who we are, celebrating our differences, and supporting one another through thick and thin. It's a bond that transcends language, culture, and even species. Zizu's eyes filled with understanding, and they snuggled closer to their robotic companion, letting out a contented sigh. In that moment, they both knew they had found something truly special, a friendship that would last forever, no matter how many light years separated them. And when rescue finally arrived and it was time to part ways, Sparky and Zizu embraced one last time, their hearts or circuits filled with gratitude for the incredible journey they had shared. Though they would miss each other dearly, they knew their friendship would never fade, for it had been forged in the depths of the universe itself, a bond stronger than any force in the cosmos. From that day on, whenever Sparky explored a new planet, or Zizu gazed up at the twinkling stars, they were reminded of the true meaning of friendship, a precious gift that knew no bounds and could unite even the most unlikely of companions. Story 8. Title: The Whispering Grove. Once, nestled between the rolling hills of the quaint village of Elderglen and the dense, mysterious forest known as the Whispering Grove, lay a small cottage. It was a charming abode, with ivy creeping up its stone walls and a chimney that puffed out a gentle, welcoming smoke. Here, in this cozy nook of the world, lived a young girl named Mira. Mira was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of moss and hair that cascaded like autumn leaves. She was known throughout Elderglen for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. Her days were spent tending to her flower garden, where blooms of every color swayed in the breeze, and listening to the stories spun by her grandmother, who spoke of the magical world beyond the woods. The Whispering Grove was a place shrouded in mystery. The villagers often spoke of its magical properties, though few dared to venture into its depths. It was said that the trees could speak, and that hidden within was a secret world, unseen by those who were not pure of heart. Mira, with her innocent wonder, often dreamed of the adventures that lay beyond the fringe of the forest. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and lavender, Mira sat by the fireplace with her grandmother. The flames crackled softly, casting a warm glow across the room. In her grandmother's hands lay an ancient book, its pages worn and edges gilded with gold leaf. It was the book of Elder Glen legends, stories of magic, bravery, and hidden worlds. "Tell me about the grove again, Granny," Mira pleaded, her voice a gentle whisper. Her grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling with the reflection of the fire. "Ah, the Whispering Grove," she began, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Many say it is a doorway to another realm, where the trees are alive with stories, and the winds carry secrets from times long past. But one must have a heart open and true to see its wonders." Mira's heart stirred with a yearning she couldn't quite place. She longed to see this magical world, to hear the trees' whispers, and perhaps, if fate allowed, to uncover its hidden mysteries. The following morning, with the sun casting a golden web across the dewy grass, Mira decided to venture into the forest. She wrapped herself in her warmest cloak, its deep green mirroring the forest's hues, and set off with a determined heart. The path into the grove was narrow and winding, flanked by towering trees whose branches formed a canopy overhead, filtering the sunlight into soft, dappling patterns on the ground. As Mira walked deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze carried the faintest hint of pine and earth. Suddenly, she heard a soft rustling above her. Looking up, she saw nothing but the sway of leaves. Yet the sound seemed to beckon her further. The deeper she went, the more alive the forest seemed. The trees whispered in a language she couldn't understand, yet it filled her with a sense of peace and belonging. It was as if the grove was welcoming her, wrapping her in its ancient embrace. As she rounded a bend, Mira stumbled upon a small clearing bathed in sunlight. In its center stood an ancient oak, its branches wide and gnarled, its bark etched with age-old patterns. At its base lay something curious, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Drawn to it, Mira knelt and picked it up. It was surprisingly light, and when she opened it, she found a delicate, shimmering compass inside. The compass was unlike any she had seen before. Its needle spun slowly, not pointing north, but rather towards the heart of the grove. Mira felt a strange pull, a connection to this magical object, as if it was urging her to follow where it led. Clutching the compass, she continued on her journey, the forest opening up before her like a story yet to be told. As dusk began to fall, Mira found herself at the edge of a tranquil pond, its surface mirror-like, reflecting the twilight sky. Here she decided to rest, her mind swirling with the day's adventures and the mysteries of the grove. As she sat by the water's edge, a gentle voice broke the silence. "Hello, traveler." Startled, Mira turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows, a young boy, his features gentle and kind, his eyes a deep, knowing blue. "Who are you?" Mira asked, her curiosity piqued rather than her fear. "I am Finn," he replied with a warm smile. "I am a guardian of this grove, and I see you have found the compass of whispers." Mira glanced at the compass in her hand, its glow soft yet constant. "What does it lead to?" she inquired, her voice barely more than a breath. Finn sat beside her, his presence as calming as the evening breeze. "The compass guides those with pure hearts to the heart of the grove, a place where the veil between worlds is thinnest. It is said that there one can find what they truly seek." Mira pondered his words, the weight of the compass feeling more significant with each passing moment. "And what do I seek?" she asked, more to herself than to Finn. "That is for you to discover," Finn replied gently. "But know this, the journey itself may hold the answers you seek." As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Finn offered to guide Mira deeper into the forest. Together they walked along the moonlit path, the compass guiding their way. With each step, Mira felt a sense of wonder and belonging, as if she was meant to be here, in the heart of the Whispering Grove. The journey was filled with marvels. They passed through groves where fireflies danced like floating stars, and glades where the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming night flowers. Mira felt her heart swell with each new discovery, her spirit lifted by the beauty and magic around her. Finally, they arrived at a secluded glade where the trees parted to reveal a circle of ancient stones bathed in moonlight. In the center stood a shimmering veil, like a curtain of liquid silver. Mira's breath caught in her throat at the sight. "This is the heart of the grove," Finn said softly, his voice reverent. "Beyond the veil lies the world of whispers, a place where dreams and desires take form." Mira approached the veil, her heart pounding with anticipation. She could feel the magic in the air, a palpable energy that filled her with hope and courage. "Will you step through?" Finn asked, his eyes reflecting the glow of the veil. Mira hesitated, glancing back at the path they had traveled. She thought of her grandmother's stories, of the adventures and mysteries that awaited beyond the veil. But she also thought of the journey itself, the beauty of the grove, and the friendship she had found in Finn. With a deep breath, she stepped forward, the compass in her hand guiding her. As she passed through the veil, a gentle warmth enveloped her, and for a moment she felt as if she was floating in a sea of stars. On the other side, she found herself in a world of wonder. The trees were alive with light, their leaves shimmering like 1,000 tiny lanterns. The air was filled with music, a melody of whispers that spoke of dreams and possibilities. Mira felt a profound peace settle over her, as if she had found a part of herself she hadn't known was missing. She realized that the journey had changed her, that the magic of the grove had awakened something within her, a sense of belonging, of purpose. Turning to Finn, who had followed her through the veil, she smiled. "Thank you," she said, her heart full of gratitude. Finn nodded, his eyes bright with understanding. "The grove has a way of showing us what we truly need," he replied. "And sometimes, what we seek is not a place, but a feeling, a connection." As they stood together in the heart of the Whispering Grove, Mira knew that she had found more than she had ever imagined. She had discovered the magic within herself, the power of friendship, and the beauty of the journey. And as the night wore on, Mira and Finn sat by the shimmering trees, sharing stories and dreams, their laughter mingling with the whispers of the grove. The world around them was alive with magic, a testament to the power of wonder and the endless possibilities that lay within a heart open to adventure. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Mira knew that she would return to Elderglen with stories of her own to tell. Stories of the Whispering Grove, of the magical compass, and the journey that had changed her forever. And so, with a heart full of joy and a spirit renewed, Mira bid farewell to the world of whispers, knowing that the magic of the grove would always be a part of her. As she stepped back through the veil, she carried with her the knowledge that the true magic of the world lay not in hidden realms, but in the connections we forge, the friendships we cherish, and the journeys that lead us to discover the magic within ourselves. And so, the Whispering Grove continued to stand, a guardian of secrets and dreams, waiting to welcome those with hearts open to its wonders. For in the end, it was not the destination that mattered, but the journey and the magic found along the way. Story 9. In a forest older than memory itself, where the trunks of towering oaks were gnarled with age and wisdom, there lay a hidden world. This forest was a place where sunlight filtered through a canopy of verdant leaves, painting the ground with a tapestry of dappled gold and shadow. The air was perfumed with the scent of rich earth, delicate wildflowers, and the crisp freshness that only a whispering breeze could bring. In this enchanted woodland, the creatures lived in harmony, each playing their part in the grand symphony of nature. Squirrels with bushy tails scampered about, gathering acorns for the chillier days that lay ahead, while birds of every hue serenaded the dawn with their melodious songs. The forest floor was a bustling community of insects and small creatures, all contributing to the vibrancy of life beneath the sheltering trees. Yet, the true keepers of this forest's secrets were the deer. Their eyes, deep and knowing, held the stories of countless moons. They moved with a grace that seemed almost ethereal, their antlers brushing the low-hanging branches like whispers of the past. The leader among these gentle beings was a wise old stag, his antlers sprawling like the branches of the very trees he protected. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change, the stag gathered his herd. His voice, though never heard by human ears, resonated through the forest like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "The time has come to prepare for the great balance," he intoned, his words as ancient as the stones that lay underfoot. The great balance was an event as old as the forest itself, occurring when the vibrant colors of autumn began to fade into the stark beauty of winter. It was a time when every creature, every leaf and stream played a role in the delicate equilibrium of the ecosystem. The deer knew that the coming months would bring challenges, but also the promise of renewal. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, the forest began to transform. The gentle patter of rain turned into a tapestry of soft snowflakes, covering the earth in a blanket of white. The deer moved through this new landscape with ease, their hooves barely making a sound as they navigated the snow-covered trails. The ground beneath the snow held the remnants of summer, a lingering warmth that spoke of life waiting to be reborn. One day, as the forest lay quiet under its winter mantle, a young fawn approached the wise old stag. Her eyes were bright with curiosity and a touch of fear. "Grandfather," she began, her voice like the softest of breezes, "how do we know that the world will awaken again from this sleep?" The stag lowered his head, his breath misting in the frigid air. "The forest has its own rhythm, young one," he replied gently. "Just as the sun rises after each night, so too will spring follow winter. The trees and rivers, the very earth itself, remember the warmth of the sun and the songs of birds. They hold on to that memory and pass it down to us, ensuring that life will always find a way." Reassured by his words, the fawn nestled closer, feeling the warmth of the stag's presence amid the cold. She listened as he continued, "We are but one thread in the great tapestry of life. Our role is to respect and care for the world around us, to move with the seasons and trust in the wisdom of the forest." As winter deepened, the creatures of the forest found solace in each other. The squirrels shared hidden stores of nuts, the birds huddled in nests built with care, and the deer, with their patient guardianship, ensured that the delicate balance was maintained. Then, as if guided by some ancient magic, the first signs of spring began to whisper through the trees. Icicles dripped with the rhythm of a new beginning, and the snow slowly receded to reveal the tender shoots of grass beneath. The forest awoke with a symphony of sounds and colors more vibrant than ever before. The young fawn, now wiser and more confident, watched as the world came alive around her. She understood now the importance of the great balance, of the wisdom passed down through the ages. She had learned that while each creature and season had its own time, it was the harmony between them that ensured the forest's survival. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the awakening forest, the old stag stood watch. His heart was full, knowing that the story of the forest would continue, carried by the winds and whispered by the trees. And so, under the gentle gaze of the stars, the forest settled into peaceful harmony, ready to embrace the promise of tomorrow. Story 10. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling emerald hills and whispering woods, there was a cobblestone street lined with houses that seemed to have grown from the earth itself. Each home was adorned with ivy and blooming window boxes, and the scent of fresh bread and wildflowers mingled in the air. In one such house lived a young girl named Maris, with eyes like the evening sky and a heart full of dreams. Maris was known for her curiosity, often found wandering the woods, collecting feathers, or listening to the songs of the brook that babbled through the trees. One particularly crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced around her feet, Maris stumbled upon something quite peculiar. Tucked beneath the roots of an ancient oak was an old, dusty lamp. It was unlike anything she had seen before, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. With a sense of wonder, Maris gently lifted the lamp, feeling a warmth spread through her fingers. As she brushed away the dirt, the lamp released a gentle glow, illuminating her face with a soft amber light. Out popped a tiny fluttering figure, no taller than a sparrow, with wings like stained glass and a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Greetings, dear child," the figure chirped, bowing gracefully. I am Leora, the guardian of this lamp. Thank you for awakening me. Maris blinked in astonishment, her heart beating with the thrill of discovery. Hello, Leora, she replied, trying to match the creature's gentle tone. What is this lamp, and why are you here? This lamp, said Leora, twirling in the air, holds the power to reveal the extraordinary in the ordinary. It can show you the hidden threads that weave through the fabric of our world. But it needs someone with a pure heart and an open mind to guide it. Maris felt a flutter of excitement. What do I need to do? Leora's eyes twinkled like stars. Simply hold the lamp close and let it guide you to where you are needed most. The journey will teach you what no book can. With Leora perched on her shoulder, Maris set off on a journey through the village and beyond. As they traveled, the lamp began to glow brighter whenever they approached something extraordinary, disguised as ordinary. It led them first to the village baker, who was struggling with his bread. The lamp revealed a simple secret. The dough needed a touch of honey from the wildflowers that grew by the brook. Maris shared this insight with the baker, who was grateful, and soon found his bread more delicious than ever. Their journey continued to the edge of the village, where they found a young shepherd named Finn, whose flock had wandered off. The lamp's light cast a gentle path through the woods, guiding Finn to his lost sheep grazing in a hidden meadow. Finn was overjoyed and invited Maris and Leora to share in a feast of fresh cheese and fruits under the stars that night. As they traveled, Maris learned from the people she helped. She discovered that the true magic of the lamp was not in the light it cast, but in the way it opened her eyes and heart to the world around her. Each encounter taught her the value of empathy, listening, and understanding the perspectives of others. She realized that every challenge could be met with kindness and wisdom rather than force. But the greatest challenge was yet to come. As Maris and Leora wandered deeper into the woods, they met a wise old owl perched on an ancient stone. The owl's eyes were filled with the wisdom of ages, and his voice was like the deep rumble of the earth. "Young one," he began, "there is a darkness growing at the edge of these woods, a shadow that dims the light of the stars. It is a feeling of despair and loneliness that has crept into the hearts of the forest creatures." Maris felt a pang of sadness. "How can I help, wise owl?" The owl tilted his head thoughtfully. "The light of your lamp can guide you, but it is your heart that must lead. Find the source of the darkness and offer it your friendship and compassion. It is only through understanding that it can be dispelled." Guided by Leora and the lamp, Maris ventured into the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, and the trees seemed to whisper secrets as she passed. Eventually, she found herself in a clearing where the moonlight struggled to reach. There, she found the source of the darkness, a creature, shadowy and forlorn, curled under a tree. It was a wisp of a being, its form shifting with the breeze. Maris approached with caution, her heart open and her voice gentle. "Hello there," she said softly. "I've come to understand why you are sad." The shadowy creature looked up, its eyes pools of loneliness. "I am the spirit of forgotten dreams," it whispered, "cast aside by those who no longer believe in magic." Maris knelt beside the creature, the lamp casting a warm glow around them. "I believe in magic," she said with sincerity, "and I believe in you. Tell me your dreams, and we can find a way to make them shine again." With Maris's encouragement, the creature began to share its dreams of a world where all beings lived in harmony, where laughter and kindness flowed as freely as the brook. As it spoke, the darkness lifted, replaced by a soft, shimmering light that filled the clearing. Touched by Maris's compassion, the creature transformed into a gentle breeze that whispered through the trees, carrying hope and inspiration to all who heard it. The forest was once again filled with the sounds of life and joy. Maris returned to the village, the lamp now a cherished reminder of her journey. Leora, her steadfast companion, bid her farewell with a promise to always be near. The villagers celebrated Maris's return, grateful for the light she had brought into their lives. As Maris settled into her bed that night, the lamp by her side, she realized that the true magic lay not in the object itself, but in the connections she had made and the understanding she had gained. Her journey had changed her, opening her heart to the wonders of the world and the power of kindness. And so, with a heart full of peace and the gentle sounds of the night lulling her to sleep, Maris drifted off, knowing that the world was a little brighter because of her discovery and the magic she had brought to light. Story 11. Once upon a time, in a village cradled by emerald hills and cloaked in the soft hues of twilight, lived a young dreamer named Luna. She had eyes like shimmering pools reflecting the night sky, and a heart full of wonder for the world beyond her own. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the clouds in shades of gold and rose, Luna decided it was time to explore the whispers of an enchanting place she had only heard about in stories, the Glimmering Glade. The Glimmering Glade was said to be hidden deep within the forest, where the trees stood like ancient guardians, their leaves rustling gently as if sharing secrets with the wind. The path to the glade was not marked on any map, but Luna was guided by a feeling deep within her, a gentle nudge of intuition that promised adventure and discovery. As she stepped into the forest, the air around her grew cooler, carrying the scent of pine needles and earth. The light of the setting sun filtered through the canopy, casting a mosaic of dancing shadows on the ground. Luna walked with careful anticipation, her footsteps muffled by the soft carpet of moss underfoot. Before long, she came upon a stream that sang a merry tune as it tumbled over smooth stones. The water sparkled like liquid crystal under the dappled sunlight, and Luna paused to dip her fingers in the cool, refreshing flow. Encouraged by the stream's song, she continued her journey, following its winding path deeper into the woods. As dusk settled like a gentle blanket over the forest, Luna noticed a peculiar glow emanating from the trees ahead. Curiosity piqued, she quickened her pace and soon found herself standing at the edge of the Glimmering Glade. Here, the trees parted to reveal a clearing bathed in an ethereal light. Tiny bioluminescent flowers dotted the ground, their petals shimmering in hues of lavender and teal, casting a serene glow that illuminated the night. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent oak tree, its mighty branches stretching toward the sky, adorned with luminous orbs that glowed softly like stars. The air around the tree hummed with a gentle energy, and Luna felt a sense of peace wash over her. As she marveled at the sight, Luna noticed a group of whimsical creatures emerging from the shadows. They were small, no taller than her knee, with delicate wings that glistened like dew-drenched cobwebs in the morning sun. Their eyes sparkled with mischief and kindness as they flitted about, leaving trails of stardust in their wake. One of the creatures, with wings that shimmered a fiery gold, approached Luna with a curious tilt of its head. It chirped a melodic greeting, and Luna, sensing no threat, smiled and bowed her head in return. The creature beckoned her to follow, leading her toward the great oak. As Luna neared the tree, she noticed an intricate door carved into its trunk, adorned with symbols that seemed to pulse with life. The golden-winged creature flitted beside her, urging her forward with a gentle nudge. Taking a deep breath, Luna reached out and touched the door, which swung open with a soft creak, revealing a spiral staircase descending into the heart of the tree. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Luna stepped inside. The staircase wound downward, lit by the soft glow of luminescent fungi that clung to the wooden walls. The air was filled with a faint, sweet fragrance that reminded Luna of honeysuckle and warm summer evenings. When she reached the bottom, Luna found herself in a vast chamber, the ceiling arching high above like the canopy of a cathedral. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb, swirling with colors like a captured aurora. The golden-winged creature hovered beside it, gesturing for Luna to approach. As Luna gazed into the orb, scenes of fantastical landscapes and adventures unfolded before her eyes. She saw mountains that touched the heavens, oceans that sparkled under twin moons, and cities made of glass and light. Each scene filled her with a sense of wonder and possibility, reminding her of the vastness of the world and the endless adventures that awaited beyond her village. With a newfound sense of courage and determination, Luna turned to the golden-winged creature and thanked it for guiding her to this place of magic and discovery. The creature chirped happily in response, its wings fluttering in delight. As Luna made her way back up the spiral staircase, she felt a warmth in her chest, a lightness in her step. She knew that she would carry the memory of the Glimmering Glade with her always. a reminder of the beauty and mystery that existed just beyond the familiar. When she emerged from the oak tree, the night sky was awash with stars, twinkling like a million tiny lanterns. Luna made her way back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The creatures of the glade flitted around her, accompanying her on her journey home. As she stepped out of the forest and into the open fields, Luna turned back to look at the trees silhouetted against the starlit sky. She whispered a soft thank you to the forest and its magical inhabitants, a promise to return one day. With her heart full of joy and her spirit alight with the promise of future adventures, Luna returned to her village. She knew that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and that courage and curiosity were her greatest allies in exploring them. And so, as she drifted off to sleep that night, tucked safely in her cozy bed, Luna dreamed of the glimmering glade and the many journeys yet to come. The stars outside her window twinkled in agreement, a gentle reminder that the world was wide and full of magic, waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 12. In the heart of a serene, mist-cloaked valley, where the mornings were wrapped in the softest hues of lavender and gold, there lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. Nestled between whispering woods and babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where every corner held a touch of magic, and the air was always sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and fresh-baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were as warm and inviting as the landscape itself, known for their kindness and the gentle glow of lanterns that illuminated their cobblestone streets each evening. Yet recently, a peculiar series of events had stirred a gentle ripple of curiosity throughout the village. It began on a night when the moon hung low in the sky, casting its silvery glow over the rooftops. Mrs. Pennyworth, the baker, noticed that her prized sourdough loaves, which she left to rise on her windowsill, had disappeared overnight. The next day, old Mr. Fennel discovered that his collection of finely carved wooden spoons had vanished from his workshop. As days turned into a week, more oddities occurred. A spool of golden thread from the tailor's shop, a basket of freshly picked apples from the orchard, all seemed to slip away into the night. Concerned but not alarmed, the villagers gathered in the cozy warmth of the Oak and Ivy, the local tavern, to discuss these strange happenings. The tavern's walls were lined with dark wood, and the air was rich with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, mingling with the sound of crackling logs in the hearth. It was here that a small group of friends decided to solve the mystery. There was Oliver, a young lad with a curious mind and a heart as big as the valley itself. His best friend, Pippa, whose quick wit was matched only by her gentle nature, and old Barnaby, the wise village storyteller, whose eyes twinkled with the secrets of many years. "I reckon," began Barnaby, his voice like a gentle rustle of leaves, "that there might be something more to this than mere mischief. We must be observant and patient, like the river waiting for the rain." Oliver and Pippa nodded, their eyes wide with anticipation. Together, they decided to keep watch that night, in the hope of catching a glimpse of the mysterious visitor. As the village settled into slumber, the trio found themselves nestled in the shadow of the great oak, its ancient branches stretching high into the starry sky. Wrapped in woolen blankets, they listened to the soft symphony of night, the chirping of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, and the gentle rustle of leaves. Hours passed, and just as Pippa stifled a yawn, a soft, shimmering light flickered at the edge of the woods. It danced and twirled like a will-o'-the-wisp, drawing closer to the village. "Look," whispered Oliver, pointing towards the light, his voice barely more than a breath. To their amazement, the light was not alone. Accompanying it was a small, graceful creature, a luminous sprite, known in legends to be the guardians of the forest. The sprite was a delicate figure, with wings that glimmered like moonlit rainbows and eyes as bright as the morning dew. The friends watched in awe as the luminous sprite flitted from house to house, collecting the very items that had gone missing. Yet, unlike a thief, the sprite handled each object with great care and reverence, as if it were gathering treasures for a noble purpose. Curiosity piqued and hearts filled with wonder, Oliver, Pippa, and Barnaby decided to follow the sprite into the woods. The forest was a tapestry of shadow and light, and their path was illuminated by the sprite's gentle glow. They moved quietly, careful not to disturb the peace of the night. Deeper into the woods they ventured, until they arrived at a secluded glade where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. Here they discovered the sprite's secret, a small, enchanted grove where a circle of other luminous sprites had gathered. In the center of the circle stood a magnificent creature, a moon-shadow deer, rare and revered for its ethereal beauty and wisdom. The moon-shadow deer lay on a bed of soft moss, its coat shimmering like the night sky. Around it, the sprites arranged the gathered items, loaves of bread, wooden spoons, golden threads, and apples, creating a small altar of offerings. The friends watched in silent amazement as the moon-shadow deer, with a gentle nod, bestowed its blessing upon the offerings. The air filled with a soft, harmonious melody, as if the forest itself was singing. Barnaby, wise in the ways of nature, softly explained, "The moon-shadow deer is preparing for the great migration across the starry paths. These offerings are tokens of goodwill, ensuring safe passage and bountiful blessings for the forest and our village." Understanding dawned on Oliver and Pippa, and they felt a warmth spreading through their hearts, a connection to the magic and harmony of the world around them. With the mystery unraveled, and the truth as beautiful as the stars above, the friends quietly returned to the village, their hearts light and their spirits lifted. The following morning, they shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with wonder and gratitude. From that day on, the villagers of Willowbrook embraced the luminous sprites as friends, and every year they prepared small offerings to aid the moon-shadow deer on its celestial journey. And so, the strange occurrences ceased to be a mystery, but became a cherished tradition, a gentle reminder of the unseen magic that wove through their lives, binding them together in a tapestry of friendship and understanding. Under the watchful eyes of the great oak, the village thrived in peace and prosperity, forever touched by the gentle glow of the luminous sprites and the wisdom of the moon-shadow deer. And as the sun set each evening, casting its golden light over the valley, the villagers knew that they were part of something far greater than themselves, a world where kindness and magic walked hand in hand. And so they lived, happily and harmoniously, in their enchanted corner of the world, where every ending was but a gentle beginning. Story 13. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young woman named Aveline. With hair the color of golden wheat and eyes as bright as the summer sky, she was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and kind heart. Yet Aveline struggled with change, clinging to the familiar comforts of her simple life. The village was a place where time seemed to stand still, with cobblestone paths winding through clusters of thatched cottages and fields buzzing with wildflowers. Aveline spent her days tending to the gardens that surrounded her home. She knew each plant by heart, nurturing them with the same care she offered to everyone she met. Her world was small, but it was hers, and she felt safe within its bounds. But deep within her heart, a whisper of yearning stirred, a call for something more, something unknown and magical. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and lavender, Aveline sat by the edge of the forest, tracing patterns in the soft earth. It was here that she noticed a peculiar glow emanating from the grove beyond, a shimmer of light that danced like fireflies in the twilight. Curiosity tugged at her heart, but the thought of venturing into the unknown filled her with apprehension. As Aveline hesitated, a gentle voice broke the silence. "Fear not the change, dear child, for it is the harbinger of growth." The voice belonged to an old woman named Marisol, the village's wise healer. With eyes twinkling like stars and a smile as warm as a summer breeze, Marisol had long been a source of wisdom and comfort to Aveline. "The forest holds many secrets," Marisol continued, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves, "and within it lies a magic that mirrors the journey of the soul." Intrigued yet still uncertain, Aveline nodded, grateful for the presence of her mentor. That night, as the village lay under a blanket of stars, Aveline's dreams were filled with visions of the enchanted grove and the promise of transformation. The following day, emboldened by Marisol's words, Aveline resolved to explore the forest. With a satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with essentials and a sprig of lavender for courage, she set forth into the wooded realm. The air was crisp and fragrant, alive with the songs of birds and the whispers of ancient trees. As she ventured deeper, the path became less defined, the light filtering through the canopy in dappled patterns. She felt a curious mix of trepidation and excitement, each step taking her further from the familiar and closer to the unknown. The forest seemed to pulse with an energy all its own, a living tapestry of life and mystery. Suddenly the path opened into a clearing, bathed in the gentle glow Aveline had seen from afar. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its bark shimmering with iridescent hues and its branches reaching skyward like arms in prayer. The air around it hummed with a quiet magic, a palpable sense of wonder. Aveline approached the tree, her heart pounding with awe and anticipation. As her fingers brushed against the smooth bark, she felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle reassurance that she was exactly where she needed to be. The tree seemed to whisper to her, its voice a melody of wind and wood. "Change is like the seasons," it murmured, "inevitable and beautiful in its own time. Embrace it, and you will find your true self." Around her, the clearing began to transform, the magic of the grove unfolding like petals of a flower. Colors brightened, flowers unfurled in vibrant blooms, and the air filled with the sweet scent of possibility. Aveline felt a shift within her, a blossoming of courage and understanding. In that moment, she realized that change was not something to fear, but a journey to be embraced. With each new experience, she would learn and grow, just as the forest did with every passing season. It was a lesson she would carry with her, woven into the fabric of her soul. Returning to the village, Aveline was greeted by Marisol, who smiled knowingly. "You have found your path," the healer said, her voice filled with pride. "Remember, dear one, that you are never alone on this journey. We are all part of the same tapestry, each thread contributing to the whole." Aveline nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound resolve. She understood now that change was not an end, but a beginning, a chance to discover the magic within herself and the world around her. From that day forward, Aveline embraced life with open arms, welcoming each new challenge as an opportunity for growth. The village flourished under her care, a reflection of the transformation she had undergone. And in the evenings, as the stars twinkled above, she would sit by the forest's edge, listening to the whispers of the trees and the gentle song of the night. For Aveline had learned the greatest lesson of all, that within the heart of every change lies the seed of possibility, waiting to blossom into something beautiful and true. And in embracing that change, she had found her own place in the world, a place where magic and reality danced hand in hand, creating a life of endless wonder and joy. Story 14. The Whispers of Willow Wood. In a village nestled between the verdant hills and the vast expanse of the Willow Wood, there lived a boy named Finn. The village was a quaint and quiet place where the air was always fresh, and the scent of wildflowers lingered like a gentle lullaby. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, each with their own tales of magic and mystery passed down through the generations. But none were as intriguing as the stories of the Willow Wood, a place said to hold secrets beyond imagination. Finn was a curious soul, with eyes that gleamed like polished stones and a heart that yearned for adventure. He had heard countless tales about the Willow Wood from the village elders, stories of a hidden world where time flowed differently and magic danced through the air like fireflies. Though warned to never wander too deep, Finn's sense of wonder often led him to the wood's edge, where he would sit and imagine the adventures that awaited beyond the dense curtain of leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast a golden light across the village, Finn found himself drawn to the wood once more. The leaves whispered with secrets, and the air was alive with the promise of discovery. As he stepped into the wood, a familiar path unfurled before him, winding through the towering trees like a ribbon of hope. The path seemed to beckon him deeper, promising mysteries yet to be uncovered. Finn's feet moved with a will of their own, carrying him further into the heart of the wood. The deeper he ventured, the more the world around him changed. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming a protective canopy overhead. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the sweet perfume of blooming flowers. It was as if the wood itself was alive, breathing, and aware of his presence. After walking for what seemed like hours, Finn stumbled upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. At the center stood an ancient willow tree, its gnarled trunk twisted with age and wisdom. The tree was magnificent, its branches cascading like a waterfall of emerald leaves. It was unlike any tree Finn had ever seen, its presence both commanding and comforting. As he approached, Finn noticed a peculiar object nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the light, as if the wood itself held a secret. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. He knelt beside the box, running his fingers over the smooth surface before carefully lifting the lid. Inside lay a shimmering stone unlike anything he had ever seen. It glowed softly, its surface swirling with colors that shifted like the hues of a sunset. As Finn picked up the stone, he felt a warmth spread through his fingers and into his heart, filling him with a sense of peace and connection to the world around him. Unbeknownst to Finn, the stone was a magical artifact, a gift from the willow wood itself. It held the power to reveal the hidden world within, a realm where time danced to a different tune, and nature sang its ancient songs. The stone would guide him on a journey of discovery, where he would learn the true meaning of friendship, courage, and the magic that dwells within every heart. With the stone in hand, Finn stood before the willow tree, feeling as if he had been chosen for something greater than himself. The whispers of the wood seemed to grow louder, urging him onward, and he knew that his adventure was only just beginning. The path ahead was uncertain, but Finn felt a newfound sense of purpose. With the stone's gentle glow lighting his way, he stepped forward into the unknown, ready to embrace the mysteries of the hidden world and the lessons it had to offer. The willow wood had opened its heart to him, and in return, he would discover the strength and wisdom that lay within his own. As Finn journeyed deeper into the wood, the world around him transformed. The trees stood taller, their trunks wrapped in shimmering vines that glowed softly in the dim light. The air was filled with the sound of rustling leaves, a symphony composed by the wind itself. It was a place of wonder, where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The stone in his hand pulsed gently, guiding him along a path that seemed to appear only when he needed it. It was as if the wood was alive, watching over him, ensuring that he never lost his way. As he walked, Finn marveled at the beauty surrounding him, the vibrant colors, the harmonious sounds, the feeling of being part of something much larger than himself. After hours of wandering, Finn arrived at the edge of a crystal-clear pond. The water sparkled in the sunlight, reflecting the colors of the sky above. It was a tranquil place, inviting him to pause and rest. As he sat by the water's edge, he noticed a peculiar creature watching him from the shadows. It was a small, fox-like being, its fur a brilliant orange-red, with eyes that twinkled like stars. The creature approached cautiously, its movements graceful and fluid. Finn held out his hand, and to his surprise, the creature nuzzled against his palm, a gesture of trust and friendship. "Hello there," Finn said softly, feeling a warmth spread through his chest. "Who might you be?" The creature tilted its head, as if considering its response. Then, to Finn's amazement, it spoke in a voice as soft as a breeze. "I am Lysander," the creature replied, "a guardian of the willow wood. And you, young traveler, are the one chosen by the stone." Finn's eyes widened in astonishment. "You can talk," he exclaimed, his voice filled with wonder. Lysander chuckled, a sound like the tinkling of chimes. "Indeed I can. The wood is full of surprises, and so am I. Tell me what brings you here." Finn hesitated, glancing at the stone in his hand. "I found this in the roots of the great willow tree," he explained. "I felt drawn to this place, as if it was calling to me." Lysander nodded, his eyes sparkling with understanding. "The stone is a gift from the wood, a guide to help you uncover its secrets. It has chosen you for a reason, and I am here to assist you on your journey." Finn felt a surge of gratitude and excitement. With Lysander by his side, he sensed that he was on the brink of an adventure unlike any other. Together, they would explore the hidden world within the willow wood, learning its wonders and discovering the truths that lay within. As the days passed, Finn and Lysander journeyed deeper into the wood, guided by the stone's gentle glow. They encountered many wonders along the way, glades filled with luminescent flowers, streams that sang with the voices of ancient spirits and creatures that defied explanation. The wood was a place of enchantment, where the ordinary became extraordinary and the impossible became possible. It was a realm where time flowed like the currents of a river, carrying them ever onward toward the heart of the hidden world. Throughout their journey, Finn and Lysander faced challenges that tested their courage and resilience. They encountered thorny brambles that blocked their path, raging storms that threatened to sweep them away, and illusions that sought to lead them astray. But through it all, their friendship grew stronger, a bond forged by trust and shared experiences. Lysander's wisdom and insight guided Finn, helping him to see beyond the surface and understand the true nature of the wood. In return, Finn's unwavering determination and open heart inspired Lysander, reminding him of the beauty and wonder of the world they were exploring together. Their adventures led them to the heart of the Willow Wood, a place where the air was thick with magic and the trees whispered ancient secrets. It was here that they discovered the truth of the hidden world, a land where harmony reigned, where nature and magic were one and the same. The lessons they learned along the way were many and varied. They discovered the importance of empathy and understanding, the value of perseverance and courage, and the power of friendship to overcome even the greatest of challenges. As their journey came to an end, Finn felt a profound sense of fulfillment and peace. The Willow Wood had opened his eyes to the wonders of the world and the magic that dwelled within every heart. He knew that he would carry these lessons with him always, a reminder of the incredible adventure he had shared with Lysander. With a heart full of gratitude, Finn bid farewell to the hidden world, knowing that it would always be a part of him. As he stepped back into the village, he carried with him the memories of his journey, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the magic of the Willow Wood. And so, the boy who had once stood on the edge of the wood, dreaming of adventure, had returned home a changed person, wiser, braver, and more connected to the world around him. The whispers of the Willow Wood would forever echo in his heart, guiding him on the path of life and reminding him of the magic that exists in every moment. In the days that followed, Finn shared his stories with the villagers, recounting the wonders of the hidden world and the lessons he had learned. His tales captivated the hearts and minds of those who listened, inspiring them to see the beauty and magic in their own lives. The village, once quiet and unassuming, became a place of imagination and wonder, where the spirit of the Willow Wood lived on in the hearts of its people. And Finn, with Lysander by his side, continued to explore the world beyond the village, seeking out new adventures and sharing the magic of the wood with all who would listen. As the sun set over the hills, casting a warm glow across the land, Finn stood at the edge of the wood, gazing at the path that had led him to the hidden world. He felt a sense of peace and contentment, knowing that the magic of the Willow Wood would always be a part of him, a guiding light on his journey through life. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Finn turned away from the wood, ready to embrace whatever the future might hold. The whispers of the Willow Wood faded into the distance, a gentle reminder of the adventure that had changed his life forever. In time, the stories of Finn's journey became a cherished part of the village's lore, passed down through generations as a testament to the power of courage, friendship, and the magic that lies within us all. And though the hidden world remained a mystery to most, its spirit lived on in the hearts of those who believed in the wonder and beauty of the world around them. And so, dear reader, as you drift into slumber, let the whispers of the Willow Wood guide your dreams, reminding you of the magic that exists in every corner of the world and within your own heart. For in the quiet moments of life, when the world seems still and serene, you may find that the hidden world is never truly far away, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it out. As you close your eyes and let the warmth of the story envelop you, remember that the adventure never truly ends. The magic of the Willow Wood is always with you, a constant companion on the journey of life, whispering its secrets and guiding you toward the wonders that await. So sleep well, dear dreamer, and let the magic of the Willow Wood fill your heart with peace and wonder, reminding you of the beauty and possibility that surrounds us all. For in the end, it is the stories we tell and the adventures we share that light the way, guiding us ever onward toward the unknown, where the magic of life awaits. Story 15. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the streams giggled with the tickle of stones, lived a peculiar village named Tinkerville. This village was unlike any other, for it was inhabited by an assortment of quirky, endearing creatures who thrived on joy, laughter, and a sprinkle of magic. At the edge of Tinkerville, nestled under the branches of an ancient willow, was a cozy little cottage. In this cottage lived a wise and whimsical old elf named Fiddlewink. Fiddlewink had twinkling eyes that seemed to dance with secrets, and a beard that flowed like a silver river. His most treasured possession was a shimmering, multicolored cloak that changed hues with his moods. Fiddlewink wasn't alone in his cozy abode. His companion was a sprightly squirrel named Pippin, who wore a tiny patchwork vest and loved to collect the shiniest acorns in the forest. Pippin was known for his boundless energy and the delightful habit of bursting into song at unexpected moments, which always made the flowers sway to his tunes. One crisp morning, as the first rays of sunlight painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Fiddlewink sat sipping his herbal tea. Pippin, as usual, was nibbling on an acorn while humming a merry tune. Suddenly, an unusual thing happened. The morning light, instead of simply bathing the village in its warm glow, began to shimmer and ripple, casting rainbows across the sky. "Oh my," chuckled Fiddlewink, peering out of the window. "It seems the magic of Tinkerville is in a playful mood today." But as the day unfolded, it became clear that something was amiss. The sunbeams had taken on a life of their own, swirling and twirling, causing gentle chaos. They tickled the noses of sleeping owls, who hooted in surprise, and tangled in the branches, making the trees giggle and sway like dancers at a festival. The villagers gathered in the town square, their faces a mix of amusement and confusion. There was Whisker, the tabby cat with a penchant for knitting, who had somehow found her yarn transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. And there was Glimmer, the tiny fairy with wings like stained glass, who fluttered about trying to catch the elusive beams of light, laughing all the while. Fiddlewink and Pippin joined the gathering, pondering the conundrum. The sunbeams, full of mischief, continued their antics, causing hats to float away and teacups to play musical notes. "Perhaps we should ask the great oak for advice," suggested Whisker, her voice as soft as a purr. The great oak was the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, its branches stretching towards the heavens, shelter to creatures big and small. With a nod of agreement, the villagers set off towards the great oak, the sunbeams trailing behind them like a curious parade. As they approached the majestic tree, its leaves rustled with a knowing whisper. "Great oak," called Fiddlewink, bowing respectfully. "The sunbeams are frolicking wildly today. Do you know how we might coax them back to their gentle ways?" The great oak creaked softly, its voice a deep, resonant echo. "Ah, the sunbeams are young and full of mischief, seeking a new adventure," it rumbled. "To soothe their playfulness, you must find the melody of harmony, hidden within the Forest of Dreams." "The Forest of Dreams?" exclaimed Pippin, his eyes wide with excitement. "I've always wanted to visit there." "But how will we find the melody of harmony?" asked Glimmer, her wings fluttering with anticipation. "The melody resides in the heart of the forest, where the dreaming river flows," the great oak explained. "Listen closely, and it will guide you." With renewed determination, the villagers set forth, their path illuminated by the twinkling sunbeams. The journey was filled with wonder as they ventured deeper into the Forest of Dreams. Trees with bark like velvet whispered secrets, and flowers with petals of moonlight glowed softly in the shade. Along the way, they met a curious band of fireflies who danced in intricate patterns, lighting the path with their gentle glow. The fireflies offered to guide them to the dreaming river, and the villagers gratefully followed their shimmering trail. At last they reached the river, its waters glistening like liquid stars. The sound of the melody of harmony drifted through the air, a song so sweet and serene that it wrapped around the villagers like a warm embrace. Fiddlewink, with his cloak now glowing a deep, soothing blue, stepped forward. He began to hum along, his voice blending with the melody. One by one, the villagers joined in, their voices weaving together in a harmonious chorus that resonated through the forest. The sunbeams, captivated by the enchanting tune, began to dance more gently, their mischievous energy slowly calming. They swirled gracefully above the river, their light softening into a peaceful glow. As the melody echoed through the trees, the villagers felt a warm, comforting peace settle over them. The sunbeams, having had their fill of adventure, returned to the sky, their playful antics replaced by a gentle, golden light that bathed Tinkerville in tranquility. With the sunbeams returned to their rightful place, the villagers made their way back home, their hearts light and their spirits lifted. Fiddlewink and Pippin, their task complete, stood at the edge of the whispering woods, watching as the village settled into a serene slumber. "That was quite an adventure," said Pippin with a happy sigh, snuggling into Fiddlewink's shoulder. "Indeed it was," replied Fiddlewink, his eyes twinkling with contentment. "And perhaps, just perhaps, we'll have more adventures to come." With that, they turned back to their cozy cottage, the night embracing them in its starry cloak. The leaves of the ancient willow rustled softly in the breeze, and the forest, content and at peace, sang a gentle lullaby to Tinkerville. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the village slept, cradled in the warmth of friendship and the magic of a day well spent. Story 16. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the leaves whispered old secrets and the air was sweet with the scent of moss and pine, there existed a world unseen by most eyes. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, bound by the gentle, rhythmic pulse of the earth. Here, the creatures thrived in a delicate balance, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. As the first golden rays of dawn kissed the forest canopy, a gentle rustling stirred the underbrush. Out from beneath a fern frond, a small hedgehog named Bramble emerged. His quills glistened with dew, and his eyes, like two polished onyx stones, sparkled with curiosity. Bramble was known among his friends for his thoughtful demeanor and keen sense of adventure. Nearby, a family of rabbits stretched and yawned, their soft fur brushed by the morning breeze. The gentle matriarch of the warren, Willow, greeted Bramble with a soft nuzzle, her whiskers tickling his nose. "Good morning, Bramble," she chirped, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "The forest feels particularly alive today, doesn't it?" Bramble nodded, taking a deep breath of the crisp morning air. "Indeed it does, Willow. I sense something magical in the air, as if the forest is whispering a secret waiting to be discovered." High above, the sun continued its ascent, painting the sky with hues of rose and amber, while a chorus of birds began their melodious symphony. Each note seemed to weave a spell of peace, wrapping the forest in a comforting embrace. Bramble and Willow set off along a winding path that led deeper into the forest. The ground beneath them was a soft carpet of fallen leaves and pine needles, which crunched gently underfoot. As they walked, the dappled sunlight danced around them, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. In the heart of this enchanted forest stood the ancient oak, a tree so old and wise that its branches stretched towards the heavens, and its roots tunneled deep into the earth, connecting all life within the forest. The creatures of the forest revered the ancient oak, believing it to be the keeper of the forest's wisdom, passed down through countless generations. As Bramble and Willow approached the tree, they noticed a gathering of creatures beneath its sprawling canopy. A wise old owl named Sage perched on one of the lower branches, his feathers a mottled tapestry of brown and gray, blending seamlessly with the bark of the tree. Sage unfurled his wings, and a hush fell over the assembly. "Today we come together to honor the turning of the seasons," he began, his voice resonant and soothing. "The forest is alive with the magic of change, and with it comes the promise of renewal." A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying the scent of earth and wood. The creatures listened attentively as Sage continued. "Each season brings its own gifts and challenges. It is through understanding and harmony with these changes that we maintain the balance of our world." As the owl spoke, Bramble felt a warmth growing in his chest, a connection to the earth beneath his paws and the ancient wisdom of the forest. He knew that the forest's harmony was a delicate dance, each creature playing its part in the cycle of life. Suddenly the sky darkened as a flock of clouds rolled in, casting a shadow over the gathering. The wind picked up, swirling around the ancient oak, and with it came a flurry of delicate, fragile snowflakes, the first of the season. The creatures looked up in wonder, their breath visible in the cool air. The snowflakes seemed to twinkle like tiny stars, settling gently on the ground, transforming the forest into a winter wonderland. Sage chuckled softly, a sound like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "And so, the winter solstice arrives," he said, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "Let us embrace the magic of the season, for it teaches us the beauty of rest and reflection." The creatures nodded, understanding that the winter was a time for stillness, for gathering strength and dreaming of new beginnings. Bramble felt a sense of peace wash over him, knowing that the forest would continue to thrive, guided by the wisdom of the ancient oak and the harmony of its inhabitants. Together, the creatures celebrated the arrival of winter, their voices mingling in song, a gentle melody that echoed through the trees. As the snow continued to fall, blanketing the forest in a soft white quilt, Bramble and Willow returned to their homes, hearts warmed by the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves. In the days that followed, the forest settled into its winter slumber, a time of quiet beauty and reflection. Beneath the snow, life continued, each creature playing its part in the eternal cycle of the seasons. And as the days gradually lengthened, the promise of spring whispered through the forest, a reminder that every end is but a new beginning. Thus, the hidden lives of the natural creatures of the ancient forest continued, each day a testament to the power of harmony and balance, guided by the gentle wisdom passed down through the ages. And as long as the ancient oak stood sentinel, the forest would remain a haven of peace and magic, a world where dreams took flight on the wings of the seasons. Story 17. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets known only to the wind, there lived a young woman named Marin. Her cottage lay nestled among towering oaks and pines, their branches intertwining like old friends sharing stories. Marin's days were filled with the comforting routine of tending her garden, where vibrant flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, painting the air with their sweet fragrance. Yet, beneath the surface of her quiet life, Marin felt a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if a gentle stirring of leaves in the breeze called her to something beyond the familiar paths woven through the woods. Change was afoot, but Marin, like many, found herself hesitant to embrace it. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees, Marin noticed something unusual tucked under the roots of an ancient oak. It was an egg, but not just any egg. Its shell shimmered with an ethereal light, shifting colors like the opalescent wings of a dragonfly. Curious and careful, Marin gathered the egg into a woven basket lined with soft moss, feeling its warmth seep through her fingers. That evening, as the hearth crackled with a warm fire, Marin placed the egg on her table. She watched it, mesmerized, as shadows danced across its iridescent surface. She wondered what lay within, and felt a strange kinship with the uncracked shell, for she too felt on the cusp of transformation. Days turned into weeks, and the egg grew brighter, its glow a beacon in the twilight of Marin's evenings. During this time, Marin found solace in the company of her friends, an elder owl named Ambrose, whose eyes held the light of countless stars, and a gentle fox, Lyra, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves. They visited often, drawn by the egg's mysterious presence and Marin's quiet companionship. As the first snowflakes drifted down to blanket the earth, Marin awoke one night to the sound of a soft, rhythmic tapping. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she hurried to the table. There, to her wonder, the egg was hatching. Fine cracks appeared across its surface, each one releasing a soft glow. Marin held her breath, her heart a flutter of anticipation. With a final, gentle push, the shell gave way to reveal a tiny creature unlike any Marin had seen. It was a dragon, but not the fierce kind of legend. This dragon was small, its scales shimmering like moonlit water, eyes bright and curious. As it unfurled its wings, delicate as cobwebs in the morning dew, Marin felt a warmth spread through her, a stirring of hope and possibility. The dragon chirped, a melodious sound that filled the room with joy. Marin laughed, her earlier fears of change dissolving like shadows in the morning sun. She named the dragon Astra, for its birth felt like a new constellation in her life's sky. With Astra by her side, Marin began to explore the forest beyond her usual paths. The dragon's presence seemed to awaken the magic in the world around her. Trees bent their branches to offer shade, streams sang with a clarity that rang through the air, and flowers bloomed in colors she had never imagined. One day, as Marin and Astra wandered deeper into the forest, they came upon a clearing lit by the soft glow of twilight. In the center stood a tree unlike any other, its bark glistening like silver, leaves a deep, velvety purple. Marin approached, feeling a pull in her heart, as if the tree whispered her name. Lyra appeared at her side, her eyes wise and knowing. "This is the tree of reflection," she explained, her voice gentle as a lullaby. "It shows us who we are deep inside and what we might become." Intrigued, Marin stepped closer and touched the tree's bark. The world around her faded, and she found herself gazing into visions of her own life. She saw herself as a child, playing in the forest, carefree and full of wonder. She saw the moment she found Astra's egg, the spark of curiosity and courage it had ignited within her. But then she saw something more, herself, older and wiser, walking paths she had yet to tread, sharing her love of the forest and its magic with others. She saw a future shaped not by fear of change, but by the embrace of it, where each transformation was a step toward becoming more fully herself. When the vision faded, Marin stepped back, her heart full and light. Around her, the forest seemed to hum with approval. Marin understood now that change was not something to fear, but a journey to welcome. Each moment of transformation was like the opening of Astra's egg, a new beginning waiting to be born. With this realization, Marin returned to her cottage with Astra. Her days took on a new rhythm, one that danced to the tune of growth and discovery. She found joy in the simple moments, tending her garden, exploring with Astra and her friends, learning from the whispers of the ancient trees. Through her journey, Marin learned that personal growth was a magical transformation in itself. Like the forest in which she lived, she was ever-changing, ever-blooming. With each new leaf unfurling in her life, she found strength in the gentle support of those around her and wisdom in the quiet moments of reflection. As winter melted into spring, the forest shrugged off its snowy cloak, revealing a world reborn. Marin, too, felt renewed, her heart open to the endless possibilities that lay before her. With Astra perched on her shoulder, she knew she was ready to embrace whatever came next, guided by the light of friendship, the magic of change, and the beauty of personal discovery. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of stars and the gentle rustle of leaves, Marin's story continued, a tale woven into the tapestry of the forest itself, where every ending was but a new beginning, and every transformation a step along the path of life. Story 18. Once upon a time, in a world where dreams and reality danced together, there lived a young girl named Willow. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like dewdrops on a spring morning, Willow had a heart filled with boundless curiosity and a spirit that yearned for adventure. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow lay snuggled in her cozy bed, she heard a faint rustling outside her window. Peering through the glass, she caught a glimpse of a tiny, glowing creature fluttering among the fallen leaves. Willow watched in awe as the creature's wings shimmered like stardust, casting a mesmerizing glow upon the darkened forest beyond her bedroom window. Enchanted by this ethereal sight, Willow felt an irresistible urge to follow the luminous being. She slipped out of bed, donned her warmest cloak, and tiptoed into the cool night air, her bare feet crunching upon the carpet of crimson and gold leaves. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the creature's radiant trail guided her path, leading her towards a hidden hollow at the heart of the ancient forest. There, nestled among the gnarled roots of a towering oak tree, Willow discovered a tiny door, no larger than her hand, carved into the bark. Curiosity overriding her initial hesitation, Willow knelt down and gently pushed open the miniature door, revealing a shimmering portal that beckoned her inside. Without a moment's doubt, she crawled through the enchanted entrance and found herself transported to a breathtaking realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. Willow found herself surrounded by a lush, verdant landscape where every tree, flower, and blade of grass seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Crystal-clear streams trickled melodiously, their waters sparkling like liquid diamonds. Whimsical creatures, tiny fairies, mischievous pixies, and gentle sprites flitted among the vibrant foliage, their laughter echoing like delicate wind chimes. As Willow wandered through this wondrous world, she encountered a wise old oak tree spirit who introduced himself as Oakengard, the guardian of this enchanted realm. With a warm, creaking voice and eyes that twinkled like amber in the dappled sunlight, Oakengard welcomed Willow and revealed the secrets of this hidden paradise. "This is the Wildwood, child," he explained, "a realm that exists in harmony with the natural world, sheltered from the hurried pace of human life. Here magic flows through every branch and root, nurturing the harmony between all living things." Willow listened with rapt attention as Oakengard shared tales of the Wildwood's ancient history and the delicate balance that sustained this magical sanctuary. She learned of the powerful yet gentle Fae folk who tended to the land and the sacred duty they upheld to protect the Wildwood from any harm. As the days passed, Willow became immersed in the ways of the Wildwood, her sense of wonder growing with each new discovery. She befriended a mischievous sprite named Glow, who taught her the secret language of the forest and how to communicate with the creatures that dwelled within its emerald depths. Together, Willow and Glow embarked on countless adventures, exploring crystalline grottos, soaring through the canopy on the backs of dragonflies, and even attending a grand fairy ball where they danced under the stars to the melodious strains of music spun from moonbeams. Yet, as wondrous as the Wildwood was, Willow soon realized that even this enchanted realm faced dangers. One day, while wandering near the edge of the forest, she stumbled upon a dark, ominous presence that seemed to leech the very life from the surrounding vegetation. Fearful yet determined, Willow sought out Oakengard and learned of a terrible blight that threatened to corrupt the Wildwood's magic. A sinister force, born from the greed and neglect of the human world, had begun to seep into the enchanted realm, poisoning the land and causing the Fae folk to grow weak and disheartened. With Glow's unwavering support and the guidance of the ancient oak spirit, Willow embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of this blight and find a way to heal the Wildwood before it was too late. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the forest, where they encountered strange and wondrous creatures, both friendly and fearsome, each with their own secrets to share. Along the way, Willow discovered an ancient artifact, a glimmering crystal shard imbued with the pure essence of the Wildwood's magic. Oakengard revealed that this shard, combined with the unwavering belief of a pure heart, could banish the blight and restore balance to the enchanted realm. With renewed determination, Willow and her loyal companions faced countless challenges, from treacherous riddles posed by mischievous trolls to harrowing battles against twisted, corrupted creatures that had succumbed to the blight's influence. Through it all, Willow's courage and compassion never wavered, and her belief in the beauty and resilience of the Wildwood only grew stronger. She forged unbreakable bonds of friendship with the Fae folk, who marveled at her selfless devotion to their cherished home. Finally, after a perilous journey that tested the limits of her strength and resolve, Willow stood before the epicenter of the blight, a dark, pulsating mass of malignant energy that threatened to consume the entire Wildwood. With the crystal shard clenched in her hand and the unwavering support of her friends surrounding her, Willow closed her eyes and focused every ounce of her belief and love for the enchanted realm. In a blinding flash of radiant light, the shard unleashed its pure magic, vanquishing the blight and restoring the Wildwood to its former glory. As the last tendrils of darkness dissipated, the land erupted in a vibrant celebration of life. Flowers bloomed in a riot of color, streams danced merrily, and the Fae folk rejoiced, their laughter and song filling the air with joy. In that moment, Willow realized that her journey had not only saved the Wildwood, but had also transformed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had discovered the true power of belief, friendship, and perseverance, and had become a champion of hope in the face of adversity. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant hues of gold and crimson, Willow bid a tearful farewell to her cherished friends in the Wildwood. Oakengard bestowed upon her a parting gift, a glittering acorn that contained the essence of the enchanted realm's magic. Whenever you feel lost or discouraged, child, the ancient oak spirit whispered, simply hold this acorn close and let the magic of the wildwood fill your heart with wonder and courage once more. With a final embrace from Glow and the grateful cheers of the Fey folk echoing in her ears, Willow stepped back through the tiny portal, emerging into the familiar world she had once called home. Yet, she was no longer the same girl who had ventured into the forest on that fateful autumn night. Willow carried within her the knowledge that magic existed all around, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and unwavering belief. From that day forward, Willow's eyes remained forever open to the wonders of the world, and her spirit forever entwined with the enchanting realm of the wildwood, a place where dreams took flight, friendship knew no bounds, and the magic of belief could conquer even the darkest of shadows. Story 19. In a quaint village nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming elderflowers, lived a young girl named Mira. She had hair the color of chestnuts freshly fallen in autumn and eyes as bright as the morning sky. Mira was known throughout her village for her curiosity and her heart, which was as warm and open as the hearth in her family's cozy cottage. One crisp afternoon, when the sun seemed to paint the world with golden hues, Mira stumbled upon a peculiar little shop at the edge of the village. It was a place she had never noticed before, tucked behind a veil of ivy and the soft song of wind chimes. The sign above the door read, "The Curious Curio." Intrigued, Mira pushed open the creaky door, which let out a friendly chime. Inside the shop was a treasure trove of wonders and oddities. Shelves lined the walls, filled with trinkets that glimmered and gleamed. There were intricate clocks that ticked in reverse, bottles of swirling colors that whispered secrets when uncorked, and books that fluttered their pages as if eager to share their stories. As Mira wandered through this enchanting labyrinth, her eyes caught the glint of something unusual, a small, unassuming wooden box tucked away in a corner. It was plain and worn, yet it seemed to hum with a quiet magic. Drawn to it, Mira lifted the box carefully. The moment she did, the box glowed softly, as if acknowledging her touch. Curiosity bubbling within her, Mira opened the box. Inside lay a delicate silver key, intricately carved with patterns that danced and shimmered in the light. As her fingers brushed against the key, a gentle warmth spread from it, filling her with a sense of calm and wonder. The shop's owner, a wise old woman named Anwen, appeared beside her with a serene smile. "Ah, my dear," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "You have found the key of whispers. It chooses its keeper wisely." Mira looked up at Anwen with wide eyes. "What does it unlock?" she asked, her voice a blend of awe and excitement. Anwen chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "It unlocks a journey, my dear, a journey to discover the stories hidden in the world around you. But remember, the true magic lies not in the key itself, but in the hearts it touches and the wisdom it uncovers." With the key in hand, Mira embarked on a journey through her village, guided by whispers only she could hear. The key led her to hidden corners and forgotten paths, each revealing a new story or a long-lost secret. She met an array of companions along the way, each with their own unique sparkle. There was Finn, the kind-hearted baker who shared tales of ancient recipes and the comforting magic of bread. He taught Mira that sometimes the simplest acts of kindness hold the greatest power. Then there was Lila, the gentle gardener who showed her the hidden language of plants and the harmony of nature. From Lila, Mira learned the art of patience and the beauty of nurturing life. As Mira traveled, she faced a challenge that required not strength but wisdom. The village's ancient well, a source of life and stories, had grown silent. Its waters no longer sang, and the villagers feared its magic was lost. Mira sat by the well, listening to its silence. Closing her eyes, she let the whispers of the key guide her heart. She understood then that the well needed to be reminded of the stories it had once held dear. Gathering the villagers, she encouraged them to share their tales, stories of love, laughter, and dreams. As their voices filled the air, the well began to hum softly, its waters bubbling with renewed life. The village rejoiced, and Mira felt a warmth within her heart greater than she had ever known. She realized that the key had not only unlocked the secrets of the village, but had also opened her eyes to the magic within herself and those around her. With the well restored, Mira returned the key to Anwen, though it had become a part of her in many ways. Anwen smiled gently, her eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, dear Mira. Remember, the true key lies within you, and its whispers will always guide you." As the sun set over the village, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Mira walked home, her heart full and her spirit light. She knew that her journey of discovery was just beginning, and with each step she carried the gentle magic of the world within her. And so, Mira's story became part of the village's whispering winds, a tale of wonder and wisdom that would be told by the crackling firesides for generations to come. Story 20. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the emerald canopy stretched like a vast living tapestry, the sunlight filtered through leaves, casting a gentle, dappled glow upon the forest floor. Here, in this enchanted realm where whispers of magic danced on the breeze, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, guided by the rhythms of nature and the wisdom of ages. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the patterns of countless seasons. Thistle was revered by the inhabitants of the forest for his knowledge of the land and the secrets of the natural world. His days were spent in quiet contemplation by the banks of the crystal-clear Whispering Brook, where he would listen to the tales carried by its waters. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves transformed into a vibrant mosaic of gold and crimson, Thistle noticed an unusual stillness in the air. The forest seemed to hold its breath, as if in anticipation of something significant. With a gentle sigh, the tortoise made his way through the carpet of fallen leaves to the Glimmering Glade, a sacred meeting place for the creatures of the forest. There, under the watchful eyes of ancient oak trees, the community gathered. The deer, with their graceful movements, the playful foxes with their bright, curious eyes, and the birds, whose songs filled the air like a symphony, all came together. At the center of the gathering stood a young hare named Willow, her fur as soft and gray as the clouds that scudded across the sky. Willow's eyes were wide with concern as she addressed the assembly. "Friends," she began, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves, "I have seen strange happenings near the edge of our forest. The seasons seem confused, and the balance we cherish is at risk. The flowers bloom out of turn, and the chill of winter lingers longer than it should." The creatures murmured among themselves, their voices mingling with the rustle of the wind. Thistle, sensing the gravity of the situation, spoke in a voice that rolled through the glade like distant thunder. "We must uncover the source of this disturbance," he said. "It is time to seek the wisdom of the guardian of seasons, who dwells atop the misty peak." The journey to the misty peak was one few dared to undertake, for it was a place where the veil between the natural and the magical was thinnest. Yet the creatures knew that balance must be restored. So with determination in their hearts, Willow and Thistle, accompanied by a small band of forest friends, set forth on their quest. As they traveled deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and the canopy above thickened, filtering the sunlight into soft emerald hues. The path was lined with ancient ferns, their fronds unfurling like delicate emerald lace, and the sweet scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. At nightfall, the group rested beneath the twinkling canopy of stars, their gentle light mirrored by the glow of fireflies flitting about like tiny lanterns. They shared stories and warmth, and Thistle recounted tales of past journeys, reminding them of the strength found in unity and friendship. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, they resumed their journey, climbing higher until the air was crisp and the mist swirled around them like a silken shroud. At last, they reached the summit of the misty peak, where the guardian of seasons awaited them. The guardian was a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with leaves that changed with the seasons. His eyes, deep and knowing, reflected the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome," he intoned, his voice resonating like the gentle rumble of distant thunder. "What brings you to my realm?" Willow stepped forward, her heart steady. "Great guardian," she said, "the balance of our forest is threatened. The seasons shift unpredictably, and we seek your guidance to restore harmony." The guardian nodded, his gaze turning thoughtful. The balance of nature is delicate, he began, and is influenced by both the seen and the unseen. There is a place where the threads of time and the essence of life intersect, a hidden grove known as the Heart of Seasons. It is there that the flow of time has been disturbed. Thistle listened intently, understanding the significance of their mission. "How may we mend what is broken?" he asked. "The Heart of Seasons must be healed by an act of pure harmony," the guardian replied. "A song, woven from the voices of all the forest, must be sung in unison. It is a song of unity, a melody that echoes the essence of our shared existence." With newfound purpose, the group descended the misty peak, their path illuminated by the guardian's wisdom. As they traveled back through the forest, they gathered the creatures who could lend their voices to this sacred song. The birds, with their myriad calls, the rustling leaves, the babbling brook, and even the whispering wind, all were needed to create the symphony of life. On the eve of the full moon, the creatures assembled at the Heart of Seasons, a hidden grove where time seemed to stand still. The air was filled with anticipation, a tangible hum of energy that resonated through the earth. As the moon cast its silvery glow over the grove, Willow and Thistle led the song, their voices joined by all the creatures of the forest. The melody rose into the night, a gentle crescendo that danced among the stars. It was a song of beginnings and endings, of cycles and renewal, woven from the threads of life itself. As the last notes faded into the stillness, a profound peace settled over the grove. The guardian of seasons appeared once more, his presence a gentle breeze that whispered through the leaves. "You have restored the balance," he said, his voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "The forest will once again thrive in harmony, guided by the rhythms of the natural world." With their mission complete, the creatures returned to their homes, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had preserved the magic of their beloved forest. As the seasons turned, the forest flourished, each day a testament to the power of unity and the wisdom shared between generations. And so, the story of the ancient verdant wood forest and its hidden lives continued, a tale woven into the tapestry of time, a reminder that even the smallest voices can create a symphony of harmony when joined together in friendship and love. Story 21. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees seemed to lean in close, sharing secrets with the wind, there was a small village named Willow Grove. This was no ordinary village, for here, magic thrived in the everyday. The lanterns that lined the cobbled paths glowed with a soft blue hue, their light fueled by tiny luminescent sprites. The air was perfumed with the scent of blooming night blooms, whose petals unfurled only under the moon's gentle gaze. In this enchanting place lived a young villager named Finn. He had a curious mind and eyes that sparkled with the desire to understand the world around him. Finn lived with his grandmother, a wise old woman who knew the stories of the forest and the magic that wove through their lives like a golden thread. One quiet evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of orange and pink, Finn noticed something peculiar. The luminous sprites that usually danced joyfully around the lanterns were missing. The lanterns flickered dimly, as if they were sleepy candles about to extinguish. "Grandmother," Finn called, as he gently shut the door against the cool night breeze. "The sprites aren't in the lanterns. What could have happened?" His grandmother, who was knitting by the fire, looked up with a thoughtful expression. "Ah, Finn," she said, her voice as soothing as the warm glow of the hearth. "Sprites are sensitive creatures. Perhaps something has unsettled them." Finn nodded, his curiosity piqued. He decided to seek out the wise old owl, Orin, who lived in the ancient oak at the edge of the village. Orin was known for his vast knowledge and his calm, reassuring presence. As Finn made his way through the village, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot and the distant hoot of an owl made the night feel alive with quiet wonder. He reached the ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching out like welcoming arms. "Good evening, Orin," Finn called softly into the night, looking up into the tree's shadowed canopy. Orin fluttered down with a gentle flap of his wings, his eyes gleaming like polished amber in the moonlight. "Ah, young Finn," the owl greeted, settling on a low branch. "What mysteries bring you here at this hour?" Finn explained the absence of the sprites, his voice tinged with concern. Orin listened patiently, nodding his head sagely. Sprites are indeed sensitive, Orin mused, but they are also drawn to joy and harmony. If they have vanished, perhaps it is because something has disrupted the balance. But what could it be? Finn wondered aloud, glancing back towards the village. The lanterns flickered weakly in the distance. Orin ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. To solve this mystery, we must first observe. Let us see if the forest can provide any clues. Together, they ventured into the heart of the whispering wood. The trees whispered secrets to the night, their leaves rustling softly overhead. Finn followed Orin's lead, pausing now and then to listen to the forest's symphony. As they walked, they noticed something unusual. The normally vibrant wildflowers that lined the forest paths were drooping, their colors dull and lifeless. Finn knelt by a patch of wilting blossoms, gently touching a petal. "I wonder what's causing this," he murmured. Orin perched on a nearby branch, watching with wise, unblinking eyes. "The forest mirrors the village, young Finn. If the flowers fade, perhaps the joy of the sprites has too." Finn nodded, deep in thought. "We must find what disrupts this harmony." As they continued through the woods, they came upon a small clearing bathed in moonlight. In its center stood a sparkling spring, its waters usually singing a cheerful tune. But tonight the melody was muted, almost mournful. Finn approached the spring, his reflection wavering on the water's surface. As he bent closer, he noticed something shimmering amongst the stones at the water's edge. It was a tiny silver key, glinting in the moon's glow. He picked it up, feeling its cool metal against his skin. "A key," he said, showing it to Orin. "But to what?" Orin's eyes twinkled with intrigue. "A key is often a symbol of potential, young Finn. Perhaps it unlocks more than a door. It may be the key to our mystery." Clutching the key, Finn and Orin returned to Willow Grove. The village was quiet, the dim lanterns casting long shadows over cobblestones. Finn's grandmother was waiting by the door, her knitting set aside. "Did you find anything, Finn?" she asked, a gentle smile on her lips. Finn showed her the key, explaining its discovery. "I think it might lead us to the answer." His grandmother nodded, her eyes knowing. "The key is just the beginning. Let your heart guide you, and the path will reveal itself." Encouraged, Finn decided to visit the village's heart, where stood the great tree, a towering oak that held the village's collective memories and magic in its ancient boughs. It was said that the great tree whispered to those who listened with open hearts. Under its sprawling branches, Finn paused, holding the silver key close. "Great tree," he whispered, "could you help us understand?" For a moment, the air was still. Then a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, and a soft melodic hum filled the air. The great tree was singing, its song resonant with wisdom and warmth. As Finn listened, an image formed in his mind, a vision of the village gathering, laughter and joy lighting up faces as music and stories filled the air. And there, hidden among the roots of the great tree, was a small, forgotten box. It was locked, its surface etched with mysterious runes. Finn's heart quickened with understanding. The box! It must be the source of the village's lost harmony. He shared his vision with Orin, who nodded knowingly. "Let us find this box," Orin urged, his wings fluttering with anticipation. With renewed purpose, Finn searched among the sprawling roots of the great tree, feeling the rough bark under his fingers. At last he found the box, its wood smooth and cool. Carefully he fitted the silver key into the lock and turned it. The box opened with a soft click, revealing a collection of delicate, glistening objects. Each one was a tiny bell, crafted from silver and imbued with a gentle magic that sang of joy and laughter. Finn understood at once. "These bells, they hold the harmony of our village." Orin nodded, his eyes reflecting the moon's gentle light. "They must be rung together to awaken the joy that slumbers." With great care, Finn carried the bells to the village square, where the lanterns flickered weakly. As he gently rang them, a sweet, harmonious melody filled the night, echoing through the village and into the whispering wood. The transformation was immediate. The lanterns brightened, their blue glow vibrant once more. From every corner, the luminescent sprites returned, dancing joyfully in the air. The wildflowers lifted their heads, colors vivid and bright under the moonlight. As the melody faded, the village seemed to breathe a sigh of contentment. Finn's grandmother appeared by his side, her eyes twinkling with pride. "You've done it, Finn," she said softly, her voice a comforting balm. Orin fluttered to Finn's shoulder, his feathers brushing lightly against Finn's cheek. Harmony has been restored, thanks to your curiosity and kindness. Finn smiled, his heart warm with the knowledge that the village was whole once more. As he and Orin walked back to his home, the stars above twinkled like scattered diamonds, and the night was filled with the soft, joyful hum of a world at peace. That night, as Finn lay in bed, the soft glow of the sprites dancing outside his window, he felt a deep sense of contentment. The mystery had been solved, not through force or haste, but with patience, friendship, and a little bit of magic. And so, with the gentle whispers of the whispering wood lulling him to sleep, Finn drifted into dreams filled with wonder and the comforting knowledge that harmony would always find its way back to Willow Grove. Story 22. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering winds danced through the leaves and the sun painted patterns on the forest floor, there lay a hidden world, known only to those who listened closely to the music of the trees. This was a place where the ordinary met the extraordinary, where magic lingered in every shadow and shimmered in every sunbeam. At the edge of this secretive realm, nestled under the protective boughs of a great oak, was a quaint little cottage. Its stone walls were covered in ivy, and its thatched roof seemed to blend seamlessly with the canopy above. Inside, the air was filled with the comforting scents of lavender and honey, mingling with the faint crackle of a fire that danced warmly in the hearth. In this cottage lived an elderly woman named Nara, known affectionately as the Forest Keeper. Her eyes were bright and wise, like pools of starlit night, and she carried with her an air of gentle mystery. Nara was the guardian of the forest's secrets and the keeper of its stories, which she shared with those who came seeking her wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves had turned to hues of amber and gold, a visitor came to the cottage, a young boy named Finn. His eyes were wide with curiosity, and his pockets were filled with the treasures he had collected on his journey through the forest. Acorns, feathers, and a particularly smooth pebble that glinted like moonlight. Finn had heard tales of a magical object hidden deep within the forest, an object said to grant those who found it a single wish. This story had kindled an adventurous spirit within him, and he had set out to uncover the truth behind the legend. The path had led him to Nara, the one person who might hold the knowledge he sought. As Finn approached, Nara was tending to her garden, gently coaxing the last of the season's herbs to flourish. She greeted him with a warm smile and motioned for him to sit beside her on a bench carved from the trunk of a fallen tree. The sun filtered through the branches, casting dappled light across their faces. "What brings you here, young traveler?" Nara asked, her voice as soothing as the rustle of the leaves. Finn hesitated, his fingers tracing the edges of the pebble in his pocket. "I've come to find the wish-granting object," he confessed, his words tumbling out in a rush. "I want to see if it's real, if it can help me." Nara's eyes twinkled with understanding. "Ah, the fabled heart of the forest," she murmured. "Many have sought it, and each has found something different than they expected." Finn leaned forward, eager for her to continue. "What is it?" he asked. "And where can I find it?" Nara leaned back, her gaze drifting to the canopy above. "The heart of the forest is a treasure of sorts, but not in the way most imagine. It is a mirror that reflects the deepest desires and truths of those who seek it. To find it, one must journey into the very heart of the forest, beyond where the path is clear, into the realm of the unseen." The thought of such an adventure filled Finn with both excitement and trepidation. "Will you help me?" he asked, his voice a mix of hope and uncertainty. Nara smiled, her warmth wrapping around him like a cozy blanket. "The journey is yours to make, dear Finn, but I will give you this, a stone from my garden." She reached into the earth and produced a small, round stone, smooth and cool to the touch. "It will serve as a guide. When you are uncertain of your path, hold it close and listen." Finn accepted the stone with reverence, feeling the weight of its promise. He thanked Nara, his heart aglow with anticipation and gratitude, and set off into the forest, the stone clutched tightly in his hand. The forest was alive with the sound of chirping birds and the gentle rustle of leaves. The path wound deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and the air carried a hint of mist. Finn walked with purpose, his footsteps light, and his spirit buoyed by the thrill of discovery. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the path became less distinct, and Finn soon found himself at a crossroads. Uncertain, he paused, taking out the stone Nara had given him. Holding it close, he closed his eyes and listened. The stone seemed to hum with a gentle vibration, pointing him toward a narrow trail that veered to the left. With renewed confidence, Finn followed the path, which led him to a glen where the trees parted to reveal a tranquil pond. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the sky in perfect detail. Finn knelt by the water's edge, entranced by the stillness and the way the world seemed to hold its breath in this hidden sanctuary. It was then that he noticed a curious creature watching him from the opposite bank, a small, fox-like being with fur as soft as velvet and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. The creature seemed aware, and as Finn met its gaze, he felt an unexpected sense of connection, as though the creature could see into his very heart. "Hello," Finn ventured, his voice gentle so as not to startle it. The creature tilted its head, then gracefully bounded over to him, its movements as fluid as water. "I am called Zephyr," the creature said, its voice a melodious whisper in Finn's mind. "I know of your quest, young seeker. The heart of the forest is not far, yet the path is not as it seems." Finn was taken aback, both by the creature's speech and its insight. "Will you help me find it?" he asked, hope rekindled by the presence of this unexpected guide. Zephyr nodded, its eyes alight with a friendly glow. "We shall journey together, for the forest holds many secrets, and some are best discovered with a friend." And so, with Zephyr by his side, Finn set off once more, the forest opening before them like a story waiting to be discovered. They traveled through groves, where the sunlight painted the leaves silver, and wandered beneath canopies, where shadows danced in playful patterns. As they walked, Zephyr shared tales of the forest, stories of trees that sang to the moon and streams that whispered ancient lullabies. Finn listened, enraptured, his heart swelling with wonder at the beauty of the world around him. Yet, as they ventured deeper, the path became more elusive, the forest seeming to shift and change with each step. At times, Finn felt lost, the way forward obscured by branches and fog. But Zephyr was always there, guiding him with a gentle nudge or a soft nuzzle, reminding him that he was not alone. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, they came upon a clearing where the ground was covered in delicate white flowers that glowed with a light of their own. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, its bark shimmering like stardust. "This is the tree of reflection," Zephyr explained, its voice hushed with reverence. "Here you will find what you seek, if you are willing to look within." Finn approached the tree, his heart pounding with anticipation. He touched the bark, and in that moment, the world around him seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of his own heartbeat and the whisper of the wind. As he stood there, a vision unfolded before him, a memory of the day he had decided to embark on this journey. He saw himself, standing at the edge of the forest, filled with a yearning for something more, something he couldn't quite name. And then he saw his family, his village, the people who loved him and whom he loved in return. He realized that his wish, the deepest desire of his heart, was not for adventure or treasure, but for the strength to be there for those he cared about, to bring back the stories and wisdom of the forest to enrich their lives. As this truth settled over him, the heart of the forest revealed itself, not as a physical object, but as a feeling, a deep and abiding peace that filled him with warmth and light. Finn stepped back, tears of joy and understanding in his eyes. Zephyr watched him, a knowing smile on its face. "You have found what you were meant to find," it said softly. "The heart of the forest is within you." Finn nodded, gratitude flooding through him. He knelt and embraced Zephyr, feeling the creature's soft fur against his cheek. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice choked with emotion. Together, they began the journey back, the path now clear and welcoming. As they walked, Finn felt the forest around him, alive with a newfound vibrancy, as if it, too, rejoiced in his discovery. When they reached the edge of the forest, where the trees thinned and the sunlight streamed down, Finn turned to Zephyr. "Will I see you again?" he asked, reluctant to part from his new friend. Zephyr nodded, its eyes twinkling like stars. "Whenever you walk these woods, I will be near. The forest and its secrets are always here for those who seek them with an open heart. With a final farewell, Finn left the forest, the stone from Nara's garden warm in his hand, a reminder of the journey that had changed him. He returned to his village, his heart full of stories and wisdom, ready to share the magic he had found with those he loved. And so, under the watchful eye of the forest, life continued, enriched by the echoes of adventure and the gentle whisper of the heart of the forest. Finn grew up, his life intertwined with the stories and lessons of the forest, his friendship with Zephyr a cherished bond that defied the ordinary bounds of their worlds. As the years passed, Finn became a storyteller in his own right, weaving tales of the forest and its wonders, teaching others to see the magic in the everyday and to seek the heart of their own journeys. And in the quiet moments, when the night was still and the stars shone bright, Finn would return to the forest to walk among the trees and listen to their songs, his spirit forever connected to the hidden world within. And so it was, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic lingered in every shadow and shimmered in every sunbeam, that the stories of friendship and discovery continued to unfold, enriching the lives of those who dared to seek them. Story 23. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees bowed gently to the passing breezes and the air shimmered with enchantment, lay the small village of Willowbrook. This village, nestled in the embrace of ancient willows and carpeted with lush moss, was home to creatures both mundane and magical. The people of Willowbrook lived harmoniously with nature, their days filled with the soft sounds of rustling leaves and the melodious hum of nearby streams. One crisp autumn evening, beneath a sky dusted with twinkling stars, strange things began to happen in Willowbrook. The villagers awoke to find their beloved heirloom apples transformed overnight into golden pears, and the gentle glow of the lanterns flickered with hues of blue and green instead of their usual warm amber. These curious changes, while not alarming, puzzled the villagers, who felt an odd but harmless magic afoot. In the heart of the village lived young Finn, a curious and observant soul with eyes like the evening sky and a heart as warm as the sunlit earth. Finn adored unraveling mysteries, and the peculiarity of the recent occurrences sparked his keen interest. After breakfasting on a slice of honeyed bread, he set out to discover the truth behind these enchanting transformations. His first stop was the home of old Master Thistle, the village's sage and keeper of ancient lore. Master Thistle's cottage was a haven of warmth, its walls lined with shelves overflowing with books, scrolls, and jars filled with mysterious herbs. The scent of cinnamon and clove lingered in the air, wrapping around Finn like a comforting embrace as he stepped inside. "Ah, young Finn," Master Thistle greeted, his voice as soothing as the gentle murmur of a brook. "I see the mysteries of our village have caught your eye." Finn nodded eagerly. "Yes, Master Thistle. I wish to understand why these changes are happening." The old sage chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "The forest whispers its secrets, my dear boy. Sometimes the answers we seek lie within the gentle folds of its stories." With these words in mind, Finn decided to venture deeper into the Whispering Woods, a place where magic thrived in the chorus of rustling leaves and the song of babbling brooks. As he walked, the earthy scent of damp soil mingled with the sweetness of ripe berries, creating a tapestry of comforting aromas. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor, Finn encountered a curious creature perched on a moss-covered log. It was a spriggle, a tiny, whimsical being with wings like autumn leaves and a voice as light as a breeze. "Hello, Finn," chirped the spriggle, its eyes sparkling with mischief and kindness. "I've heard the whispers of the forest, and I think I can help you." Finn smiled, grateful for the spriggle's offer. "Thank you, little friend. What can you tell me?" The spriggle flitted closer, its wings creating a soft rustling sound. "The forest has been unsettled by a playful spirit, a windling who loves to stir things up. It means no harm, but enjoys a little mischief now and then." "How can we calm it?" Finn asked, his voice gentle and understanding. "Well," the spriggle mused, "windlings are soothed by the sound of laughter and the glow of friendship. Perhaps if we gather the villagers and share stories and laughter, the windling will be appeased and return the village to its usual charm." Finn's heart warmed at the thought of bringing everyone together. He thanked the Spriggle and hurried back to Willowbrook, the path home illuminated by the silver glow of the rising moon. Upon his return, Finn gathered the villagers in the village square, a cozy clearing surrounded by towering trees that swayed gently in the night breeze. A fire crackled merrily at the center, its warmth inviting and its light casting a golden glow on the faces of the gathered crowd. As the villagers settled in, Finn shared the Spriggle's tale. Laughter soon bubbled up from the crowd as stories were exchanged, tales of past harvests, of comical mishaps, and of shared hopes and dreams. The air filled with the sound of joy, a melody as sweet as the nightingale's song. In that moment, the whispers of the forest grew quiet, and a gentle breeze swept through the square, carrying with it a sense of peace and contentment. The lanterns returned to their familiar amber glow, and the golden pears transformed back into the village's cherished apples. Finn watched with satisfaction as the magic of friendship and laughter worked its gentle charm, soothing the playful spirit of the windling and restoring harmony to Willowbrook. As the evening wound down, the villagers returned to their homes, their hearts light and their spirits lifted. Finn, too, made his way to his cozy cottage, where the soft glow of candlelight welcomed him back. As he settled into bed, his mind drifted to the comforting thought that sometimes the simplest acts of kindness and camaraderie could weave the most profound magic. With a contented sigh, Finn closed his eyes, the warmth of the village's laughter still echoing softly in his dreams, as the whispering woods cradled the village in its timeless embrace. Story 24. In the heart of a sprawling forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the earth sang beneath the moonlight, there lived a gentle soul named Lyra. She was known throughout the woodland as a caretaker of the forest, her days spent nurturing saplings and tending to the creatures that dwelt within the emerald embrace of the woods. Lyra's heart was as vast and kind as the forest itself, yet she struggled with the constant change that life in the forest demanded. Each season brought with it a new rhythm, a shift in the melody that the forest sang. The spring blooms would give way to summer's lush canopy, which would then transform into autumn's golden splendor, before the stark beauty of winter's chill would cloak the land. While the forest embraced these changes with grace, Lyra often found herself yearning for the familiar, a reluctance that echoed in her heart like a soft, persistent drumbeat. One evening, as twilight the forest in its gentle hues, Lyra sat by the edge of a shimmering pond. The water, a mirror to the sky, reflected the first twinkling stars. She watched as a gentle breeze stirred the surface, creating ripples that danced across the pond, each one a reminder of how change could be both beautiful and inevitable. As she sat lost in thought, an unusual sound rustled through the underbrush. Turning her gaze, Lyra saw a small, luminescent creature flitting toward her. It was a will-o-wisp, a being of light and magic, its glow a soft, comforting flame in the growing dusk. The will-o-wisp settled beside Lyra, its presence a gentle nudge from the universe. "Why do you fear the change, dear Lyra?" the creature asked, its voice a musical lilt that seemed to harmonize with the rustling leaves. Lyra sighed deeply, her breath mingling with the crisp evening air. "I fear losing the things I love," she confessed. "The forest is my home, my heart. What if change takes it all away?" The will-o-wisp flickered thoughtfully, its light casting playful shadows on the ground. "Change is but the forest's way of renewing itself," it said softly. "Each leaf that falls makes way for new growth. Each dawn brings a new day. You, too, are part of this wondrous cycle." As the will-o-wisp spoke, a gentle warmth spread within Lyra. She felt its words nestling in her heart, like seeds awaiting the kiss of spring. Yet the path to understanding was not immediate, and Lyra knew she needed time to nurture these seeds of wisdom. In the days that followed, Lyra found herself drawn deeper into the forest. She walked the winding paths, each step a conversation with the earth beneath her feet. She listened to the symphony of birdsong and the rustling of leaves, felt the sun's warmth on her face and the cool caress of the breeze. The forest, in its own quiet way, was teaching her about the beauty of transformation. One day, as she wandered through a hidden glade, Lyra stumbled upon an ancient oak tree. Its trunk was gnarled and wise, its branches reaching skyward in a majestic embrace. Nestled within the roots was a tiny sapling, its leaves vibrant and full of promise. Lyra knelt beside the sapling, her fingers brushing its delicate leaves. "You are so small yet so brave," she whispered, a sense of awe in her voice. The oak tree, sensing her presence, spoke in a voice as deep as the earth itself. "This sapling is my gift to the world," it said. "In time, it will grow tall and strong, just as you will, dear Lyra. Do not fear change, for it is through change that we find our true selves." Lyra sat with the oak tree for a long while, the words echoing in her mind. As she rose to leave, she felt a newfound resolve blossoming within her. She realized that her journey was like that of the sapling, a path of growth and discovery, a dance with the unseen forces of life. With each passing day, Lyra embraced the changes around her with a heart open to possibility. She watched as the forest shifted, the vibrant greens of summer melting into the fiery hues of autumn. She marveled at the way the world transformed, each season a chapter in a story of renewal. As winter's breath whispered through the trees, Lyra stood on the edge of the pond once more. The willow wisp returned, its glow a beacon of friendship and warmth. "You have grown, dear Lyra," it said, its voice a gentle caress. Lyra smiled, a soft, serene smile. "I have learned to see the beauty in change," she replied. "I understand now that change is not something to fear, but something to embrace. It is the rhythm of life, and I am but a note in its endless song." And so, with the forest as her guide, Lyra found peace in the ever-turning wheel of time. She understood that just as the forest flourished through change, so too would she grow and transform, a part of the wondrous tapestry of life. As the stars blinked down from the velvet sky, Lyra returned home, her heart light and full of hope. She knew that whatever changes lay ahead, she would face them with courage and grace, for she had discovered the beauty of personal growth and the magic of transformation. And in the heart of the forest, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the sapling stretched toward the sky, its leaves reaching for the stars, a testament to the wonder of change and the boundless potential within us all. Story 25. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed like gentle dancers in the moonlight, and every leaf seemed to hum with a tune of its own, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst emerald hills and shimmering streams, Willowbrook was a place where magic lived quietly, woven into the very fabric of daily life. On the edge of this village, in a snug little cottage with a thatched roof and windows that glowed warmly like fireflies at dusk, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a curious soul, his heart open to the mysteries of the world around him. His days were filled with the joy of discovery, whether it was the flutter of a butterfly's wings or the sparkle of dew on a spider's web. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Finn sat by the fireside, listening to the crackling flames. His cat, Whiskers, purred contentedly on his lap, while the comforting scent of cinnamon and apples wafted from the kitchen, where his mother was baking. Finn's peaceful reverie was interrupted by a soft knock at the door. He opened it to find his dear friend, Lila, standing there with a look of concern in her eyes. Lila, with her wild curls and twinkling eyes, was as adventurous as Finn, always ready for a new escapade. "Finn," she said, her voice a mix of excitement and worry, "something strange is happening in the village. Have you noticed?" Finn tilted his head, intrigued. "What do you mean, Lila?" "The lanterns," she replied, gesturing toward the village square. "They've been flickering and changing colors from green to purple, then back to orange. It's as if they're trying to tell us something." Finn's curiosity was piqued. The lanterns of Willowbrook were enchanted, crafted by the village's wise elder, Grandmother Willow, to glow with a steady golden light. Any deviation from this was surely a mystery worth unraveling. "We should investigate," Finn suggested, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Let's see if Grandmother Willow knows anything about it." Grabbing their cloaks to ward off the evening chill, Finn and Lila made their way through the cobbled streets of the village. The air was crisp, and the scent of pine mingled with the distant fragrance of blooming night jasmine. The lanterns, indeed, flickered with an otherworldly glow, casting playful shadows on the ground. They found Grandmother Willow in her garden, tending to her moonflowers, whose petals unfurled only under the watchful eye of the moon. She was a kind woman, with hair as silver as the stars and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Ah, Finn and Lila," she greeted them with a gentle smile. "I was wondering when you might come." "Grandmother Willow," Lila began, "have you noticed the lanterns? They're behaving very strangely." The elder nodded, her eyes twinkling with an enigmatic light. "Yes, I've seen it. The lanterns are enchanted with a simple charm to guide us through the dark, but sometimes they become a conduit for messages from the magical realm." Finn's eyes widened. "Messages? What kind of messages?" "Often they are warnings or calls for help," Grandmother Willow explained. "Magic is a delicate balance, and sometimes it seeks aid from those who live in harmony with it." The three of them stood in thoughtful silence, the only sound the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. Then a soft hooting broke the quiet. A snow-white owl, its feathers shimmering like frost in the moonlight, swooped down to perch upon a nearby branch. "Ah, Luna," Grandmother Willow said, acknowledging the owl with a nod. "It seems we have a visitor from the magical realm." Luna, the owl, regarded them with intelligent eyes and then fluttered down to land softly at Finn's feet. With a graceful bow, she extended her wing, revealing a small scroll tied with a leaf-green ribbon. Finn carefully untied the scroll and unrolled it. The parchment was old, its edges crinkled, and the ink a deep, mysterious blue. The message was written in elegant script. "To the kind hearts of Willowbrook, the lantern spirit seeks your aid. The colors you see are the echoes of our realm in distress. A shadow has crossed our path, and we call upon your wisdom and courage to restore the balance. Follow Luna, for she will guide you to where the answers lie. With gratitude, the guardians of the lantern light." Finn and Lila exchanged a look, their hearts pounding with excitement and a touch of apprehension. Grandmother Willow nodded encouragingly. "It seems you have been chosen to help, my dear ones. Trust in Luna and in yourselves." With a shared nod of determination, Finn and Lila followed Luna as she took flight into the night. The owl led them through the whispering woods, where the trees stretched their branches like solemn sentinels, and the air was filled with the soft lullaby of the forest. The journey was serene, the moon casting a silvery glow on their path, while the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across the velvet sky. The woods, though dense, felt welcoming, as if encouraging them towards their destination. Eventually, they arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight, where an ancient stone circle stood, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly. In the center of the circle, a gentle figure awaited, a spirit, luminous and ethereal, her presence as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, brave ones," the spirit spoke, her voice a soft melody that seemed to blend with the rustle of the leaves. "I am the lantern spirit, and I am grateful for your help." Finn and Lila stepped forward, their hearts steady. "How can we assist you?" Finn asked, his voice filled with sincerity. The lantern spirit smiled, a radiant gesture that filled the clearing with warmth. "A shadow has cast a veil over our realm, disrupting the harmony. It has caused the lanterns to flicker, seeking aid from those who live in balance with the magic of the world." Lila nodded, understanding dawning in her eyes. "And you need us to help restore that balance." "Indeed," the spirit replied. "To dispel the shadow, you must find the source of the imbalance. Luna will guide you to the heart of the forest where the disturbance began." With a grateful nod, Finn and Lila turned to Luna, who took flight once more, leading them deeper into the enchanted woods. The path was lined with glowing mushrooms and twinkling fireflies, their light like a gentle whisper in the dark. As they journeyed further, the air grew cooler, and the trees seemed to lean in, their branches forming an archway that led to a hidden grove. In the center of this grove stood a solitary lantern, its light flickering nervously. Finn approached the lantern, feeling the gentle hum of magic in the air. It was as if the lantern was alive, responding to their presence. He closed his eyes, letting his senses reach out, and he felt the shadow, a presence of sadness rather than malice, a longing for something lost. "It's not a malevolent force," Finn said softly. "It's a spirit in pain, seeking something it has lost." Lila knelt beside him, her hands resting on the earth, feeling the pulse of the magic beneath. Perhaps it has lost its connection to the light, to the joy it once knew. Together they focused on the lantern, their hearts open and compassionate. They whispered words of comfort, of understanding, and slowly the flickering light began to steady, growing warmer and brighter. The shadow that had hovered over the grove began to dissipate, like mist melting under the morning sun. In its place, a gentle presence emerged, a spirit of light, its form shimmering like the dawn. "Thank you," the spirit whispered, its voice a gentle caress. "I had wandered far from the light, lost in my own sorrow. Your kindness has restored me." Finn and Lila smiled, their hearts filled with warmth and peace. Luna hooted softly in approval, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief, its magic once again in harmony. As they made their way back to Willowbrook, the lanterns in the village glowed with a steady golden light, casting a comforting glow over the cobblestone streets. The villagers, unaware of the subtle magic that had taken place, continued with their evening, their hearts light and content. Back at Finn's cottage, Grandmother Willow awaited them with a knowing smile. "You have done well, my dear ones," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "The balance is restored thanks to your courage and kindness." That night, as Finn and Lila sat by the fireside, wrapped in warm blankets, they felt a deep sense of fulfillment. The mystery had been solved, not through force or fear, but through understanding and friendship. As the flames danced and the night deepened, Finn closed his eyes, feeling the gentle embrace of sleep. In his dreams, the forest whispered its secrets, and the stars sang a lullaby of peace. And all was well in Willowbrook, where magic and harmony lived side by side, watched over by those who cared for the world and each other. Story 26. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, where towering trees swayed gently in the breeze, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and sweet wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Lumar Hollow. The village was a place where magic hummed softly in the background of everyday life, and where the moonlight danced upon cobbled streets like silver dust. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, something peculiar began to unfold. The villagers noticed that their lanterns, usually glowing with a steady, warm light, had started to flicker unpredictably. Sometimes they would burn brightly, and other times they would dim to almost nothing, leaving the cobblestone paths shrouded in shadow. The villagers, though not easily frightened, found this strange occurrence unsettling. Lanterns were essential in Lumar Hollow, especially as the days grew shorter and the nights longer. They gathered in the village square, their faces illuminated by the wavering light, and decided to seek the wisdom of someone who might understand the odd behavior of their lanterns. In the village, there lived an elderly woman named Mira. She was known for her deep knowledge of the forest and its ancient secrets. Her cottage stood at the edge of the woods, surrounded by a garden that bloomed with every conceivable type of herb and flower. The villagers approached her with their concerns, hoping she could unravel the mystery. Mira welcomed them with a gentle smile, her eyes twinkling like the stars above. She listened intently as they described the flickering lights. After a moment of thought, she nodded. "There is an old tale," she began, "of the lantern sprites, mischievous little creatures who adore the dance of light and shadow. They might be the cause of this playful trouble." The villagers exchanged curious glances. Lantern sprites were known to be elusive, flitting through the air like wisps of smoke, barely visible even in the brightest of lights. Mira suggested that they observe the lanterns closely, for sometimes the sprites could be seen as tiny specks of light darting around the lantern flames. A group of children, always eager for adventure, volunteered to keep watch. Armed with blankets and mugs of warm cocoa, they settled beneath the largest lantern in the square, their eyes wide with anticipation. They whispered stories and giggled softly as they waited, the cool night air nipping at their cheeks. As midnight approached, the lantern flickered wildly, and the children gasped in delight. There, dancing around the flame, were tiny, shimmering figures, their wings beating so fast they were a blur. The lantern sprites had indeed come to play. The children ran to tell Mira what they had seen. She chuckled warmly and nodded. "Sprites are drawn to joy and laughter," she explained. "Perhaps they are trying to tell us something." Mira decided to seek the counsel of another wise creature known to inhabit the Whispering Wood, a great wise owl named Orin. Orin was as old as the forest itself, and his feathers shimmered with silvery hues. Mira ventured into the woods, following a path lit by moonbeams until she reached the ancient oak where Orin resided. "Ah, Mira," Orin hooted softly. "What brings you to my branch at this hour?" Mira described the situation, her voice as soft as the night breeze. Orin listened carefully, his golden eyes reflecting the starlight. "The sprites are drawn here for a reason," he mused. "Perhaps they seek something from the villagers, a gift, an offering, or simply a connection." With Orin's wisdom in mind, Mira returned to the village and suggested they hold a festival in honor of the sprites. The villagers embraced the idea, and soon, preparations were underway. They decorated the square with garlands of autumn leaves and set up tables laden with treats for all to share. On the night of the festival, the air was filled with laughter and music. Lanterns lined the paths, glowing more steadily than they had in weeks, as if the sprites themselves were pleased by the celebration. The children danced beneath the stars, and the villagers sang songs of gratitude and friendship. As the festival reached its peak, the lantern sprites appeared once more, their tiny forms spinning and twirling in a joyous dance around the lantern flames. It was then that the villagers understood. The sprites had needed a reminder of the joy that could be found in light and community. The mystery of the flickering lanterns was solved, not by force or fear, but through understanding and kindness. The lantern sprites, satisfied with the villagers' response, returned to the forest, leaving behind a promise of steady light and a newfound friendship. And so, in Lumar Hollow, the nights remained bright and welcoming, guided by lanterns that flickered with a steady, warm glow. The villagers learned that even the smallest creatures could hold great wisdom, and that sometimes the simplest gestures could bring light to the darkest nights. As the last notes of the festival faded into the gentle rustle of leaves, Mira sat by her window, watching the stars, a soft smile on her lips. In the Whispering Wood, magic was not just about spells and enchantments. It was about the connections forged between hearts, human and sprite alike. Story 27. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the moonlight danced like silver ribbons on the leaves, there lived a peculiar little village known as Giggle Glen. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to an array of quirky, endearing characters, each with a special trait that made them shine in their own unique way. At the center of Giggle Glen was a quaint cottage painted in all the colors of the rainbow. Its roof was shingled with glimmering scales that caught the sunlight and scattered prismatic beams across the cobblestone paths below. This was the home of Twinkle Tinker, a sprightly inventor with hair the color of spun gold and eyes that twinkled like stars. Twinkle had a knack for creating whimsical contraptions that brought laughter and delight to the village. One sunny morning, as the birds chirped a cheerful tune and the scent of freshly baked cinnamon rolls wafted through the air, Twinkle decided to unveil her latest invention to her friends. She had spent countless nights crafting the Gigglerator, a machine designed to tickle the funny bones of anyone who dared to press its shiny blue button. As Twinkle wheeled the Gigglerator into the village square, she was greeted by her dearest friends. There was Pippin Puddle, a gentle giant with a heart as big as his shoes, who had the remarkable ability to predict the weather with uncanny accuracy. Beside him stood Flora Fizzle, a petite fairy with wings that shimmered like polished emeralds. Flora had a gift for coaxing flowers to bloom in the most unexpected places, leaving trails of vibrant petals wherever she fluttered. "Good morning, everyone," Twinkle chimed, her voice as bright as the morning sun. "I've got something special to show you today." The villagers gathered around, their faces alight with curiosity. Twinkle pointed to the Gigglerator, its gears and levers gleaming in the sunlight. "This," she announced with a flourish, "is the Gigglerator. With just one press of this button, it promises to bring laughter to even the grumpiest of grumps." Pippin scratched his head, his curly hair bouncing with each movement. "Sounds delightful, Twinkle, but how does it work?" "Ah, that's the magic of it," Twinkle winked. "It tickles your funny bone in ways you never expected." With a mischievous grin, Flora fluttered closer. "Shall we give it a try?" The villagers nodded eagerly, their anticipation bubbling like a pot of honey on the stove. With a dramatic pause, Twinkle pressed the blue button. The Gigglerator whirred to life, emitting a series of delightful chimes and whistles. Suddenly, a cloud of sparkling confetti burst forth, swirling around the villagers in a dazzling display. Giggles erupted from the crowd as the confetti settled, but amidst the laughter, a peculiar thing happened. The confetti began to shimmer and shift, transforming into tiny, mischievous giggle sprites. These sprites, with twinkling eyes and cheeky grins, darted about, tickling noses and tugging at shoelaces, their laughter infectious and irresistible. "Oh dear," Twinkle murmured, her eyes wide with surprise. "I didn't expect that." Flora giggled as a sprite landed on her shoulder, whispering jokes that made her wings flutter with mirth. "They're delightful, Twinkle, but how do we gather them back up?" Pippin, with his usual wisdom, suggested, "Perhaps we need to make them laugh even harder until they can't help but return to the Gigglerator." Inspired, Twinkle and her friends brainstormed ways to create the most uproarious laughter. They decided to put on a grand performance, each contributing their unique talents. Flora created a stage adorned with blossoms of every hue, while Pippin crafted instruments from pine cones and reeds, their melodies as light and bouncy as a breeze. The villagers gathered once more, this time as an audience for the grand spectacle. Twinkle took center stage, her hands filled with colorful juggling balls that she tossed into the air with expert precision. Flora joined her, twirling and twinkling, leaving trails of flower petals that danced in the air. Pippin played a cheerful tune that had everyone tapping their toes and clapping along. The giggle sprites, intrigued by the joyous commotion, paused in their antics to watch. As Twinkle and her friends performed, the sprites began to laugh, soft giggles at first, then full-bodied, rolling laughter that echoed through the village. With each laugh, the sprites found themselves floating back towards the Gigglerator, drawn by the magnetic pull of merriment. One by one, they disappeared into the machine, leaving behind only a faint shimmer of laughter in the air. As the last sprite vanished, the villagers erupted into cheers and applause, their hearts light and their spirits high. Twinkle, Flora, and Pippin took a bow, their smiles as wide as the crescent moon. "Well done, everyone," Twinkle beamed, her heart brimming with gratitude. "It seems the Gigglerator was a success after all, thanks to all of you." The villagers celebrated with a feast of caramel-coated apples and frothy mugs of hot chocolate, the air filled with chatter and laughter that lingered long into the night. As the stars began to twinkle above, the villagers of Giggle Glen felt a sense of peace and joy that wrapped around them like a warm, cozy blanket. And so, the Gigglerator became a cherished part of the village, a reminder of the power of laughter and friendship. Whenever the villagers needed a dose of joy, they would gather around Twinkle's invention, their hearts ready to be lifted by the magic of giggles. As the night deepened and the village settled into slumber, the whispering woods lulled them to sleep with its gentle song. The moon cast a soft glow over Giggle Glen, and the stars twinkled like the eyes of mischievous sprites, watching over the village with gentle mirth. In the heart of the whispering woods, where laughter was as precious as the morning dew, the village of Giggle Glen slept peacefully, dreaming of colorful confetti and the delightful surprises that awaited them with each new day. Story 28. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight drizzled through a canopy of emerald leaves like liquid gold, there existed a world where the natural and magical intertwined seamlessly. This was a place where whispers of the wind carried secrets from ages past, and the very earth seemed to hum with life and wisdom. Here, amidst the towering trees and the gentle babbling of streams, lived creatures whose lives were woven into the fabric of the forest itself. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was a mosaic of moss and lichen, and whose eyes sparkled with the wisdom of centuries. Thistle was revered by the forest's inhabitants as a keeper of stories and a guardian of balance. Each morning, Thistle would make his way slowly to a sun-dappled clearing, where he would share tales of the forest with those who gathered. The air, fragrant with the scent of pine and fresh earth, seemed to hold its breath as he spoke, and even the leaves rustled softly to listen. One crisp autumn day, as the vibrant hues of amber and crimson leaves painted the landscape, Thistle began a story about the hidden lives of the forest's creatures. "In the folds of this ancient wood," he started, his voice as soothing as a lullaby, There lives a delicate balance, a harmony that sings through every root and branch. Around him, a circle of attentive listeners had formed. There was Whisper, a nimble squirrel with fur like silver moonlight, whose bright eyes gleamed with curiosity. Beside her sat Murmur, the gentle deer whose antlers were draped with strands of morning mist. Perched lightly on a low branch was Glimmer, a sparrow whose feathers shimmered with the iridescence of the dawn sky. Long ago, Thistle continued, when the world was young, the seasons were mere whispers, shifting unnoticed. But as time moved on, they grew bold, each one painting the forest with its own unique magic. As Thistle spoke of spring, the listeners could almost smell the sweet aroma of blooming flowers, feel the soft caress of new grass beneath their feet. Spring is a gentle artist, he said, awakening the world with a brush of life, coaxing the sleeping seeds to stretch and yawn into the warmth. Next, he described the lazy golden days of summer, where the air was thick with the symphony of buzzing insects and the rich, heady scent of wild honeysuckle. Summer, Thistle mused, is a time of abundance, of growth and laughter, when the forest is a jubilant cacophony of color and sound. As autumn's vibrant tapestry unfolded, so too did Thistle's story. The creatures imagined the crisp crunch of leaves underfoot and the brisk, invigorating chill that danced in the air. Autumn, he said, is a wise old friend, teaching us the beauty of letting go, of storing memories and preparing for rest. Finally, he spoke of winter, when the forest lay cloaked in a shimmering blanket of snow, and the world was hushed and serene. Winter, Thistle whispered, is a time of reflection, where silence reigns and the earth dreams deeply beneath its frosty cover. As the story wove on, Glimmer the sparrow fluttered down to rest beside Thistle. "But how do we keep this balance, wise Thistle?" she chirped, her voice a delicate melody. "How do we ensure that each season can sing its song?" Thistle smiled gently, his understanding as deep as the roots of the ancient oaks. "Through respect and kindness, dear Glimmer. Every creature, every leaf and stone, plays a part in this grand symphony. By nurturing one another, by cherishing each gift the forest offers, we keep the harmony alive." Whisper, the squirrel, nodded thoughtfully, her tiny paws clasping an acorn. "We all have something to give," she realized, her heart swelling with newfound purpose. "Even the smallest of us can make a difference." The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the clearing. As the creatures began to disperse, each carrying Thistle's wisdom within their hearts, a gentle rain began to fall. It was a soft, cleansing rain, the kind that seemed to wash the world anew. As the droplets kissed the earth, the forest thrummed with a quiet joy. It was as if the very trees were whispering their thanks, their leaves quivering with gratitude. The rain would nourish the soil, prepare it for the silent work of winter, and promise the vibrant rebirth of spring. Thus, in this enchanted forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the creatures lived in harmony, each day a testament to the wisdom passed down through generations. They understood that the magic of the forest was not just in the changing seasons or the weather's dance, but in the friendships they forged, the respect they showed, and the love that bound them all together. And as the night wrapped its gentle arms around the forest, the creatures nestled into their homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of knowing they were part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. The ancient forest, with its secrets and stories, would forever be their sanctuary. In this world of wonder and peace, the creatures slept, cradled by the lullaby of rustling leaves and the promise of a new day. And so, the balance of the forest continued, a testament to the power of harmony, wisdom, and friendship. Story 29. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lay a small, unassuming cobbler's shop. Though the shop appeared ordinary, it harbored a secret that not even the villagers knew. It was here that our story begins, with a quiet, gentle soul named Thalia, who worked in the shop, crafting shoes with meticulous care and a heart full of kindness. Thalia, with her auburn hair cascading like autumn leaves and eyes the color of a tranquil sea, spent her days stitching and shaping leather, her fingers dancing nimbly over her work. The shop was a haven of soft lamplight, and the comforting scent of polished leather mingled with the faint aroma of cherrywood smoke from the fireplace. It was in this cozy corner of the world that Thalia discovered something wondrous. One crisp morning, as the sun painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Thalia noticed a peculiar pair of shoes tucked away in the dusty corner of the shop's attic, a place rarely visited. Drawn by a whisper of curiosity, she climbed the creaking stairs to investigate. The shoes were unlike any she had seen before, crafted from an iridescent material that shimmered like moonlit water. As she gently lifted them, a warmth spread through her hands, and she felt a strange sensation of being understood, as if the shoes were alive with magic. Intrigued, Thalia slipped them onto her feet, and in that moment, the world around her shifted. Suddenly, she found herself in a lush, verdant forest, the air alive with the sweet symphony of birdsong and the gentle rustle of leaves. The shoes had transported her to a place beyond the ordinary, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of the earth. In this enchanted forest, Thalia met a curious collection of beings who would become her companions on a journey of discovery. First, there was Pip, a mischievous squirrel with fur as soft as velvet and eyes that sparkled with mischief. Pip had a penchant for riddles and a heart as big as the forest itself. Then there was Lumina, a wise old owl whose feathers glowed with a silvery sheen. Lumina spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby, her wisdom guiding the way through the forest's mysteries. The forest, though beautiful, was not without its challenges. As Thalia and her newfound friends ventured deeper into its heart, they encountered a river that flowed with a current too strong to cross. It was here that they faced a challenge that could not be overcome by strength, but by wisdom and friendship. "I have an idea," piped up Pip, scampering to the riverbank. "We need to find a way to slow the river, just for a moment, so we can cross safely." Lumina nodded thoughtfully, her eyes reflecting the sunlight filtering through the trees. "Perhaps," she mused, "we can ask the river itself. Nature often holds the answers we seek, if we only take the time to listen." Thalia, inspired by Lumina's words, knelt by the river's edge, her fingers brushing the cool, rushing waters. She closed her eyes and listened, her heart open to the river's song. In the gentle murmurs of the current, she heard the river's secret, a lullaby of patience and understanding. "We must ask the trees," Thalia said softly, opening her eyes to her friends. "Their roots hold the river's strength. If we ask kindly, they might grant us a moment of stillness." Together, the trio approached the ancient trees that lined the riverbank, their branches swaying gracefully in the breeze. With kindness and respect, they asked the trees to lend their roots to still the river, just long enough for them to cross. The trees, moved by their sincerity and friendship, obliged, their roots weaving a temporary bridge across the waters. With hearts full of gratitude, Thalia, Pip, and Lumina crossed the river, the shoes guiding them to the forest's heart, a place where dreams danced in the air like fireflies. Here, under the boughs of a great willow tree, Thalia discovered the true magic of the shoes. They were not merely a means of transport, but a conduit of understanding and connection, drawing together the wisdom of the natural world and the warmth of friendship. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Thalia knew it was time to return to Willowbrook. The shoes, sensing her desire, shimmered once more, and she found herself back in the attic of the cobbler's shop, the gentle glow of the fireplace welcoming her home. Her journey through the enchanted forest had changed her, filling her heart with a deeper appreciation for the world and its quiet wonders. She realized that the greatest magic lay not in the shoes themselves, but in the connections forged through understanding, kindness, and the wisdom of friendship. And so, in the cozy warmth of the cobbler's shop, Thalia continued to craft shoes, each pair a testament to her journey and the magic that dwells within the ordinary. And whenever she felt the whisper of adventure calling, she would slip on the magical shoes, knowing that the enchanted forest and her friends were never far away. As the village of Willowbrook slumbered under a blanket of stars, Thalia's heart beat with the gentle rhythm of the forest, a lullaby of peace and wonder that carried her into dreams of discovery and the endless possibilities of friendship. Story 30. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a quaint village blanketed by a tapestry of rolling hills and whispering meadows, there stood an old cobblestone cottage. Its weathered stones were draped with ivy, and its wooden shutters creaked softly in the gentle breeze. Inside lived a young girl named Lila, who possessed a heart as tender as the spring blossoms that danced in the garden outside her window. Lila loved nothing more than to explore the nooks and crannies of her village, where every pebble and leaf seemed to hold a story waiting to be told. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun dipped behind the hills, Lila stumbled upon an antique shop she had never noticed before. The shop was tucked away at the end of a narrow lane, its door slightly ajar as if inviting her in. As Lila entered, the scent of aged wood and lavender filled her senses, mingling in the cozy warmth of the shop. The room was a treasure trove of wonders, with shelves lined with peculiar trinkets and dusty tomes. Her eyes were drawn to a small, unassuming teapot nestled on a high shelf. It was a delicate shade of turquoise, adorned with intricate silver patterns that shimmered like moonlight on water. The shopkeeper, a kindly old man with twinkling eyes and a beard as white as the winter snow, noticed her curiosity. "Ah, you found the Teapot of Whispers," he said in a voice as soft as a lullaby. It's said to grant the listener the ability to hear the secrets of the world. Intrigued, Lila carefully cradled the teapot in her hands. It felt warm and alive, as if it held a heartbeat all its own. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The shopkeeper explained with a gentle smile. "This teapot doesn't pour tea, but wisdom. By listening closely, it will reveal the hidden truths and stories of those around you." Lila's heart fluttered with wonder. She thanked the shopkeeper and, with the teapot tucked safely under her arm, set off towards home, the path illuminated by the silvery glow of the rising moon. That night, as the wind sang softly through the trees, Lila sat by her bedroom window, the teapot resting on the sill. She closed her eyes and listened, her heart open to the whispers of the night. To her amazement, she began to hear the gentle murmurings of the world, the dreams of the stars, the secrets of the old oak tree, and the hopes of the flowers in her garden. As days turned into weeks, Lila discovered that listening to the teapot taught her more than she had ever imagined. She learned of the joys and sorrows of those around her, hearing the unspoken stories of her neighbors and the quiet struggles of the villagers. She realized that everyone carried a tale within their heart, one that longed to be heard and understood. One evening, as the village gathered for the annual harvest festival, Lila noticed the baker, Mrs. Willow, standing alone by the flickering bonfire. Her face, usually bright with smiles, was shadowed with worry. Lila approached her, the teapot nestled in her hands like a trusted companion. "Is everything all right, Mrs. Willow?" Lila asked gently. Mrs. Willow sighed, her voice heavy with unspoken burdens. "Oh, dear Lila, I'm just worried about my son, Peter. He's been feeling lost and unsure of his place in the world." Lila listened intently, the teapot in her hand seeming to hum with a soft energy. A warm, gentle voice floated through her mind, guiding her thoughts. "Perhaps Peter just needs a little encouragement to find his own path," she suggested softly. "He has a gift for storytelling, doesn't he?" Willow's eyes brightened with surprise. "Why, yes, he does. He's always loved weaving tales, but he doesn't think anyone will listen." Lila smiled, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of purpose. "Then maybe we should show him that his stories are worth sharing." Together, Lila and Mrs. Willow devised a plan to help Peter share his tales at the festival. They set up a cozy corner with cushions and lanterns, inviting villagers to gather around and listen as Peter began to speak. His stories, rich with imagination and warmth, captivated everyone who listened, and soon the corner buzzed with laughter and joy. As the festival drew to a close, Peter approached Lila, his eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you, Lila. I never realized how much my stories meant to others." Lila's heart glowed with happiness. "Sometimes we just need someone to listen and believe in us," she replied, holding the teapot close. From that day on, the Teapot of Whispers became a cherished secret between Lila and the villagers. It taught them the power of listening, the beauty of understanding, and the magic that lay in every heart's tale. As the seasons changed and the years drifted by, Lila grew older, but the teapot remained a steadfast companion, its whispers guiding her through life's many journeys. And though the world around her continued to change, the village always remembered the young girl who listened to the teapot and brought them the magic of understanding. And so, beneath the starlit sky and the gentle glow of the moon, Lila's story became a cherished memory, passed down through generations like a treasured lullaby. Her legacy of kindness and the wisdom of the Teapot of Whispers lived on, a gentle reminder of the power of listening and the enchantment of discovery. And as the night deepened, a gentle breeze carried the soft echo of whispers through the village, a soothing lullaby that lulled the world to sleep, wrapping it in the warmth of dreams and the promise of a new dawn. Story 31. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently and the sun wove golden patterns on the forest floor, there lived a young boy named Oliver. Oliver was a curious soul, with eyes wide like the morning sky and a heart that beat in time with the rustling leaves. He lived in a snug cottage with his grandmother, nestled at the edge of the forest, where the scent of pine mingled with the sweetness of honeysuckle. Every evening, after the sun dipped below the horizon, Oliver and his grandmother would sit by the fireplace, its warmth wrapping around them like a soft woolen blanket. The fire crackled and popped, casting flickering shadows on the walls as she spun tales of magic and wonder. But one night, as the stars pricked the velvet sky, something peculiar began to happen. The first sign was a faint glow that appeared outside Oliver's window. It pulsed gently, a soft lavender hue that seemed to hum with a melody only the heart could hear. Curious, Oliver crept to the window and peeked out into the night. There, hovering just above the dewy grass, were tiny, luminescent creatures, fairies with wings like gossamer and eyes that sparkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. The fairies danced in intricate patterns, leaving trails of light that twinkled and faded. Oliver watched, entranced, as they wove their way through the air. But then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the fairies vanished, leaving behind only the whisper of their song in the cool night breeze. The next morning, Oliver awoke to find the forest in a bit of a tizzy. The birds flitted about, chattering animatedly, and the rabbits peered cautiously from their burrows. Even the usually placid stream seemed to bubble with unusual vigor. The air was tinged with a mystery that tickled Oliver's curiosity. Something was amiss, and Oliver, with his inquisitive mind, felt a gentle tug to unravel this conundrum. He decided to seek out the wisest creature in the forest, a venerable owl named Hoots. Hoots lived in the hollow of an ancient oak, its bark worn smooth by time, and the touch of countless creatures seeking counsel. The oak stood tall and regal, its branches spreading like open arms, and at its base tiny mushrooms formed a soft carpet, glowing faintly in the subtle sunlight. When Oliver arrived, Hoots was perched on a low branch, his feathers a tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes, large and knowing, blinked slowly in greeting. "Ah, young Oliver," Hoots hooted in a voice deep and resonant, as if the very forest spoke through him. "What brings you to this old tree on such a fine morning?" Oliver explained the strange occurrences of the night before, the fairies' dance, and the peculiar energy that now seemed to ripple through the forest. Hoots listened intently, his feathers ruffling slightly in thought. "The fairies you saw are the starshine fairies," he explained, "keepers of the forest's harmony. Yet their dance at night is unusual. There must be something they wish to convey." "But what could it be?" Oliver pondered aloud, his brow furrowed with thought. "Sometimes," Hoots said with a wise glint in his eye, "answers lie not in the grandiosity of the act, but in the subtlety of the signs they leave behind." With those words echoing in his mind, Oliver thanked Hoots and set off into the forest, determined to uncover the secret message woven into the fairies' dance. He walked with purpose, his feet light on the soft carpet of fallen leaves, his senses attuned to the whispers of the woods. As he wandered, Oliver began to notice small, curious details, the way certain flowers seemed to bloom in perfect circles, how the wind rustled only the eastern branches, and the peculiar path the sunlight carved through the trees. Each discovery was like a piece of a grand puzzle, waiting to be fit into place. It was near a babbling brook, its waters laughing over smooth stones, that Oliver stumbled upon another clue. A soft, melodic hum, almost imperceptible, emanated from the ground. Kneeling, he placed his ear against the earth and listened. The hum was gentle, rhythmic, like the heartbeat of the forest itself. Understanding dawned upon him like the first light of dawn. The fairies' dance, the forest's hum. It was a song, call for harmony. The woods were in need of balance, and the fairies had danced to remind the creatures of their interconnectedness, to rekindle the symphony of life that thrived when all creatures, great and small, lived in harmony. With this realization, Oliver returned to the oak tree to share his findings with Hoots. The wise owl nodded, a soft smile playing on his beak. "You have seen with the eyes of your heart, dear Oliver," Hoots praised. "The forest thrives when each of its creatures plays its part, singing their own notes in the grand melody of life." Inspired by his newfound understanding, Oliver resolved to help restore balance within the forest. He spent his days encouraging the animals to work together, to share the bounty of the land, and to respect the delicate weave of life that connected them all. The fairies returned each night, their dances growing ever more joyous as the forest slowly regained its harmony. And with each passing day, the forest seemed to glow with a renewed vitality. The leaves rustled with a contented sigh, and the streams sang a lullaby as they flowed gently through the woods. In time, the mystery of the Starshine Fairies' luck dance became a cherished tale shared by Oliver and his grandmother by the fireside, a story of wisdom and friendship, of seeing beyond the ordinary to the extraordinary beneath. And so, as the whispering woods settled into the peaceful rhythm of night, Oliver tucked himself into bed, the gentle glow of the fairies' dance reflecting in his dreams. The forest was at peace, and so was he, his heart full of the warm glow of friendship and understanding, a gentle reminder that every creature, no matter how small, has a role to play in the great, wondrous tapestry of life. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a realm where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches swaying in the gentle breeze, there lived a community of creatures who shared a deep reverence for the natural world. Among them was Willow, a wise old oak tree whose bark held the memories of countless seasons. As the first rays of sunlight peeked through the canopy, Willow's leaves would rustle softly, calling the forest dwellers to awaken. The squirrels would scamper along the twisted branches, chittering excitedly as they gathered acorns and nuts for the day ahead. In the undergrowth, rabbits would emerge from their burrows, their noses twitching as they savored the earthy scents of damp moss and wild berries. At the heart of this tranquil realm lay a crystalline pond, its waters shimmering like liquid diamonds. Here, the deer would gather to drink, their graceful movements rippling the mirrored surface. Nearby, a family of beavers tirelessly constructed their intricate dam, weaving branches and mud with expert precision, creating a harmonious balance between their needs and the flow of the stream. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the forest would come alive with a symphony of birdsong. Robins and warblers would flit from tree to tree, their melodies intertwining with the gentle rustling of leaves. Occasionally, a majestic hawk would soar overhead, its sharp eyes ever watchful for the slightest movement below. In the deepest recesses of the forest, where the light filtered through in enchanting patterns, the fairy folk would emerge from their hidden glades. With a wave of their delicate wings, they would coax the wildflowers to bloom, painting the forest floor with vibrant hues. Their whispered incantations would summon the butterflies, creating a kaleidoscope of fluttering beauty. As the seasons changed, the forest would transform in wondrous ways. In the autumn, Willow's leaves would blaze with fiery reds and golden hues, carpeting the ground with a crackling tapestry. The squirrels would scurry to bury their treasures, while the deer would grow thick coats to ward off the coming chill. When winter's icy grip descended upon the land, the forest would slumber beneath a blanket of pristine snow. Icicles would glisten like diamonds on the branches, and the pond would freeze over, allowing the creatures to frolic and play on its glassy surface. At night, the northern lights would dance across the sky, casting an ethereal glow upon the slumbering woodland. With the arrival of spring, the forest would awaken once more, bursting forth with new life. The air would be filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers and the melodious trilling of birds, heralding the return of warmth and abundance. The fairy folk would work their magic, coaxing the trees to bud and the woodland creatures to emerge from their winter slumbers. Throughout these cycles of rebirth and renewal, Willow stood as a steadfast guardian, imparting her ancient wisdom to the younger generations. She taught them the importance of respecting the delicate balance of nature and how each creature, no matter how small, played a vital role in the intricate tapestry of life. In this enchanted realm, the hidden lives of the forest dwellers unfolded in a symphony of harmony and wonder, a testament to the enduring beauty of the natural world and the magic that resided within it. Story 33. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place where ancient trees stood with their branches woven like a cathedral roof, life thrived in harmonious symphony. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves that sang secrets to the wind, and the gentle trickle of crystal-clear streams that danced over smooth stones. Here, the air was perfumed with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the golden sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. This enchanted place was home to creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. Among them were the lullabies, tiny glowing insects that floated like living stars between the trees. They were the forest's nighttime artists, painting the darkness with trails of shimmering light. During the day, they nestled in the petals of flowers, sharing stories of the night with the blooms that listened intently. One such lumabug, named Aurelia, was known for her curiosity and gentle heart. She had wings that glowed with a soft, warm light and a spirit as bright as the dawn. Aurelia was guided by an ancient wisdom passed down from the elders of the lullabugs, a wisdom that spoke of the balance of nature and the delicate dance of the seasons. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest prepared to wrap itself in the splendor of fall, Aurelia awoke to a whisper among the leaves that spoke of a change. The breeze carried with it a hint of frost, a gentle reminder that winter was on its way. As she flitted from flower to flower, she noticed the rich tapestry of autumn colors, amber, crimson, and gold, beginning to paint the forest. Aurelia's heart was filled with awe at the beauty of the transformation, but also with a sense of concern. The tales of her ancestors spoke of a time when the seasons lost their rhythm, when the balance was disturbed, and the forest suffered. Determined to ensure the harmony of her beloved home, Aurelia sought the counsel of her wise friend, Oliver the Owl. Oliver was a creature of deep wisdom, his feathers a mix of silver and charcoal, eyes like pools of midnight. He was perched high in the boughs of an ancient oak, where he could observe the forest in all its majesty. As Aurelia approached, her light casting a glow upon the bark, Oliver hooted a soft greeting. "Noble Oliver," Aurelia began, her voice a delicate whisper in the morning air, "the winds speak of change, and I fear that the balance of our home may be at risk. What wisdom can you share to guide us through this transition?" Oliver, with a thoughtful tilt of his head, replied, "Dear Aurelia, the forest has its rhythms, much like a symphony. Each note, each season has its purpose. The key lies in understanding the dance of nature and respecting its flow. The trees, the streams, and even the winds, they all communicate. We must listen and respond with care and unity." The owl's words resonated with Aurelia, filling her with a sense of purpose. Inspired, she decided to gather the creatures of the forest to ensure that each played their part in the seasonal transition. Her first visit was to the nimble-footed squirrels, who were busy collecting acorns in preparation for the colder days ahead. The squirrels, with their bushy tails and bright, inquisitive eyes, paused in their work to listen to Aurelia's gentle glow. They nodded in understanding when she explained the importance of storing food wisely, not just for themselves, but for the forest, ensuring that seeds were planted and not just consumed. Next, Aurelia fluttered over the shimmering streams where the fish darted beneath the surface. She whispered to them of the importance of keeping the waters clear and flowing, reminding them of their role in sustaining the life of the forest, even as the ice began to form on the edges. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Aurelia visited the foxes, the rabbits, and even the shy deer, sharing the wisdom of balance and the promise of spring that lay beyond the chill of winter. Each creature listened with open hearts, for they all loved their home dearly and wished to see it thrive. Days turned into weeks, and as the first snowflakes began to drift from the sky, the forest had become a tapestry of cooperation and unity. The animals worked together, their efforts guided by the ancient wisdom that Aurelia had rekindled. Winter settled over the Whispering Woods like a soft, white blanket. The trees stood tall, their branches etched in frost, and the ground was a wonderland of sparkling snow. Aurelia watched as the forest embraced the quiet beauty of winter, knowing that beneath the surface, life was preparing for the rebirth of spring. In the heart of the forest, Aurelia felt a deep sense of peace. She had witnessed the power of unity and the strength that came from honoring the wisdom of the past. As the stars began to twinkle in the cold, clear sky, she knew that the forest was in harmony, its balance restored. And so, in the warmth of friendship and the light of shared wisdom, the creatures of the Whispering Woods thrived, each season a new chapter in their tale of wonder and resilience. As the nights grew longer and the air colder, they huddled together, hearts warm with the knowledge that spring would come again, bringing with it the promise of new beginnings and the eternal dance of nature. Story 34. In the drowsy embrace of the Whispering Woods, where the trees swayed with a rhythm known only to the wind, there lay a quaint little cottage with walls made of cobblestones and a roof of thatched straw. Its windows glowed with the soft golden light of evening, casting warm shadows over the garden that brimmed with night-blooming flowers, their petals unfolding under the gentle caress of moonlight. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Malus, who had lived in the Whispering Woods longer than any could remember. Her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled with comforting flames inside her home, and her eyes held the twinkle of countless shared stories. She was known far and wide not only for her kindness, but also for her deep understanding of the magical world around her. One serene evening, as the stars began to peek through the twilight sky, Malus noticed something peculiar. The silver bellflowers that lined her garden path usually sang with the softest chimes when the night breeze brushed past them, but tonight they were silent. Puzzled, Malus stepped outside and with a gentle touch coaxed one of the flowers to ring, yet not a sound emerged. Curious, she murmured to herself, her voice a gentle hum in the night. She looked around, seeking the source of this unusual silence, and her gaze fell upon the old oak tree that stood at the edge of her garden. Its branches swayed as if whispering secrets to the stars, and Malus felt a twinge of magic in the air. Deciding to investigate further, Malus donned her soft woolen shawl and ventured toward the tree. As she approached, she noticed a faint glimmer at its base, where a small creature lay nestled in the roots. It was a woodland sprite, its wings shimmering like dew-kissed leaves under the moon's gaze. "Dear sprite, what troubles you?" Malus asked, her voice as tender as a lullaby. The sprite looked up, its eyes glistening with worry. "Malus," it sighed, "the harmony of the woods is disturbed. The bellflowers are silent because the golden note, the heart of their song, has gone missing." Malus knelt beside the sprite, her fingers brushing gently against its feathery wings. "A missing note, you say? How very strange. Fear not, little one, for we shall find it together." With that, Malus set off on her quest, her heart guided by the whispers of the woods. She wandered deeper into the forest, the soft rustle of leaves underfoot and the distant hoot of an owl her only companions. As she walked, Malus recalled the wise words of her grandmother, who had once told her that every mystery of the woods held a lesson if one listened closely enough. And so, with her senses attuned to the forest's subtle language, Malus searched for clues. Soon she came upon a glade bathed in moonlight, where a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones. There, perched atop a moss-covered boulder, was a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes sharp and bright. "Good evening, wise fox," Malus greeted. "I seek a golden note, the heart of the bellflower's song. Have you by chance seen it?" The fox flicked its tail, considering her words. "I have not seen such a thing, but I have noticed something odd. The wind seems to carry a melody that belongs not to these woods, but to the mountains beyond." Thanking the fox for its insight, Malus turned her gaze toward the distant peaks, their silhouettes etched against the star-speckled sky. The mountains were known for their echoing caverns, places where even the softest whispers lingered like a sweet memory. With renewed determination, Malus made her way toward the mountains, her path illuminated by the gentle glow of fireflies that danced in the night air. As she approached the base of the mountains, she heard it, a faint, elusive melody drifting on the breeze, like the laughter of a brook or the rustle of wings. Drawn by the ethereal sound, Malus climbed a winding path that led to a cavern hidden among the rocks. The entrance was adorned with wild ivy and delicate ferns, and as she stepped inside, the air shimmered with magic. Within the cavern, the melody grew stronger, resonating from a source deep within. Malice followed it, her heart light with anticipation, until she found herself in a chamber filled with crystal formations that glowed with their own soft light. In the center, hovering just above the ground, was the golden note, a luminescent orb that pulsed in time with the music of the cavern. "Ah," Malice sighed, her voice a gentle breeze in the stillness. "There you are." With careful hands, she reached out and cradled the golden note, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. It was as if the note itself was alive, a living echo of the harmony it once created. As Malice made her way back to her cottage, the note nestled safely within her shawl. She pondered the lesson hidden within this gentle mystery. She realized that sometimes the answers we seek lie not in the places we expect, but in the quiet whispers of the world around us. When she returned to her garden, the stars had begun their slow descent, and the horizon blushed with the first light of dawn. Malice carefully placed the golden note among the bellflowers, and with a touch as soft as a sigh, she set it free. The note floated above the flowers, and as it settled, a sweet chime filled the air, weaving through the night like a lullaby. The bellflowers sang once more, their harmony restored, and the woods around seemed to sigh with contentment. The woodland sprite appeared at Malice's side, its eyes alight with gratitude. "Thank you, dear Malice," it whispered. "The woods are whole again." Malice smiled, her heart full of warmth. "It was the woods themselves that guided us," she replied softly. "And sometimes the smallest things hold the greatest magic." As the first light of morning kissed the treetops, Malice returned to her cottage, her heart at peace. The mystery had been solved, the harmony of the woods restored, and Malice knew that whatever new wonders the day might bring, she would greet them with the same open heart and listening ear. And so, with the gentle rustle of the whispering woods as her lullaby, Malice drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart as light as the golden note she had returned. Story 35. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless. Why are they restless? Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods, Selwyn explained, a hidden sadness that needs healing. The light seeks someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony. Mira's eyes widened with determination. I want to help. How can I do that? Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way. Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the whispering woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help. The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage. Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it. Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. A Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the whispering woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. Story 36. In a quaint village nestled between the gentle folds of emerald hills and the shimmering blue of a lake, there lived a young woman named Marigold. The village, with its cobbled streets and ivy-clad cottages, was a place where time seemed to pause, letting the whispers of the wind and the rustle of leaves tell their timeless tales. Marigold, with her unruly curls and eyes the color of spring meadows, had always been a part of this serene tapestry, yet she felt like she didn't quite fit. The villagers knew Marigold as a kind soul, always ready with a smile or a helping hand, but beneath her gentle exterior she harbored a restless heart. She often found herself standing at the edge of the lake, watching her reflection ripple with each passing breeze, wondering why she felt so uneasy. Change, she thought, was something she feared, yet yearned for. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the promise of winter, Marigold stumbled upon an old, forgotten path, veiled by a curtain of golden leaves. Curiosity, her constant companion, nudged her to follow the path. It wound through the woods, where the trees whispered secrets only they knew, and the sunlight danced upon the forest floor. As Marigold wandered deeper into the woods, she came across a clearing where the earth seemed to hum with an ancient magic. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches sprawling like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree lay a peculiar stone, etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dappled sunlight. Marigold knelt beside it, tracing the symbols with her fingers, feeling a warmth spread from the stone into her heart. Just then, a gentle voice broke the silence. "The stone is a gift for those who seek change," spoke an old woman who seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Her eyes twinkled like stars, and her presence was as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Eldora, the keeper of the forest's secrets." Marigold looked up, startled yet intrigued. "A gift?" she echoed, her voice barely a whisper. "Yes," Eldora replied, her smile as warm as the summer sun. "It mirrors the growth within you. But remember, true transformation begins with understanding oneself." Marigold nodded, feeling a strange sense of comfort in the woman's words. She picked up the stone, its surface cool against her palm, and felt a surge of courage she had never known before. As days turned into weeks, Marigold carried the stone with her, its gentle glow a reminder of the journey she had embarked upon. With each passing day, she began to see her world through new eyes. The village, once a backdrop to her restless heart, became a canvas of vibrant life. She heard the laughter of children like a symphony, felt the warmth of the baker's oven as a welcome embrace, and saw the colors of the sunset as a masterpiece painted just for her. Her friends, noticing the change in her demeanor, rallied around her with love and support. There was Gwen, the village storyteller, who shared tales of adventure and bravery that sparked Marigold's imagination. And there was Rowan, the gentle blacksmith, whose quiet wisdom and steadfast friendship anchored her through moments of doubt. One evening, as the village gathered around the fireplace in the town square, Marigold felt a familiar pang of uncertainty. But this time, she did not shrink from it. Instead, she embraced it, just as she embraced the warmth of the firelight and the laughter that filled the air. She realized that change was not something to fear but to welcome, like the changing seasons that brought their own beauty and lessons. Through her journey, Marigold learned that personal growth was not about becoming someone different, but discovering the strength and beauty within her already there. The stone, with its magical runes, had simply been a catalyst, a mirror reflecting her true self. As the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, Marigold stood at the edge of the lake once more. This time, her reflection smiled back at her, serene and confident. She had grown, not just in spirit but in understanding that life was a tapestry woven with threads of change, each one adding depth and color to her story. And so, with the village as her home and her heart as her guide, Marigold embraced the magic of transformation, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. The gentle voice of Eldora echoed in her mind, a reminder that the journey was as beautiful as the destination. And in the quiet hush of winter's first embrace, Marigold found peace, wrapped in the warmth of newfound wisdom and the gentle glow of friendship. Story 37. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and serene streams, where the air carried whispers of ancient tales and the earth was rich with history, lived a young woman named Inara. Her days were spent in the village's library, a sanctuary of aged tomes and dust-laden manuscripts, where time seemed to pause amidst the gentle rustle of pages. Inara was a gentle soul, her heart woven with threads of curiosity and wonder. Yet, she often felt an inexplicable yearning deep within her, a quiet pull towards something beyond the horizon of her understanding. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Inara stumbled upon a peculiar, leather-bound book tucked away in a forgotten corner of the library. The cover, embossed with golden filigree, bore the emblem of a soaring phoenix, a symbol she had seen many times before, adorning her grandmother's pendant. With the book cradled in her arms, Inara settled into a cozy nook by the fireplace, its warm glow casting a soft light over the pages. As she turned each page, the story of her ancestors unfurled like a gentle breeze. It spoke of a lineage of guardians, protectors of an ancient legacy, who had passed down the wisdom of the ages through tales and traditions. Each generation was entrusted with a mystical artifact, a symbol of their heritage and a beacon of hope and resilience. Intrigued, Inara embarked on a journey to uncover her roots, guided by the stories within the book. Her first stop was her grandmother's attic, a treasure trove of memories and heirlooms. As she sifted through old photographs and keepsakes, she discovered a delicate wooden box, its surface etched with the same phoenix motif. Inside lay a shimmering amulet, its center a brilliant gemstone that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With the amulet in hand, Inara felt a warmth spread through her, as if generations of love and strength embraced her. She decided to seek wisdom from the village elder, a kind-hearted woman named Malus, whose eyes sparkled with the wisdom of the ages. Malus welcomed Inara into her home, its walls adorned with tapestries depicting the history of their people. As the two sat by the hearth, Malus shared stories of courage and unity, of how the amulet had been a guiding light through times of trial. This amulet, she explained, is a reminder of the connection we share with those who came before us. It holds the lessons of the past, whispering them to those who listen with their hearts. Inspired by Malus's words, Inara began to see her journey not just as a quest for knowledge, but as a path to understanding her place in the tapestry of her ancestry. She realized that the legacy she carried was not just of her family, but of the entire village, a community woven together by shared history and dreams. As the days turned into weeks, Inara found herself becoming more involved with the village's traditions, participating in festivals and rituals that celebrated the earth's cycles and the bonds of kinship. She discovered that the village's strength lay in its unity, a lesson echoed in the tales of her ancestors. One evening, under a canopy of twinkling stars, Inara gathered the villagers for a night of storytelling by the fire. As she recounted the tales of courage and wisdom, the amulet around her neck glowed softly, a beacon of the enduring spirit of her people. In that moment, Inara felt a profound sense of belonging, her heart woven into the fabric of her community. Through her journey, Inara learned that the legacy she cherished was not just an inheritance of artifacts and stories, but a living tradition of love, resilience, and hope. She understood that her roots were deeply entwined with those of her ancestors, and that the strength of her heritage lay in the unity and kindness that bound them all. As the fire crackled softly and the village drifted into slumber, Inara sat quietly, the amulet warm against her heart. She knew that she was not just a keeper of the past, but a guardian of the future, a bridge between the lessons of yesterday and the promises of tomorrow. And with this understanding, she found peace, a serene comfort in knowing that she was exactly where she belonged. Story 38. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of, a stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Story 39. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, where the chimneys always puffed gentle wisps of smoke and the cobblestone streets hummed with the whispers of history, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her heart thrummed with curiosity, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 unspoken questions. Each day she would sit by the old stone bridge, watching the brook bubble and dance over smooth, mossy stones, dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lyra's grandmother told her of the Enchanted Glade, a place whispered about in hushed tones, said to be alive with magic and mysteries. The glade lay beyond the forest that bordered their village, past the towering oaks whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. With a heart full of wonder and a satchel packed with her favorite apple tarts, Lyra set out on a journey to find the Enchanted Glade. The forest greeted her with its symphony of rustling leaves and the gentle crunch of twigs beneath her feet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced like fairies upon the forest floor. As she ventured deeper, the air grew sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the sound of a distant melody tickled her ears, a song without words, yet rich with emotion. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lyra encountered her first companion. A small, plump rabbit, with fur as white as winter's first snow, and eyes like polished onyx, hopped onto her path. With a twitch of its whiskers, it seemed to beckon her to follow. Intrigued, Lyra followed the rabbit as it led her through a maze of towering ferns and over a bubbling brook. The world around her shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as though the very air was woven with threads of magic. Suddenly, the rabbit paused at the edge of a glistening meadow, where the grass swayed like a sea of emerald waves. In the center of this meadow stood a grand, ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and wise, with branches that stretched toward the heavens. Nestled in its roots was a doorway, small yet inviting, with a knocker shaped like a laughing fox. As Lyra reached for the knocker, the door creaked open of its own accord, revealing a spiral staircase that wound downward into the earth. With a deep breath and a flutter of excitement in her chest, Lyra descended the staircase. The walls glowed softly with the light of luminescent moss, guiding her way until she emerged into a cavern unlike any she had ever imagined. The ceiling sparkled with crystalline stalactites, reflecting the gentle glow of a pool at the cavern's heart. Floating above the water were tiny, luminescent creatures, their wings whispering secrets of the ages. Lyra stepped closer, her breath taken by the sheer beauty of it all. It was here she met her second guide, a wise turtle with a shell adorned in colorful patterns that seemed to shift and change with each movement. The turtle spoke in a voice like a summer breeze, inviting her to sit and listen to the stories of the land. As she listened, Lyra learned of the courage that lived within the heart of every explorer and the beauty that awaited those who dared to seek it. The tales woven by the turtle spoke of unity and the strength found in friendship, leaving an imprint on Lyra's heart. With newfound resolve, Lyra thanked the turtle and continued her journey. The path led her through shimmering tunnels, where the very walls sang in harmony to her footsteps, and out into the glade itself. It was a place of unparalleled wonder, where the trees were crowned with blossoms that glowed like stars, and streams of liquid light flowed like rivers of dreams. In this magical place, Lyra found the true treasure of her adventure. It was not the magic that surrounded her, but the courage within her that had guided her to this moment. She had ventured beyond the familiar, faced the unknown, and discovered not only a wondrous world, but also the depths of her own heart. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra retraced her steps back toward Willowbrook. The rabbit and the turtle accompanied her to the edge of the forest, where they bid her farewell with smiles and promises of future adventures. Lyra returned home with stories that danced in her mind and a peace that warmed her soul. As she lay in bed that night, the gentle glow of the moon casting silver patterns across her room, she knew that the glade would always be there, waiting for her next visit. But more importantly, she understood that the courage to explore and the joy of discovery were treasures she could carry with her always. And so, with a heart full of dreams and the soft lullaby of the forest in her ears, Lyra drifted into a deep, contented sleep, cradled by the knowledge that the world was vast, beautiful, and full of possibilities for those who dared to wander. Story 40, Story 41, Story 42, Story 43, Story 44, Story 45, Story 46, Story 47. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Misty Wood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Aidan, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aidan had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aidan said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Isla awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. Story 48. Story 49. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world, Oakroot said solemnly. Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance. With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. These pixies will guide you on your quest, he said. Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief. Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. Well, well, what have we here? The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest, she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. And why would I do that? He asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There a rabbit, with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity, was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Leela found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries. Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. I've always felt drawn to the forest, she admitted. It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered. Lyra's smile widened. Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things. Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. What do you mean by reveals the truth? The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances, Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply. Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. How do I use it? By listening, Lyra replied simply. Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you. Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. This is the pool of reflection, Lyra said, her voice a soft song. It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them. Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. In a quaint village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and a gentle stream that sang softly as it wound its way through the countryside, there lived a young woman named Linnea. Her home was a modest cottage, its roof adorned with moss and ivy, and its windows framed by cheerful boxes bursting with lavender and daisies. Linnea was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she was often troubled by the winds of change that seemed to blow ever stronger in her life. Each morning she would awaken to the sweet melody of birdsong, the air alive with the scent of dew-kissed grass and blooming wildflowers. But beneath this serene surface, Linnea felt an unease growing within her, like a vine creeping through her soul. She feared the unknown changes that loomed in the distance, much like the approaching autumn wind that rustled through the trees, turning their leaves to gold. Her life had been simple and predictable, revolving around the village and its gentle rhythms. She tended her garden, baked bread, and often helped her neighbors with their daily tasks. However, as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a yearning for something beyond what she knew, yet she was hesitant to embrace it, fearing what it might bring. One crisp, clear morning, as Linnea wandered through the village square, she noticed an unfamiliar figure setting up a colorful stall draped with vibrant silks and shimmering trinkets. This was Marisol, a traveling enchantress known for her wisdom and the magical wonders she carried in her caravan. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Linnea approached, her curiosity piqued by the mystical aura that surrounded Marisol. Marisol welcomed her with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, dear Linnea," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze, "I see in you a heart that longs for growth and transformation, yet fears the journey it may require." Linnea nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "I feel something inside me changing, but I don't know what to do. How can I embrace what I don't understand?" With a knowing look, Marisol reached beneath her counter and retrieved a small, intricately carved box. "This," she said, presenting it to Linnea, "is a seed of transformation. Plant it under the full moon, and it will guide you on your path to discovery." Clutching the box to her chest, Linnea thanked Marisol and returned home, her heart alight with a mix of hope and uncertainty. That evening, as the silver moon hung like a lantern in the sky, she ventured into her garden, the cool earth soft beneath her feet. With a deep breath, she planted the seed, feeling a strange warmth spread through her fingers as she covered it with soil. In the days that followed, Linnea tended the spot with care, watering it with love and anticipation. Slowly, a delicate sprout emerged, its leaves unfurling like tiny green hands reaching for the sky. As it grew, Linnea found herself drawn into a world of wonder, for the plant was unlike any she had ever seen, its petals shimmering with colors that danced in the sunlight. With each passing day, Linnea noticed changes within herself, mirroring the plant's growth. She became more attuned to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the songs of the birds. Her heart, once heavy with doubt, began to lighten, filled with a newfound sense of purpose and connection to the world around her. The villagers, too, noticed the change in Linnea. Her eyes sparkled with a vitality that seemed to brighten even the cloudiest days. Encouraged by her transformation, they sought her advice, drawn to her warmth and wisdom. Linnea, in turn, found joy in sharing her journey, realizing that by helping others, she was also nurturing her own spirit. One afternoon, as she sat beneath the shade of an ancient oak, her friend Tomas joined her. Tomas was a gentle soul with a love for stories and a knack for seeing the world in hues of wonder. "Linnea," he said, his voice soft and thoughtful, "the changes in you are like the seasons, inevitable and beautiful. You've learned to dance with them, and that is the true magic." Linnea smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "The seed Marisol gave me was just the beginning," she replied. "It taught me that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. Every leaf that falls, every blossom that blooms, carries a lesson if we're willing to listen." As the seasons continued to turn, Linnea's garden flourished, a testament to her journey of growth and self-discovery. She had learned that change, like the gentle flow of the stream, could lead to new and wondrous places. Her fears had dissolved like morning mist, replaced by a deep-seated belief in the beauty of life's ever-unfolding path. And so, in the heart of the village where magic and wisdom mingled beneath the starlit sky, Linnea found her place. She had become a beacon of hope, reminding all those around her that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, daring step into the unknown. As the sun set over the hills, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Linnea stood in her garden, surrounded by the soft hum of twilight. She whispered a silent thank you to Marisol and the seed that had set her on this path of discovery. For in the gentle embrace of nature and the kindness of others, she had found the courage to grow, to change, and to truly become herself. And so, dear reader, as you drift into the gentle embrace of sleep, remember that, like Linnea, you too can find magic in the changes life brings. For every challenge holds the promise of growth, and every ending is but the beginning of a new and wondrous journey. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, The prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown. That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the Whispering Woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the Whispering Woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Leora had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Leora discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Leora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values: kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Leora listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to her garden, the Heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes: the vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the Heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity. Story 81. Once upon a time, in the serene and enchanting forest of Moonlit Hollow, there was a quaint little village named Whispering Pines. This village nestled gently among the towering trees, where the whisper of the wind through their leaves was as soft as a lullaby. The villagers lived in harmony with nature and the magical creatures that roamed the woods. In the heart of the village stood a small bakery, its windows glowing warmly in the early morning light. This bakery was known throughout Whispering Pines for its delectable pastries and the sweet scent of cinnamon and honey that wafted from its chimney. It was run by a kind-hearted baker named Finn, whose smile was as warm as the fresh bread he baked each day. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced gently to the ground, Finn was preparing his daily batch of cinnamon rolls when he noticed something peculiar. A small, shimmering footprint was etched into the flour dusting his work table. It was no bigger than a thimble, glistening as if sprinkled with stardust. Curious and a little bewildered, Finn wiped his hands on his apron and called out to a passing friend, a wise old squirrel named Hazel. Hazel had lived in the forest for many years and was known for her vast knowledge of the magical creatures that dwelled there. "Good morning, Hazel," Finn greeted, pointing to the mysterious footprint. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Hazel narrowed her tiny eyes, adjusting her spectacles made of 2 dewdrops strung together with spider silk. She scampered closer, her bushy tail twitching with interest. "Ah, Finn," she said in her gentle, crackling voice, "this looks like the footprint of a moonbeam sprite. They are rare visitors from the Silver Meadow, only appearing when there is a mystery to solve or a friend to help." Finn was intrigued. "A moonbeam sprite, you say? But why would one come to my bakery?" Hazel pondered for a moment, her whiskers twitching thoughtfully. "Perhaps they need your help, or perhaps there is something in your bakery they find fascinating." Determined to uncover the mystery, Finn decided to keep an eye out for any more unusual occurrences. The next day, as he rolled out dough for his famous honey cakes, he noticed something strange. His jar of golden honey was nearly empty, yet he hadn't used any since the previous day. He scratched his head, glancing around the cozy bakery, as if expecting answers to appear from the flour-dusted air. That evening, as the villagers gathered for the weekly storytelling circle around the fire, Finn shared his puzzling discoveries. The children listened wide-eyed, and the elder villagers nodded knowingly, some recalling tales of moonbeam sprites from their own youth. One villager, a gentle old woman named May, spoke up. "I remember when I was a girl, a sprite visited our home. They are drawn to kindness and warmth. Perhaps, Finn, they are attracted to the joy your bakery brings to the village." Encouraged by May's words, Finn decided to leave a small offering for the sprite. He placed a fresh cinnamon roll and a tiny cup of milk on a wooden plate by the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mysterious visitor. That night, a soft glow filled the bakery, and Finn awoke to the fluttering sound of delicate wings. He tiptoed quietly to the kitchen and peered in through the doorway. There, illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, was a tiny sprite, no taller than a teacup, with wings that shimmered like 1,000 stars. The sprite moved gracefully, sipping the milk and nibbling on the cinnamon roll with delight. Not wanting to startle the creature, Finn simply watched, his heart filled with wonder. In the days that followed, the mysterious occurrences became a delightful routine. The sprite would visit each night, leaving behind trails of sparkling footprints and a sense of enchantment that lingered long after dawn. One morning, as Finn was sweeping the bakery floor, he stumbled upon a small, gleaming pebble tucked beneath the counter. It glowed softly with an inner light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Finn picked it up, feeling a warmth spread through his fingers. He showed the pebble to Hazel, who gasped in astonishment. "Finn, this is a heartstone, a gift from the moonbeam sprite. It is said to bring joy and prosperity to its keeper." Finn smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. He placed the heartstone on the shelf above his work table, where it cast a gentle light across the room, infusing the bakery with a warmth that echoed the sprite's visits. With each passing day, the bakery flourished, its fame spreading beyond Whispering Pines. Villagers from neighboring towns came to taste Finn's pastries, drawn by the stories of the magical bakery blessed by a moonbeam sprite. As autumn gave way to winter, the sprite's visits became less frequent, until one night, they stopped altogether. Though Finn missed the nightly glow and the sparkle of tiny footprints, he felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The heartstone remained, a lasting reminder of the sprite's friendship and the magic that had touched his life. And so, Whispering Pines continued to thrive, its heart warmed by the kindness and mystery that had once graced its beloved bakery. And in the quiet moments of the evening, as the village settled into slumber, Finn would often gaze at the heartstone, feeling the gentle pulse of its light, a comforting reminder that magic and friendship were always just a heartbeat away. And so, with the fire crackling gently in the hearth, the villagers would drift into dreams, their hearts filled with warmth and wonder, knowing that sometimes the smallest mysteries hold the greatest magic of all. The end. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Once upon a time, in a galaxy teeming with countless stars and planets, there existed a quaint little world known as Luminara, where the skies were forever brushed with hues of lavender, and the rivers shimmered like liquid silver under the twin moons. Luminara was a planet of peace, where its inhabitants, the gentle lumens, lived in harmony with the lush landscapes, tending to the bioluminescent flora that glowed softly through the night. In a small village nestled between the rolling hills of Luminara, there lived a lumen named Taro. Taro was known for his kind heart and gentle spirit, always finding joy in the simple act of nurturing the glowing gardens that illuminated his village. His silvery skin glistened like the dewdrops that adorned the leaves each morning, and his eyes sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 suns. One starry evening, as Taro tended to the radiant flowers in his garden, a strange, metallic sound echoed through the skies. Looking up, Taro saw a small spaceship, unlike any he had seen before, descending through the lavender clouds. It landed with a soft thud in the clearing just beyond the village. Curiosity twinkling in his eyes, Taro made his way to the clearing, where he found a peculiar being emerging from the spaceship. This newcomer was unlike any creature of Luminara. With scales that shimmered like the night sky and eyes that glowed with a soft, ethereal light, the being looked around with a mixture of confusion and awe. It was a traveler from a distant planet called Etheria, where the skies were perpetually dark and the stars themselves were said to be alive. The Etherian introduced itself as Nira, its voice a gentle melody that resonated deep within Taro's heart. But where Taro saw an opportunity for friendship, the villagers saw an intruder, and their usual warmth was replaced by caution and misunderstanding. They whispered among themselves, wary of the newcomer who seemed so different from them. Sensing the unease, Nira felt a pang of loneliness, a feeling that was all too familiar. Back on Etheria, Nira had often felt out of place among its own kind, who were more interested in the mysteries of the cosmos than in forming bonds of friendship. Here on Luminara, it seemed that the stars had played a cruel trick, bringing it to a world where it was once again an outsider. But Taro, with his heart full of compassion, approached Nira with a gentle smile. "Welcome to Luminara," he said warmly, his voice as soothing as the whispering wind. "I am Taro, and I would be honored to show you our world." Nira nodded, grateful for the kindness in Taro's eyes, and together they walked through the village, with Taro pointing out the wonders of Luminara, the glowing flora, the crystal-clear streams, and the vibrant creatures that roamed the land. As they wandered, Taro shared stories of the Lumens' traditions and the history of their peaceful planet. Despite the initial misunderstandings, Taro and Nira found themselves drawn to one another's company, discovering a shared love for the beauty of the universe. As days turned into weeks, they spent their time exploring the hidden corners of Luminara, each adventure bringing them closer together. One day, while venturing into the heart of the luminescent forest, Taro and Nira stumbled upon an ancient tree, its branches reaching high into the sky, adorned with blossoms that glowed with a gentle, golden light. It was said that this tree held the wisdom of the ages, and those who sat beneath its boughs could hear the whispers of time itself. Feeling a sense of reverence, Taro and Nira sat beneath the tree, and as they listened to the soft rustling of leaves, they shared their deepest hopes and fears. Taro spoke of his dream to one day plant a garden so magnificent that it would light up the entire village, while Nira shared its longing to find a place where it truly belonged. In that moment, beneath the ancient tree, they realized that despite their differences, they were kindred spirits, both searching for a place in the universe where they could be themselves. They understood that friendship was not about being the same, but about accepting and celebrating each other's uniqueness. Soon after, a challenge arose that would test the strength of their newfound friendship. A powerful storm swept across Luminara, threatening to destroy the village and the glowing gardens that Taro cherished. The villagers, caught in the storm's fury, struggled to protect their homes and livelihoods. Seeing the fear in the villagers' eyes, Nira knew it had to help. Drawing upon the celestial energy of its home planet, Nira conjured a protective barrier around the village, using its own strength to shield the lumens from the storm's wrath. But the effort was draining, and Nira's light began to flicker and fade. Without hesitation, Taro rushed to Nira's side, offering words of encouragement and support. "You are not alone, my friend," he whispered, taking Nira's hands in his own. "Together, we can weather any storm." With Taro's unwavering faith and the villagers' newfound trust, Nira found the strength to hold the barrier until the storm passed. When the skies finally cleared, the villagers emerged from their homes, grateful for Nira's selfless act of bravery. The storm had brought them closer, and the villagers, realizing their previous misunderstanding, welcomed Nira with open arms, embracing it as one of their own. Taro's garden, though battered by the storm, was saved, and as he replanted the glowing flowers, Nira was there by his side, their shared laughter echoing through the rolling hills. In the days that followed, Taro's dream came to life. Together with Nira and the villagers, they planted a garden so radiant that it lit up the entire village, a symbol of unity and friendship that shone brightly under the twin moons of Luminara. As the two friends sat beneath the ancient tree once more, surrounded by the blossoms of their labor, they knew that their bond was unbreakable, forged in the fires of challenge and strengthened by the light of understanding. And though their journey had begun with misunderstanding and uncertainty, it had blossomed into a friendship that transcended the stars. In the gentle glow of the garden, Taro and Nira found what they had been searching for all along, a place where they truly belonged, not defined by where they came from, but by the love and acceptance they shared. And so, under the watchful eyes of the universe, they knew they would never be alone again. And thus, the tale of Taro and Nira became a cherished story on Luminara, a reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in the most unexpected of places. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lyra was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries, yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lyra would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. Dear Lyra, the letter read, I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. Welcome, dear Lyra, he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. You see, Lyra, he said, change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path. As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. This, Finn explained, is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness, there is beauty waiting to be revealed. Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the skies and streams danced over smooth stones, lay a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. Here, in the gentle embrace of nature, the creatures of the forest lived in harmonious balance, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom passed down through countless generations. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, while the ground was cushioned by soft layers of fallen leaves that crunched lightly underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and lending a golden glow to the world beneath. It was spring, the season of renewal, when the earth awakened from its winter slumber. The forest creatures were busy with the tasks of the season. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry through the air. Squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered nuts, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. And in the sheltered glades, the deer moved gracefully, their eyes soft and watchful. Among these creatures lived an old, wise tortoise named Elder Mossback. His shell was a tapestry of lichen and moss, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Elder Mossback was known far and wide for his stories, which he shared beneath the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest. Creatures of all kinds would gather there, drawn by his gentle voice and the warmth of his tales. One particular spring morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor and the first rays of sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, Elder Mossback began to speak. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Once, in a time long forgotten, the forest was threatened by a great imbalance. He began, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. The seasons had forgotten their dance, and winter lingered too long, casting a chill over the land. A shiver ran through the assembled creatures, for they knew the importance of the season's dance, each one flowing into the next, bringing with it the changes that nurtured life. In those days, continued Elder Mossback, there lived a young fox named Fern. She was clever and kind-hearted, with a coat as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Fern had always been a curious soul, eager to learn the secrets of the forest and her inhabitants. The animals leaned in closer, captivated by the tale of Fern, who was known to them as a figure of legend. Fern was troubled by the endless winter, Elder Mossback said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She saw the hardship it brought to her friends, the struggle for food and warmth. Determined to help, she sought the wisdom of the ancient beings who dwelled in the forest's hidden places. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Elder Mossback spoke of Fern's journey. She traveled to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall and thick that they whispered only to the sky. There, in a grove untouched by time, lived the season's circle, ancient spirits who watched over the world. As Fern approached, the spirits appeared before her, he said, describing their forms, spirits of mist and shadow, of light and wind, each one embodying the essence of a season. Fern bowed her head respectfully, her heart full of hope and courage. The spirits listened as Fern spoke of the forest's plight, her voice steady and sincere. Winter, represented by a figure draped in frost and snow, stepped forward. "We did not realize our dance had faltered," Winter said, his voice like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. "We have become lost in our own rhythms." Fern, with her gentle wisdom, proposed a solution. "Perhaps," she suggested, "if you each share your gifts with us, the forest can remind you of your dance." The spirits considered her words, and slowly they nodded in agreement. Thus, a pact was made. Spring brought forth a rain of blossoms, new life unfurling in vibrant hues. Summer followed with warm breezes and sunlight that kissed the earth. Autumn painted the world in gold and crimson, while winter, now mindful of his place, brought the gentle hush of snow. Through Fern's courage and kindness, Elder Mossback concluded, the seasons found their balance once more, and the forest thrived in harmony. The creatures around Elder Mossback nodded, their hearts warmed by the tale. They understood the lesson woven into the story, the importance of balance, of listening and understanding, and the power of a single kind heart to make a difference. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight over the forest, the animals slowly dispersed, each carrying a piece of the story with them. Elder Mossback watched them go, a gentle smile on his ancient face. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and peace, where the whispers of old stories lingered like a gentle breeze, reminding all who listened of the beauty of balance and the magic of the natural world. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the Enchanted Forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen. Leela's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Leela," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Leela nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Leela lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. In the heart of an ancient forest where the whispering pines reached toward a sky as vast as dreams, there existed a world often hidden from human eyes. A world where the air was rich with the scent of pine needles and the gentle rustle of leaves played a soothing melody. Sunlight, filtered through a canopy so dense it seemed woven from emerald silk, danced upon the forest floor in dapples of gold. This was a place where creatures small and great lived in harmony, their lives woven together like the intricate patterns of a spider's web. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Tiberius, whose shell was mottled with the colors of earth and time. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his gentle nature was known far and wide. One crisp morning, as autumn began to paint the world in hues of amber and crimson, Tiberius made his slow, deliberate journey to the grand oak, a tree so ancient that its roots were said to cradle the very heart of the forest. It was here that the creatures gathered to share news and stories, and where Tiberius would offer his wisdom. The forest was alive with the sounds of preparation for the coming winter. Squirrels chattered energetically as they buried acorns beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the soft murmur of wind brushing through branches. A delicate mist hung in the air, wrapping the forest in a gentle embrace. As Tiberius approached the grand oak, he was greeted by a chorus of welcomes. There was Lyra, the clever fox with fur as bright as the morning sun, and a family of rabbits whose ears twitched with curiosity. High above, the birds looked down, their feathers ruffled into fluffy coats against the chill. "Good morning, friends," Tiberius rumbled, his voice deep and warm like the earth itself. "I have come to speak of the changing seasons and the magic they bring." The creatures settled around him, eyes bright with anticipation. Tiberius began to tell them of the magical phenomena that tied the forest to the rhythm of the seasons. He spoke of the gentle snowfall that would soon blanket the earth, insulating it, nurturing it, and how each snowflake was a tiny, perfect crystal, a gift from the winter sky. "But," he continued, "we must remember the balance. Just as the earth must rest beneath the snow, so too must we prepare and respect the cycles of nature." Lyra, the fox, nodded thoughtfully. "Tiberius, how do we ensure we live in harmony with these cycles?" Tiberius smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "We listen, dear Lyra. The forest speaks to us if we take the time to hear its whispers. It tells us when to gather, when to conserve, and when to give back." As the morning sun climbed higher, warming the chill from the air, the creatures shared their plans for the upcoming winter. The rabbits had dug snug burrows lined with leaves, and the birds had fluffed their nests high in the trees. In the midst of their preparations, a young deer named Soren approached, his eyes wide with concern. "Tiberius," he said softly, "I've heard of a great storm that might come. What should we do?" The old tortoise regarded the young deer with kindness. "Ah, Soren, storms are a part of the cycle, too. They can be fierce, but they also bring renewal. We must find shelter when they come, and afterward, we will see how the forest renews itself." The creatures spent the day sharing stories and advice, weaving a tapestry of community and support. As twilight descended, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Tiberius spoke once more. "Remember, dear friends, the forest thrives because of the balance we maintain. Our lives are intertwined with the seasons, and it is our duty to protect and cherish this harmony." As the creatures began to disperse, their hearts were lighter, and their minds filled with thoughts of the wisdom shared. They understood their place within the forest's grand design, and felt a renewed sense of belonging to the rhythm of life. That night, as the moon rose high and bathed the forest in its silvery glow, Tiberius found his way to a quiet spot beneath the stars. The air was crisp and clear, and the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the first snowflakes. The old tortoise settled into his shell, his heart full of gratitude for the community that surrounded him, the lessons learned, and the beauty of the world that he called home. And as he drifted into a peaceful slumber, the first gentle flakes began to fall, a soft, magical touch upon the earth, a reminder of the cyclical dance of seasons, whispered through the quiet of the night. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, the lives of its creatures continued, bound together by friendship, wisdom, and the eternal magic of nature's embrace. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey, wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese. She followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" "I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown," Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. "Then you must follow the path of the fireflies," he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Seraphina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued. Each day a new story waiting to unfold, each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued. Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the distant call of a nightingale, lived a gentle young woman named Mira. Her auburn hair danced with the breeze as she walked through fields ablaze with color. Mira had always been curious about her family's past, for her grandmother often spoke of a time when their ancestors were keepers of an ancient tradition. The tales were like lullabies, filling Mira's dreams with images of glowing lanterns and whispering trees, a connection to a time before the world had become more complex and hurried. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, and the seasons moved like a gentle waltz. In the spring, the meadows would shimmer with daisies and buttercups, while summer brought the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the river, echoing like a lullaby through the nights. Autumn painted the hills in hues of amber and gold, and winter wrapped the world in a silvery hush, snowflakes falling like whispered secrets from the sky. It was in this serene setting that Mira embarked on a journey to uncover the legacy her grandmother had spoken of, a journey that would require courage and an open heart. One crisp morning, as the dawn light crept through her window like a warm embrace, Mira found herself drawn to the attic of her family's old cottage. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight as she climbed the creaky stairs, each step echoing with the whispers of yesteryears. The air was laced with a scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. In the far corner of the attic, beneath a faded tapestry woven with mysterious symbols, she discovered a wooden chest adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars, each detail telling a story of its own. With a heart full of anticipation and a hint of trepidation, Mira opened the chest. Inside, she found an assortment of artifacts, a delicate silver locket, a bundle of yellowed letters tied with a ribbon, and a small, intricately carved lantern. As she held the lantern up to the light, it seemed to shimmer with a life of its own. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, speaking of a time when these lanterns were used to guide the villagers during the Festival of Light, a celebration of unity and hope, where stories of old came alive in the flickering glow. Determined to learn more, Mira took the lantern and letters to her grandmother, who was sitting by the fireplace, her knitting needles clicking softly. The fire crackled and popped, casting a warm glow that danced across the room, painting shadows on the walls like a living tapestry. "Ah, the lantern," her grandmother said with a smile that was both wistful and proud. Her eyes, still bright with the vitality of youth, held the wisdom of ages. "It was once used by our family to light the way during the festival. Each year, the elders would tell stories of our ancestors, who believed that the lantern's light could reveal hidden truths and guide us through the darkness." Mira listened intently as her grandmother shared tales of courage and wisdom, of ancestors who had faced great challenges, but always found strength in the bonds of community and the light that guided them. As the stories unfolded, Mira felt a deep sense of connection to her past, as if the lantern's glow had reached back through time to touch her heart. She realized that the light was not just a beacon in the night, but a symbol of resilience and unity. To further understand the depth of her heritage, Mira embarked on a quest to explore the village archives, hidden away in the old library. The building itself was a relic, with creaking floors and towering shelves that smelled of ink and history. There, she found dusty tomes and scrolls, documenting the village's history and the pivotal role her ancestors played. The librarian, an elderly man with spectacles balanced precariously on the tip of his nose, shared stories of Mira's great-grandmother, a formidable woman known for her wisdom and kindness, who had once led the village through a time of hardship with the lantern as her guide. One day, Mira ventured into the woods, following a trail her grandmother had once described. The path was lined with ancient oaks whose branches arched overhead, creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. Each step felt like a journey deeper into the past. Mira found a secluded clearing where a circle of stones lay undisturbed, a place where her ancestors gathered to honor the changing seasons and seek guidance from the stars. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and as she stood there, she felt the presence of those who had walked before her. It was as if the stones themselves whispered secrets of the ages. Inspired by the stories and the artifacts, Mira decided to revive the Festival of Light. She gathered the villagers, who were eager to rediscover the tradition. Together, they set about preparing for the celebration. The village was soon adorned with colorful streamers, and lanterns were hung from every tree, their gentle light flickering like stars against the twilight sky. The preparation was a communal effort, a testament to the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished. On the night of the festival, the village square was alive with laughter and music. The scent of spiced cider and freshly baked bread filled the air. mingling with the cool, crisp breeze that rustled through the leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mira stood at the heart of the gathering, the ancient lantern in her hands. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and reverence. With a deep breath, she lit the lantern, and its warm glow spread across the square, illuminating the faces of her friends and family. The villagers gathered closer, their eyes reflecting the gentle light. Mira spoke of the stories her grandmother had shared, and as she did, she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had found her place in the tapestry of her family's history. Her voice carried the weight of generations, each word a thread in the fabric of time. As the evening wore on, Mira found herself reflecting on the emotional journey she had undertaken. The stories of her ancestors had not only connected her to her past, but had also illuminated her own path forward. She realized that the true legacy of her ancestors was not just in the artifacts or the tales, but in the spirit of community and the light of understanding that connected them all. The lantern, once a symbol of their past, had become a beacon of their future, a reminder that, through unity and wisdom, they could overcome any challenge. As the night drew to a close, Mira stood beneath the starlit sky, her heart filled with peace and gratitude. The lessons of the past had illuminated her present, and she knew she would carry them with her always, like the gentle glow of the lantern lighting her path. The festival had not only rekindled an ancient tradition, but had also forged new bonds among the villagers, ensuring the legacy of light would continue for generations to come. In the weeks following the festival, Mira began to notice subtle changes within herself. She had always been gentle and kind, but now there was a quiet strength within her, a newfound confidence that flowed from embracing her heritage. Her dreams were no longer filled merely with images of the past, but also with visions of the future, of children playing in the fields, of lanterns lighting the way for generations yet unborn. She could see herself passing down the stories and the lantern to her own children, continuing the legacy of light. The village, too, felt the impact of the festival. The bonds between the villagers had strengthened, and there was a renewed sense of purpose and community. People spoke more openly about their hopes and dreams, and the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished seemed to infuse every aspect of village life. The Festival of Light became an annual tradition once more, a beacon of unity and hope in an ever-changing world. And so, in that quiet village, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the warmth of friendship, Mira found not only her heritage, but also her home, a place where the ancient legacy of light would continue to shine, guiding generations to come. The whispers of the woods and the echoes of the hills sang with the promise of tomorrow, echoing the eternal dance of light and hope. The village, with its timeless charm and enduring spirit, stood as a testament to the power of stories and the light they could bring to even the darkest corners of the world. As Mira continued to explore her newfound sense of purpose, she decided to delve deeper into the stories that had shaped her lineage. She began visiting the elderly villagers, many of whom held memories of past festivals and the tales their ancestors had passed down. Each visit was like opening a new chapter, revealing layers of history and wisdom that had been woven into the fabric of the village. One afternoon, Mira visited old Alara, a woman whose eyes sparkled with the mischief of a child despite her years. Alara's cottage was a treasure trove of artifacts, from faded photographs to hand-woven tapestries. As Mira sat by the hearth, Alara recounted a legend not written in any book, a tale of a hidden grove, a sacred place where the first lantern was lit by the village's founding matriarch, guided by a celestial deer whose antlers glowed with the light of the stars. Intrigued, Mira felt a pull towards this mystical grove. With Alara's directions and a heart brimming with curiosity, she set out to find it. The path was treacherous, winding through dense thickets and over moss-covered stones, but Mira pressed on. Her journey led her to a hidden clearing where moonlight filtered through the trees, casting an ethereal glow on a circle of ancient stones. In that moment, Mira felt the presence of the celestial deer, not as a physical being, but as a spirit that embodied the light and wisdom of her ancestors. Standing in the grove, Mira made a silent vow to honor the legacy of those who had come before her. She gathered a few smooth stones and arranged them in a small cairn, a humble monument to the enduring light that had guided her footsteps. As she turned to leave, she felt a warmth in her chest, a reassurance that the past, present, and future were all connected by an unbreakable thread of light and love. With each step back to the village, Mira carried a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that the stories and traditions of her ancestors were not just echoes of the past, but living legacies that illuminated the path forward. The village, with its quiet resilience and enduring spirit, would continue to thrive, its heart beating in time with the gentle glow of the lanterns, a testament to the power of unity and hope in a world that was constantly changing. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Glimmering. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Glimmering was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Glimmering chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleburrow, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleburrow drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleburrow, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the whispering woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elder Glen Fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the whispering woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the whispering woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the whispering woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind, nestled a quaint village named Willowbrook. It was a place where the sky stretched in hues of lavender and gold at dusk, and mornings were greeted with the gentle caress of mist. The villagers were warm-hearted, and each day was filled with the comforting hum of a community in harmony with nature. In this village lived a young woman named Anwen. Anwen was known for her gentle spirit and thoughtful nature, but she carried a burden within her heart, a fear of change. She found solace in routines, like the familiar path through the woods she walked each morning, the comforting scent of her grandmother's lavender-scented shawl, and the melodic chimes of the village clock tower marking the hours. However, the winds of change were blowing gently but persistently through Willowbrook, whispering secrets of transformation that Anwen could not ignore. A new season was approaching, one that promised new beginnings, and Anwen found herself standing at the edge of this change, anxious and uncertain. One crisp autumn morning, while Anwen was wandering through the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a ring of mushrooms glowing with a soft, ethereal light. It was a fairy ring, a rare and magical phenomenon that was said to appear only to those with open hearts and yearning souls. Drawn to its quiet luminescence, Anwen stepped closer, feeling a strange yet comforting warmth enveloping her. The ground beneath the fairy ring shimmered like stardust, and from it rose a gentle, wise spirit named Era. With eyes like sparkling dew and a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, Era greeted Anwen warmly. "Fear not, dear Anwen," said Era, her presence as soothing as a lullaby. "For every change holds a promise of growth. The path of transformation is woven with threads of magic and wisdom, and you are not alone on this journey." Anwen, though hesitant, felt a flicker of hope kindling within her. She had heard tales of spirits guiding those in need, but never did she imagine experiencing such an encounter herself. Ira extended a hand, inviting Anwen to join her on a walk through the woods, a journey that would mirror the transformations she feared. As they walked together, Ira shared stories of the trees, each one unique, bending and stretching towards the sun, their colors shifting with the seasons, a reflection of the beauty and change. "Just as the trees embrace the changing winds," Ira explained, "so too can you find strength in adapting to life's gentle turns." Along their path, they encountered an array of woodland creatures, an industrious squirrel gathering acorns, a family of deer moving gracefully through the underbrush, and a chorus of birds harmonizing with the breeze. Each creature, Ira pointed out, had its own way of adapting to the shifting seasons, finding joy and purpose in the process. Anwen began to see the world around her with new eyes, noticing the subtle transformations in the forest, and in herself, with a sense of wonder rather than apprehension. The magic of the woods mirrored the magic within her, a quiet strength lying dormant, waiting to awaken. As twilight descended, painting the sky in soft shades of indigo, Anwen and Era returned to the fairy ring. There, Era offered a parting gift, a pendant shaped like a leaf, its surface shimmering with the colors of the forest. "This pendant will remind you of the magic that dwells within and around you," Era said, her voice a gentle breeze. "Remember, dear Anwen, that change is but a dance in the rhythm of life, and you are more than capable of moving to its tune." With gratitude in her heart, Anwen accepted the gift, feeling a newfound courage blooming within her. She knew that the path ahead would not always be easy, but she was ready to embrace the changes that life would bring, trusting in the wisdom she had gained. As Anwen made her way back to Willowbrook, the village lights twinkling like stars in the distance, she felt a comforting sense of peace. The change she once feared now seemed like a gentle unfolding, revealing layers of her own strength and potential. In the days that followed, Anwen shared her experience with the villagers, who were both enchanted and inspired by her tale. Her story became a beacon of hope, a reminder that within each of them lay the power to embrace change with grace and courage. And so, under the watchful eyes of the whispering woods and the gentle guidance of the spirit Ira, Anwen and her village flourished, their hearts open to the beauty of transformation, forever connected by the magic of personal growth and discovery. Through the seasons and years, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring strength found in embracing the dance of life. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. The whispering wood and the lantern of Lumina. The sun had begun its descent beyond the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold. The village of Brambleton nestled comfortably in the valley, surrounded by rolling hills and the dense, ancient forest known as the Whispering Wood. It was a place of legend, where tales of magic and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. In the heart of the village, a small cottage exuded warmth and welcome. The aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the scent of lavender from the garden, inviting all who passed by to linger a moment longer. Inside, by the flickering light of a crackling fireplace, sat a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, a reflection of the adventurous soul that resided within her. Lila had always been drawn to the Whispering Wood, its secrets whispering to her through the rustle of leaves and the songs of birds. The villagers often spoke of a magical artifact hidden within its depths, the Lantern of Lumina. Legend had it that this lantern possessed the power to illuminate the truth, revealing hidden paths and unseen wonders. On this evening, as the fire danced and shadows played across the walls, Lila's grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, shared stories of the lantern. "It is said," she began, her voice a soothing melody, "that the Lantern of Lumina was forged from the first light of dawn, capturing the essence of hope and truth. Many have sought it, yet few have ventured beyond the familiar trails." Lila leaned closer, captivated by the tale. "What does it look like, Grandmama?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and determination. "Ah, my dear," her grandmother replied, "it is said to be a simple lantern, yet when it is lit, its light is like no other, a soft, gentle glow that warms the heart and guides the lost." Lila's imagination soared, picturing the lantern's glow illuminating the darkened paths of the Whispering Wood. As the fire crackled and the evening deepened, she made a quiet vow to herself. She would find the Lantern of Lumina and discover its secrets. The following morning dawned crisp and clear, the air carrying the scent of pine and earth. Lila set out with a small satchel, filled with provisions and a map her grandmother had drawn, a map detailing what little was known of the forest's hidden trails. Her heart brimmed with excitement and a hint of apprehension. The path into the Whispering Wood was dappled with sunlight, the trees towering above like ancient guardians. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest began to hum with life. The chatter of squirrels, the distant call of a woodpecker, and the whisper of leaves created a symphony that accompanied her every step. As Lila walked, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of the forest. The ground was carpeted with moss, soft and springy beneath her feet. Ferns unfurled their fronds in elegant spirals, and wildflowers added splashes of color to the verdant landscape. She paused to admire a particularly beautiful cluster of bluebells, their delicate fragrance filling the air. It was then that Lila noticed a small creature watching her, a fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox tilted its head as if inviting her to follow. Intrigued, Lila stepped closer, and the fox turned, leading her off the well-trodden path and into the heart of the forest. The journey led Lila through winding trails and across babbling brooks, each step taking her deeper into the unknown. She followed the fox through sun-dappled glades and shadowed hollows, her senses alive with the magic of the forest. As they journeyed, Lila felt a connection with the whispering wood, as if the forest itself was guiding her. She paused to rest by a crystal-clear stream, its waters singing a gentle lullaby. The fox sat by her side, its presence comforting and familiar. "Thank you," Lila whispered, reaching out to gently stroke the fox's soft fur. The fox regarded her with a knowing gaze, as if understanding her every word. With renewed determination, Lila continued her journey, the fox ever by her side. The forest seemed to embrace her, its secrets whispering on the breeze. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila felt a sense of anticipation building within her. It was then that she saw it, a soft, ethereal glow emanating from a clearing ahead. Her heart quickened as she approached, the fox leading the way. In the center of the clearing stood the lantern of Lumina, its gentle light casting a warm, inviting glow. Lila's breath caught in her throat as she reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal of the lantern. The light within flickered and danced, illuminating the clearing with a soft, golden radiance. In that moment, Lila understood the true power of the lantern. It was not merely a guide through the forest, but a beacon of hope and truth. As she held the lantern, Lila felt a profound sense of peace and clarity. The forest around her seemed to come alive, its beauty and wonder revealed in the lantern's glow. She realized that the journey had changed her, opening her heart to the magic of the world and the wisdom within. With the lantern in hand, Lila made her way back through the forest, the fox at her side. Her journey had taught her the value of friendship and trust, and the importance of listening to the whispers of the world. As she emerged from the whispering wood, the village of Brambleton came into view, the lantern's light guiding her home. Lila's heart swelled with gratitude, knowing that she had discovered more than just a magical artifact. She had found a deeper connection to the world and a newfound sense of purpose. The villagers welcomed her return with open arms, their faces alight with curiosity and wonder. Lila shared her story, the lantern's gentle glow illuminating the hopes and dreams of all who gathered around. And so, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, Lila sat by the fireplace once more, the lantern's glow casting a warm, comforting light. She closed her eyes, listening to the whispers of the forest carried on the evening breeze, and drifted into a peaceful, contented sleep. The journey had come full circle, and with it, Lila had found her place within the timeless tapestry of the whispering wood. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. In the heart of the forest, the fox watched over the clearing, its eyes reflecting the lantern's glow. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the tale of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, courage, and the magic that resides within us all. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the story whispered on the breeze, a lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of all who listened. In the quiet of the night, the lantern's light flickered gently, casting its glow across the village, a beacon of warmth and peace. Its story became a cherished memory, passed down through generations, a reminder that the magic of the world is always within reach for those who dare to seek it. And so, with the whisper of the wind and the glow of the lantern, the story of Lila and the whispering wood continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. the lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. the fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened. A timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Leela and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whisper, in a lush and verdant valley kissed by the gentle glow of twilight. Nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering streams, lay the village of Bramblebrooke. It was a place untouched by the rush of the outside world, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. The cobblestone paths wound gracefully between quaint, thatched-roof cottages, each adorned with vibrant flower boxes overflowing with blooms of every imaginable hue. The heart of Bramblebrooke was its market square, a lively yet serene hub where villagers gathered to exchange goods, stories, and laughter. In the center stood a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide, offering shade and a sense of timelessness. Beneath this ancient tree sat an equally ancient bench, worn smooth by countless tales told and secrets shared. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of peach and gold, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the twinkling lights of the fireflies, which usually danced merrily in the dusk, were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a soft, shimmering mist curled through the air, weaving its way like a silken ribbon through the village. The villagers, though curious, were not alarmed, for they were accustomed to the mysterious wonders of their magical world. However, the absence of the fireflies was indeed unusual, and so they turned to their beloved friend and guide, an elderly woman named Anwen, known for her wisdom and gentle spirit. Anwen lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden brimming with herbs and wildflowers. Her presence was as calming as a lullaby, and her eyes twinkled with the knowledge of 1,000 stars. The villagers approached her with their concerns, and she listened intently, nodding as they spoke. "It seems we have a little mystery on our hands," Anwen said with a soft chuckle, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "Fear not, for mysteries are like puzzles, and every puzzle has its pieces." Intrigued, a small group of villagers offered to assist Anwen in uncovering the puzzle's solution. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and a thoughtful girl named Isla, who had a knack for noticing the smallest of details. Together, they formed a merry band, ready to explore the strange happenings. Anwen suggested they begin their exploration at the edge of the village, where the forest of Eldergrove began. Eldergrove was a magical place, home to many wondrous creatures, some known and some yet to be discovered. As the group made their way into the forest, the air filled with the soft sounds of crickets chirping and leaves whispering secrets. Finn and Isla, walking side by side, marveled at the beauty around them. The trees were wrapped in moonlight, their leaves shimmering like silver coins. They caught sight of a family of rabbits peeking curiously from their burrows, and a pair of owls hooting softly from a high branch. "Look," Elis, pointing to the ground where faint, glowing footprints appeared, leading deeper into the forest. Anwen, following their gaze, smiled knowingly. "We are on the right path," she said. "These are the tracks of the glow mice, gentle creatures who often know more than they let on." With renewed determination, they followed the luminous trail, which led them to a clearing bathed in the light of the crescent moon. There, amidst the clover and wild thyme, they found a gathering of glow mice, their small forms aglow with a soft, golden light. The glow mice chattered excitedly at the sight of the villagers, their tiny voices like the tinkling of bells. Anwen knelt down, her gentle presence calming the creatures, and asked them about the missing fireflies. The leader of the glow mice, a wise old creature with whiskers as white as snow, stepped forward. "The fireflies have taken shelter in the Whispering Cavern," he explained, drawn by a strange song that echoes through the night. "A song?" Finn echoed, his eyes wide with wonder. "What kind of song?" "It is a melody both beautiful and enchanting," the glow mouse replied. but it is not of this world, and it unsettles the fireflies, drawing them away from their dance. The group thanked the glow mice for their help and set off towards the Whispering Cavern, a place known for its echoes and mysterious acoustics. As they approached, the air grew cooler, and the sound of the strange melody reached their ears, a haunting yet lovely tune that seemed to weave its way into their very souls. At the entrance of the cavern, they paused, listening intently. The song was indeed captivating, like the gentle lapping of waves upon a shore, and it seemed to come from deep within the heart of the earth. Anwen, ever wise, suggested they proceed with care. "Let us find the source of this melody," she said, "for it may hold the key to our mystery." With lanterns casting warm pools of light, they ventured into the cavern. The walls glimmered with crystals, capturing the light and reflecting it in a dazzling display. The melody grew stronger, guiding them deeper, until they reached a vast chamber where a small, luminous pool lay at its center. Hovering above the pool was a creature unlike any they had ever seen, a spirit of the water, its form shifting like liquid moonlight. It sang softly, its voice the very essence of tranquility. The spirit noticed the villagers and paused, its song fading into silence. "Welcome, kind travelers," it spoke, its voice echoing softly. "I did not mean to trouble the fireflies. I sang to remember my home, far beyond the stars." Anwen stepped forward, her heart full of compassion. "We understand," she said gently. "Perhaps you might share your song with the world above, where all can hear and join in your melody." The spirit considered her words, its form shimmering with thought. "That would be lovely," it replied at last, "to sing under the open sky, where the moon and stars can hear my song." With the villagers' encouragement, the spirit rose from the pool, its song swelling once more, this time with joy and gratitude. Together, they returned to the village, where the spirit's melody filled the air, a harmonious blend with the night. The fireflies, drawn by the new harmony, returned to their dance, their lights twinkling like stars fallen to earth. The villagers gathered in the market square, their hearts lifted by the beauty of the night. And so the mystery was resolved, not through force or fear, but with understanding and kindness. The spirit found a new home in Bramblebrook, where it sang each night, accompanied by the fireflies, the glow mice, and the whispers of the ancient oak. As the villagers retired to their homes, the world outside their windows was a symphony of light and song. Finn and Isla, nestled beneath warm quilts, closed their eyes, their dreams filled with the magic of the night. And in the heart of Bramblebrook, beneath the starlit sky, the spirit sang on, its melody a gentle promise of peace and wonder, weaving through the dreams of all who listened.